I would say it's through scouting by teams before I joined. But before I joined, I was like any other ranked players out there, just playing my own game when I'm free, and then sometimes just feeling like like basically what people are doing right now. Just feeling good when I win ranked games, that's all. But from time to time, I join small tournaments to get some experience, and that's where teams scouted me out for the first season of MPLSG, and I was looking forward to it. So I went for the trials, and initially I passed for the teams that I wanted to join. So yeah, here I am. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I start.
Then, if you have do you have something to say to players that would like to be like you?
I would say just don't give up. Just continue striving for it. But end of the day, playing rank and coming to MPL is different. So even if you fail your first season here, just make sure you learn and just make sure you take back what's important if you do join MPL. Because when you first come in, you understand how it feels like when to fight against teams with better experience that rank cannot give you. Yeah.
Okay, both of you went to the world stage before, albeit a different team. Vanix, your first time debuting in the world stage. What's that feeling like?
It feels great to represent Singapore and playing in the world stage. But then it's my first time also, so I faced a lot of challenge. Like I will get nervous and all, cause it's fighting the best teams among the region. Yeah, so I'll get nervous and yeah, but I still played quite okay.
Who did you find the scariest to face when you go when you're playing international? Who's the scariest?
You mean the goal laner?
Goal laners, yep.
I think Super Marco. Yeah, he was in my group in M5 and he's their team is the best lah. So I'm fighting the best goal laner in the world. So it's tough.
Okay. So Diablo, when Vanix went to the world stage for the first time, were you watching?
Yeah, I was.
What do you think about his performance?
I think it was great, considering it was his first time, as he said, and he's up against the best team in the world. But during that time, everybody thought Onyx was the best, so I consider AP Brand the second best team when they were facing Brand. But his performance was good, even against one of the best goal laners there.
Okay. All right. Now let's come back to MPL Singapore just a little bit. Name me the top 3 players. Vanix.
Top 3 players. Any role.
Any role. Don't give me that bait and switch.
Top 3 players. Imports also counted, right?
Counted.
Okay. Hades.
Okay.
And Diablo.
Yeah. Okay.
Only in Team Flash the best players.
Wow. Okay. That's what we call multiplication. Now, the worst 3 players.
Worst 3 players Lozzy. No, I have a reason for that.
Okay.
Because he already then the mechanics also drop down now.
Is that why he's a coach?
Yeah, he's a coach. Yeah.
Okay. Another 2 more.
Another 2 more. JPL.
Brother, you just put the whole Team Flash in that top 3. Both sides. What the hell?
We got the best and the worst.
Yeah.
It's a balance. Everything is there for balance.
Okay. JPL, Lozzy, and one more.
One more.
No, please. Not him. Not him.
Qualifiers cannot put, right?
Can.
Oh, can. Then Miku.
Miku? What do you have against Miku?
No, he just changed to Roma, then yeah, he became the worst.
Okay. Miku appeared in MPL for quite a few times. He was a mid laner.
Yeah, that's why he changed to Roma and then become the worst.
Now, Diablo, your turn. Top 3 players.
3 players. agree with Vanix's list, but Vanix changed to me. But me changed to Vanix, you know.
Okay.
Vanix, Kurt, and Hades. Yeah.
Okay. Bottom 3 players? Is it the
Bottom
same?
3. I can't disagree.
But do you have more?
More. Let me think. Actually, I don't have anyone
Ex
right now.
teammates, current teammates?
Not right now. Not right now.
Not right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so more or less the same.
Yeah.
So both of you just said that you guys have the best players and the worst players in
Yeah.
Singapore. And people said that you're the best team.
The best team will always have a balance.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right.
In this stage, our pride and passion fuel every match. Eight teams. Each driven by a burning desire to achieve greatness. Through upsets, comebacks, mistakes, doubts, and dubs. From the first game to the final showdown. But when the hard times come, our passion grows stronger. The crowd roars, echoing our pride. Now, you're changing the game. Because in the end, only one team will take the throne. Our pride, our passion.
MPLSG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPLSG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. Youth partner, Scape. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. It's the moment that you have been waiting for. Welcome one and all to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Singapore Season 7. Yes, my name is Cheryl and I will be at your service as your host for MPLSG Season 7. Now remember, MPLSG Season 7, of course, is the only professional league right here in Singapore where we feature the creme de la creme that Singapore has to offer right here from Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Now, they are not only attaining the coveted spot of champions representing Singapore, but of course, our champions will also head on over to the MLBB Mid-Season Cup in June to represent Singapore on the international stage. Now, follow us on all of our social media platforms such as mpl.sg.official because MPLSG regular season will be running all the way every weekend until the 25th of May. So do check out our social media pages and not miss out. And as we speak, we do have our 8 top teams through qualifiers, and we see their names as such on the screens that you see. Now, they are featuring Team Evil, RSG SG, Team Flash, Homebois SG, Lead Esports, Vanguard Esports, EXCO Esports, and Asteris. Now, as we speak, these are the match schedules that we have today. And boy, oh boy, for week 1, day 1, we are anticipating a show already. Opening the show for week 1, day 1, we see match 1 being the clash of the heavyweights. We see Evil going up against 3-time champion of RSG SG. What will happen right here? We see in the comment section a lot of you guys asking. You just have to stick around and find out. Followed by match 2, our defending champions, Team Flash, going up against Homebois SG. And that is a match of our defending champions. And let's see match 3 coming up at 3 p.m. Now this is a redemption match, ladies and gentlemen. Just to refresh your memory, what happened previously for the playoffs of MPLSG Season 6, we see Vanguard sending Bleed Esports home. Will they take victory and take redemption for themselves right here for match 3? Stick around and find out more. And closing off the show for our first day today, we see EXCO and Asteris going up against each other, and this will be the newcomers clash. Now, isn't that exciting, ladies and gentlemen? So with that being said, when it comes to MPLSG, it wouldn't be possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPLSG Season 7, of course, is powered by Moontan and Zenray Productions, our presenting partner, McDonald's, and our youth partner, Scape, and our partners in esports, OSIM. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the first match that's gonna come up real soon, we see the clash of the heavyweights, namely Team Evil and RSG SG. So, without further ado, let's meet the boys, shall we? First up, presenting to you the community heroes, Evil. Familiar faces indeed right here from Team Evil. We see, all of the boys right here on the desk getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn, with the exception of a brand new mid laner, none other than Sailor joining in the mix. Now going up against Evil, we see our previous 3 times champion hungry for a win to secure that championship once more, presenting to you RSG SG. Absolutely amazing. We see some new faces right here with a team that we're all very familiar with, RSG SG. So we're really excited to see what happens with this brand new overhauled RSG SG. Now, this is very exciting for both teams because they have suffered a narrowing defeat in the previous Season 6, and they are both hungry for blood. Now remember, ladies and gents, as you watch the regular season right now, you guys must be thinking, hey, right in the regular season, they're just messing around. But the stakes are higher than ever before. Why? Because the bottom 2 teams right here from the regular season will not be entering the playoffs, unlike regular season. And of course, they will not be getting the invitation to head on over and join us for the next season. So, stakes are high, and I sure hope, even for day 1 itself, they're hungry. So, I guess you guys must be excited to hear what all of our analysts and casters have to say about these 2 teams. So, without further ado, take it away, boys.
Thank you for a lovely introduction, Cheryl. Here we are, guys.
Let's go!
MPL Season 7. We were supposed to do that.
Season 7,
yeah, it looked better in my head, honestly.
We'll get it on point as the day goes on.
Of course. I mean, guys, we have 2 new faces on the desk right here. My name is Churros. This is Moment, and this is Croissant. It sounded better in my head as well. How are you guys feeling about this new season coming in?
Excited. So many new roster changes, so many new teams coming in. We do see the new generation stepping up. All the community players will be playing in this MPL Season 7. So what do you feel about these new teams coming in?
So much fresh blood, man. I mean, it's super exciting to see how they also adapted the new patch. I mean, we are playing with a brand new patch. Huge changes to the tanks, tank items, tank heroes. Super excited to see how the teams adapt and what heroes do they pick up.
Yeah, I mean, to your points, you know, there's a question that is around my head. How do you know that you're done with Mobile Legends?
Done with Mobile Legends?
The young ones will tell you you're done.
Yes.
So a lot of new bloods coming in for a lot of sides, and I think we are going to be seeing a lot of the new players coming in as well. We want to be looking at Team Evil first. Consistently in the top 4 since Season 3. This time around, will we be seeing them in the Grand Finals up to the regular season as well? There's a lot of changes in the roster. Sayla is coming in. We've seen Sayla there as well. But first, we have to look at the patch updates. Moman, can you bring us through?
Well, there's a huge Hellcurt revamp, but I don't think it's going to be in play this season as of often because most probably it's going to get banned out if it's available. You just look at it. Just look at it. It's insane. It has been one of the premier assassins in the previous meta as well, but currently right now, if you just look at the ultimate, the Dark Knight Falls, it greatly reduces all enemy heroes' sight range, and now he gets an extreme movement speed boost on top of what he has been getting previously.
No, you know, he's kind of like a Natalia, built-in Natalia. He goes like
passive.
invisible as and when. That's his new passive as well. We've seen Hades in Season 6. He did a backdoor play with the old Hellcurt. So with the revamp, might this be back for a lot of the new Assassin players? I mean, Croissant, we talked about the new meta coming in with the Assassins as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, and we're gonna see in just a second. I think the new item changes definitely going to allow a lot of the new assassins to be a lot more mobile, a lot more friendly.
Yeah.
And be able to assassinate the different tank heroes. Tank heroes are going to feel a lot more squishy, hey?
Yeah, I mean, for Hellcurt himself, he was picked up because he was a counter to that Fredrin because of the Holy Trinity build. But looking at the patch updates, lots of nerfs. Moment, bring us through again.
Reduce the value of defensive equipment. The tank meta that we've been talking about, the Baxia, the Fredrin, the Barats that we always see in the jungle, the physical defense and magic defense that they always had is not going to be as strong, even though they did buff the heroes just a bit. And now we do see the notable buffs. They are all assassin heroes. So we will see a shift in the jungle meta. Whether these players can adapt to these meta changes, that will be key in winning these team fights and winning the pace of the game.
But knowing how Singaporeans like to play, we usually grab a lot of the inspirations from MPL ID, MPL PH, and we bring it over to Singapore, showing it a little bit more Singaporean twist. And since Bray is playing in RSG this time around as the jungle, and this is his comfort zone, we might see something different here.
Yeah, super excited to see what Bray picks up. I mean, it's going back to something which is a lot more comfortable. I wonder if he's able to flex some of his pocket picks as well.
Yeah, the Fannies. Everyone's been begging him to play the Fanny last season, but this time around, there's a lot of changes right here. So with that, I want to reiterate what Cheryl has said about the regular season. The winner of these teams will be getting points going into the playoffs. And the last 2 teams will not be entering the playoffs as they would in the previous seasons. And this time around, we've been talking a lot, like bits and pieces of a lot of the roster changes here and there. I want to know what Evil has in store for us. They're one of the main community players that came up since Season 3, but now a lot of new changes to that roster. Moment, bring us through.
Well, Twist, powerful, Sayla
up against his old team.
Sayla up against RSG, and Jace's coming in as the gold laner. Jace's as a gold laner. So he has been playing on multiple roles previously. He was on the EXP lane, then he went to the mid lane, then now he's on the gold lane. So in terms of versatility, he has it. He understands what each lane needs to win the early game, the mid game, the late game going in. What they need to secure the team fights.
I do have to say though, Carrot looks good. I think he's in the army right now. He's lost a little bit of weight. He's looking good, feeling focused, feeling strong, and I'd like to see Sayla going up against his old team. Jace's, whether or not he will do well in the gold lane, it's not his main role, it's a multi-role, is yet to be seen. But on the other side of the coin, RSG, Poisson.
So we have Closer in the EXP lane, we've got Bray playing the jungle. Super excited to see once again what he has to bring to the table. And with this new meta, this new patch coming in, it's, as we mentioned before, super suited to see what, super suited for him, and I'm super excited to see what he can do. We also have Godzilla in the mid lane, got Davey,
From
the
Homebois.
one and only Davey from Homeboys playing Roam, as well as CS playing in the gold lane. Some of these players are kind of new, but very excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, I think the Bray in season 3 was doubted one of the young underdogs, one of the child prodigy by Jays. This time around, he's actually a super senior in this team. Very, very old. Whether or not his experience will come into RSG is yet to be seen. But Derry, him and Bray has on paper, well, a very aggressive playstyle, very aggressive synergy. I think and I hope that it will work out well. What do you guys think? What are your predictions for this matchup, though?
Well, we already had a prediction post, so we kind of already know that, RSG is really new. Bray, of course, being a statue, being one of the mentors, one of the key figures in RSG, but still, their lineup is extremely new. When you compare it to Evil's experience, Evil's grasp on these team fights, grasp on the game itself, they have the seniority. So I have to give it to,
Well, okay, we have the predictions up on the screen, but we do have to talk about this. 2-0 for Evil, for Moment, and then 2-1 for the rest of us. I'm not doubting RSG one bit. They were the champions, repeat champions from Season 3 to Season 5. They just got dethroned last season. They needed a reshuffle. Croissant, what is your thoughts on RSG moving forward in this game?
So you see, I think RSG definitely has a chance, right? There's definitely a chance for RSG to take the whole series, but the thing, and that's why we would put it as a 2-1, right? It's definitely not going to be a landslide victory, and I think we're definitely going to see what RSG can do with Bray being the centerpiece of this team. I'm super excited to see once again what the matches have to show, and definitely Evil, right? I think it's the team to watch for this series.
Yeah, I want to say though, like, I remember when Vertigo was here, and Evil used to be that troll prediction. And right now, Evil is no longer a troll. If you look at like the talent prediction on Instagram, if you haven't already, please follow us on MPL Singapore at Instagram. I think MPL Singapore official.
MPL.SG.
Yeah,
MPL.SG. On Instagram, if you haven't already, see all of the new updates, all of the new our predictions coming in, the matches that are coming in, a lot of the highlights as well. But yeah, it's no longer a troll prediction anymore.
They've been one of the constants since Season 3. Ever since they came up from the community scene, they have been just being so constant. And now, with this season, as you said before, only top 6 teams. Consistency will be key. Bottom 2 teams will be relegated out. So with that, you can't really test strats anymore. You can't really test the waters. And that's what Evil is known for doing these few seasons, right?
They've definitely proven themselves time and time again. Every single season, they've been consistently better. Started in the top 4 in Season 3, moving up to top 3, and then moving up again. I mean, maybe not moving up again, but like staying and being a mainstay in the top 3. And this is where, things get a little bit spicy. The top 3 versus the top 2 in the first game of MPL Season 7.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I'm wondering if they're going to be able to change their playstyle. They've been so used to testing the waters a little bit, right? But in this kind of format, they're not able to, right? So it'll be very interesting to see how they draft and if they're going to be still testing the waters.
Well, speaking of draft, we are going to be jumping right in. We have to be identify what are the heroes that are going to be a game changer within the drafts. So take it away, Moment.
Yeah, we do see the top band still being Matilda. I mean, Matilda, the mobility that it provides for the team is just a lot. You can bring a teammate with you. You can shield the teammate as well. And in the early game, when you invade the enemy jungler, it just brings so much disruption to his jungling patterns. And we do see the Nolan ban coming out from Evil as well. Given that, it has shifted from the tank meta. The tank items have been nerfed. So we do see the high mobility of Nolan, the high burst damage of Nolan will be very key in just stealing away creeps and getting this early fight team advantage. And a Loyi ban. Wow, what do you think of that?
I think it's all about research. I think RSG kind of knows what Sailor likes to play. Something that is his comfort pick was being the Loyi way back in Season 3 and Season 4, where he constantly picked it up. And now, since there is a clash meta or team fight meta, it's definitely off the tables. But I want to talk about matchup to matchup right here. Powerful versus Bray. And this is where things get a little bit crazy. For Powerful, he has pulled up some assassins before, but he's more comfortable in the tanks. Will he be picking that up yet again?
Look, I'm just interested to see right now in terms of the picks and bans, right? I've noticed that for RSG, they've actually banned out a lot of high mobility heroes, right? You've got the Matilda ban, as you know, Moman has mentioned earlier, where it prevents a lot of map mobility, and then Lori once again with her ultimate is able to just bring the team fight with her, right? So it just seems to me RSG is just canceling a lot of the mobility options from Evil, right? I want to see how Evil responds, right? And Evil responds with a ban from Xborg. What do you guys think?
Xborg, I mean, he is a constant in these team fights. EXP lane, he does very well against the CC in terms of just holding the lane, in terms of just keeping the lane in check. And we do see the first pick already. The Harith already getting into the pool. We predicted it as one of the top bans. And now it is in the hands of Evil SG.
You leave it wide open, they'll snatch it up. But I want to bring your attention to both of these teams. They have no coach. So I think that Bray is actually drafting for RSG, and Powerful, again, being the player coach he is all the way since Season 3, being the player coach for Evil. And they know what they want to play. They know how we want to get it done. It's 3 games anyway, so they might be able to play around.
And if you look at the banning and drafting patterns from the side of Evil and RSG, whether RSG goes for the counter pick right here will be key. And they do pick up the Roger, the tier 1 gold laner that we've been seeing, and we were expecting it to be banned as well. So yeah.
But to take note, right, Roger may not actually end up in the gold lane. Roger can be played, well, primarily in the jungle as well, right?
Yeah.
So this is a very, very, very good flex pick, right? In fact, that Roger is picked first means that, you know, it gives the options for both the jungler or the gold laner to pick a counter pick later on.
I remember when Roger used to be a mainstay back in M3, and Powerful, that is one of his comfort heroes. So this is just an homage to, like, okay, let's just respect Powerful. We don't want him to pick up that Roger. So we'll do what we can for a team fight. We're going to pick up that Minotaur, so guaranteeing that crowd control ability, guarantee a fast farming speed with the Barat.
Yeah, but with that, the Boxia is still available. The Fredrin has been banned out.
Fair.
So whether or not they would like to rotate away the Roger from the jungle and pick up a Boxia as a tank jungler to counteract the Barat's effect in the early stage of the game, we do see it's still the tank jungler still being a safer meta pick in terms of the macro game, in terms of scaling into the later game. As an assassin, you require a lot of farm, a lot of damage, but you also require a lot of micro plays, and whether or not they can carry that pressure with that is going to be a big issue.
Yeah.
Alpha.
Alpha for Bray in the jungle. This is one of his comfort picks as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just looking at these general team compositions right now, right? So you see that Evil is definitely playing a lot more of team fight control.
Yeah.
There's a lot of CC with Minotaur, a lot of CC with Barats as well coming in. But on the other hand, RSG is playing with a lot more burst damage, right? They look like as if they're trying to go for a pick kind of composition. So poke with Novaria and then finish off with the Alpha and the Roger.
There's a lot of information in the first phase of the draft right here. We know that Derry likes to play all of these like aggressive kind of heroes, and you know that Harith is difficult to catch, so maybe going in for a Kufra, maybe going in for a Kaja might be good for RSG at this point. Evil might opt to ban that out because now you know that Alpha's going to be playing in the jungle. He does a lot of true damage. He's able to melt that tank, so he will ban out that Kaja, like I said.
Yeah, the Kaja, really good ban. And we see the drafting patterns from RSG, the counter. So we will have the last ban coming out from RSG, but so far they've been trying to shut down Sayla's game. They took out the Loi, they took out the Lilia, 2 heroes that Sayla has been known for. And now maybe just one more, just to put the nail in the coffin so that Sayla cannot have his pick of heroes at all. Just looking at the batting patterns, they might just want to have a key target on Sayla's back here.
Well, you know, Yve is still open. Yve has a huge buff in the lane clearing speed. Might be a very good pick over here. Okay, that's going to be Paquito, going to be banned out. for RSG. So no more backlines because Novara, like I said, I mean, it's going to be one of the more tougher ones to reach if Evil doesn't have a backline hero.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting as well. Now we're going to over to Evil's last ban of the series of this game, right? We're going to see if they're going to pick off something that's able to, pick off or rather stop Team RSG from doing what they want, right? Being picking off or rather poking on the other side of things. What do you guys?
The Ruby is still in the pool. The
Ruby is
Arlot is still
definitely
there.
still in the
A lot
pool.
of displacement, a lot of key pulling. They can jump the backlines potentially when they have enough farm. Novaria can be a key target for the Ruby, but they choose to go with the Grok. Very interesting ban from Evil.
Well, Grok is one of Derry's comfort heroes as well. You get an untouchable moment when you are near the wall, charging up your skill 1. But then again, it's more pick off for Derry than anything else. Might we even see a Cho coming in this lineup?
Actually, Cho would be great for this, wouldn't it?
I kind of doubt it though, but Cho would make them extremely squishy. Yeah, if you look at that, Roger, Novaria, Alpha, they're not known for the tankiness. They're not known for just having the sustainability. So they do require some form of sustainability in their roamer. So there's the Tigreal available. Yeah, that's the...
Oh, Tigreal's available.
Yeah, Tigreal's available. So
they could very well go for that. We haven't seen Tigreal in a hot minute. So it's going to be that Florin. So the hyper funnel onto that Alpha.
Yeah.
You want to
they
get
want
Bray
it.
to scale up very, very fast, very crazily. Just dominate that early game and then snowball through that late game. So that's their game plan.
No, but I really like what RSG has done, right? So they've said, hey, look, we're not gonna team fight you guys. We know what you guys want to do, right? Team Evil wants to go for those big team fights, probably at objectives. But RSG is like, look, we're not gonna play against your game. We're gonna bring the game over to us, right? We're gonna pick off your carries one by one. As soon as you overstep your boundaries, we're gonna snipe you off, delete you from the team fight, and then win the team fight from there.
Well, talking about team fight, we have said this many times before. Evil has this thing called the magic of team fights, and they want to go for these 5-man clashes. And this is pretty much what they picked up. And Twist picking up that Khalid, we doubted him, the baby Diablo. Well, no more baby anymore. He's teenage Diablo now, coming in for Team Evil. Picking up the Khalid, just solidifying the draft with that Faramis as well, looking like a very, very charge-heavy combo. RSG, they are lacking a side laner, EXP side. Maybe even a secondary engage like it's Rizla would work well with them.
Yeah, they have to go for some form of tankiness, though.
Yeah.
Even though Florin does give a lot of sustainability to his team in terms of heals, in terms of shields as well, and Terizla. Yeah, you called it, bro.
I mean...
Are you a mind reader?
Are you a
psychic?
mind reader? Because that's what I would have picked as well.
Well, look, EXP, it's supposed to just, make sure you don't die in your lane and get a solo kill because that's going to hurt your ego when you're going into a game like this. And Terizla does very well against that Khalid. You got that 3 swings at pretty much the same skill and then a slightly slower rotation speed than that Khalid. So we'll be seeing Twist a lot in these early engages, these defenses that RSG might pull onto Evil. But with that, this is the draft. Any last thoughts, guys?
Well, I'm looking at Godzilla on the Florin mid lane and Derry on the Novaria roam right now. So it is extremely interesting. They're using Novaria for poke. They're using Novaria for vision. Oh, they actually swapped. Okay, so it's actually just the meta.
Okay. Yeah.
They did swap.
So Derry's coming in. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first game. Week 1, Day 1, Series 1, Game 1 of MPL SG Season 7.
Let's go, man.
Good.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm
so pumped up. Look at where they are at the mid lane, just pushing it through. Evil just wanting to make a name for themselves, pushing everyone away.
So we were talking about the Florin and the Novaria being picked up in terms of RSG.
Oh, what?
Go first blood.
What? First blood off the camera for Sayla.
That was so fast.
Yeah, that was in the mid lane, and Novaria already going down early in the stages of the game. Novaria, you want to stay alive as much as possible, and with the Novaria, you have so much vision advantage when it comes to map control, right?
But for Novaria though, okay, Sayla with the pullback onto Godzilla does not have his Ghostbusters to be able to dish out that damage. But Godzilla goes out safe, just pushing him back out of the way. Jace's with half his health.
Yeah, I mean, look, Roger's able to bully Harif very early, but once you hit that mid game, Harif is going to strike back, right? So it's very interesting to see. It's going to be very interesting to see whether CS is able to bully out Harif. Well, in this early game stage of the game.
Well, taking a look at the emblems, is there anything that stands out, Moomin?
Well, it's pretty standard to me. I mean, Lethal Ignition on Faramis doesn't stand out a bit, but knowing that they want the damage coming out because they don't have the hard marksman carry, they have a Harif, which is a lot of mobility, a lot of magic damage. So they're relying a lot on these team fights. So that's the only thing that's really changed up about the Team Evil right there. But RSG going for pretty standard emblems, Brave Smites all around the board.
What I like here is the 3 concussive blasts that Evil has on their 3 tanks, or 3 tankier heroes. It's able to clear that late wave faster, much faster. Looks like RSG does not want to contest with this first turtle. Evil will be very easily taking this out.
What I really want to see RSG doing, though, right, is trying to take a different objective, right? So what we see, what we already know from the team composition is that RSG does not want to fight Evil in team fights, because those big team fights, RSG is not well suited to do big team fights, right? So as Evil has taken the first turtle, I don't see RSG moving around the map. I don't see a hard push on a single lane.
Yeah, I gotta add on to your point there. Yeah, you mentioned a very good point about RSG not wanting to take these team fights, and thinking about Florin's cooldown at the early stages of the game. You don't have enough heal to sustain. You just want Brave to be on the front line.
Oh, hold on a second right here. Raging Stancer onto Brave. Forces use the Spear of Alpha to get out, but eaten up by Powerful. Okay, denied by Closer. That's stopped by Minotaur, pushing everyone up. There goes Brave. Derry running for his life. Closer as well, trying to get pushed back. Closer in a spot bothered by, collapsed by 4 men. Gets taken out again. Sayla making a lot of difference in the early stages of that game. And we talked a lot about Sayla being a huge impact for RSG when he was in RSG. Now playing against his adversary or his previous team, his alma mater, where he started at. What changed?
Look, I mean, I think Sayla, having played with that team, right? I mean, if you notice the team fight just now, he actually went in and invaded the jungle at the right time. He knows the jungle timings. He knows exactly where they're going to be. And playing the mid laner, dude, you're going to be able to have the mobility to move wherever you want. This is unfortunately really disadvantageous for RSG.
And we were just talking about it. RSG does not want to take these early team fights as much as possible. With the Minotaur coming in from the side, they just couldn't have the sustain. Florin does not have the heal available at these early stages of the game. It's just not enough. Closer just being frontline and Bray being frontline as well. Still not enough, but Rots will be able to sustain.
So Team Evil already getting that invade, getting eaten up. Detonus welcome, pushed onto Bray, is nowhere to found. He's knocked up, stunned up. He will go down right here. Derry also down. Closer trying to push everyone back, gets that penalty zone onto Sayla. Sayla will be able to pull himself out alive, getting a kill for himself as well. Godzilla, nothing he can do but run away. Jace is already with that quick early rotation, getting eaten up by Jace's Godzilla. Oh man, does not look too good for RSG in this mid stage of that game.
Evil just putting on a clinic right now, just showing what the more powerful meta is from Powerful. Let's look at him. Just Barats. If you don't pick a tank jungler, if you don't pick a tank jungler to counteract me, you're gonna play the alpha. Yeah, you can do it, but I'm gonna invade. I'm gonna invade with my mid laner. I'm gonna invade with the help of Carrot, who's much more tankier than your Florin, because you chose to go for a support pick.
Yeah, and something that we want to talk about is the fast rotations. Look how fast Sayla is already here. He's already reading their minds. Bray, again with the Raging Sandstorm, tries to go out with the Spear of Alpha, gets saved by the Nether round. Twist and Sayla up alive, but Bray not so much, getting healed up by Derry all the way through. They're giving up their bottom turret though. They're still sitting on that top side.
Look, bottom turret does not matter anymore. I mean, look, RSG is trying to, like I mentioned before, take another objective off the other side of the map. But look, it's insane because just the rotations from Evil is so good. Right now, Evil has a 5k gold lead. And I really don't know how RSG is going to come back from this.
Yeah, 5k gold lead, another invade, very aggressive for Powerful, pushing it up, gets that purple buff as well, nothing for Bray. at this point.
There's so much map control coming out from Evil at this point. As they move around as a death ball, RSG, what they do to win here? They have to go for these split pushes. They have to take the team fights away from them. Find someone out of position, like a Khalid who is on the bottom lane, but they don't see what we see. They have to make use of the Novaria as much as possible and eliminate the possibilities. So they just need to take these team fights when they are not together. When Evil is not in this 5-man, 4-man death ball.
Well, this is very interesting. Evil prioritizes that wave clear, but look at where RSG is. Just sitting in the bush, waiting for an ambush at this stage of the game. 5k gold lead, spread off our hits onto 2. Jace is getting bursted down, but getting the key of insight. He's going, dashing all around. He's going one more for the kill. Here comes Sailor with another round, saving Jace's for his life. Jace pops out a flicker and takes one for the team as well. Penalty zone from that backside. Down goes Carrot, and down goes Sailor, but Sailor's already back up.
Because of the insane passive that Paramus has, right? He goes down, he goes right back up. It does not even matter if he gets picked off. But that's the first gold from first kill from RSG.
And this is a point where the laning stages don't even matter. So you need to think about what jungle control that Powerful has been getting consistently for his team. With the amount of pressure that Sailor has been putting, RSG, they don't have space to respond as well. Bray went for a counterplay there. Bray went to try and pick off the most weak hero that they have, which is the Harif. I mean, you don't want to be picking off anybody else. I mean, Sailor did eventually get picked off, but he was back up in a second.
Yeah, he's been farming up those passive spirits.
I mean, not to mention, right? I mean, Sailor was definitely going in and willing to die. He went straight in, tried to get off on the second kill, and in his head he must be shouting, "Worth it!" All right, so right now we have another. It seems as if they've RSG finally got a pick off on Carrot. Carrot overextended a little bit. He was doing recall spamming for a little, and got punished for that. It's definitely what RSG needs to keep on doing, and they need to keep on finding these picks, and hopefully, for them, Evil gets a little bit callous as they are right now having an insane amount of gold lead.
Well, that being said, though, they bursted all of their ultimates just on one kill on that Minotaur, so they are sitting ducks as of now. They need to be able to do that a couple more times onto Evil, get that pick off, because this is what Derry and this is what Bray is known for. But Derry pretty much staying behind, trying to heal the rest of the team. What is the play here for RSG? How do they, in the grander scheme of things, to overcome the situation that Evil has put onto them?
And they're going for the correct plays at this point. They are keeping the farm on the Roger. As you can see, the bottom lane turret has been taken from Roger, and they will most likely have to give up the first Lord here if they want to get any form of macro advantage. They will have to not take this team fight, as they know they will probably lose to Evil, especially with Minotaur and Daytona's welcome being on the board. It's so hard for Derry, and already break on big.
Oh, speaking of Deathless welcome coming in, Raging Sandstorm with the flicker twist, getting the backlines. That's 3-2 down for RSG. Evil showing us how the magic of team fight works.
Yeah, look, that was definitely a fight I didn't expect RSG to take, but I mean, it seems as if the Barats are just able to just sneak in there, get the ultimate off the Alpha, and from there, they have no choice but to fight.
On the back lines, though, it does look like Sailor and Carrot are doing a very good job zoning everyone out. This looks like a free Lord. No Bray, no Derry, no Retribution, no Hope.
Yum, free Lord.
The thing is, like RSG, they have a Novaria. The Daytona's welcome should not be an issue for you. You should see it coming miles away before you even get caught. And just in that position where they did not want to be in, closer was nowhere near the team fight.
This looked like yet another turret down. If you take a look at the scoreboard, though, the top side, RSG is only taking down that one turret from that bottom lane. So they've been struggling a lot. And it does look like, even though they have that late game draft, will they ever reach that late game?
Look at this. At this rate, they really need to do something completely different, as Evil seems to just be shoving RSG back into their base. The question is, does RSG have enough lane clear? Lord has luckily not taken down the final turret from RSG side of things. I'm just wondering if they have enough lane clear. I mean, we have some lane clear from Novaria, but that's all I can see. We have the Charizla maybe using his second skill to clear up a bit more of the minions, but there's just not a lot of blade wave.
Just the mobility coming through from the side of Sayla and Jace's, the Zamon's Force, and Sayla just being able to weave in and out, consistently being a thorn into RSG side, just not letting them touch the creep waves at all, playing keep away from the creeps. And Evil, they've been just putting on a clinic on how to take these key objectives, how to take objectives away from RSG. And RSG, they've been on the back foot ever since.
Yeah, I mean, the Bloodwing's already bought up by Jason, so that's his powerful spot coming through.
All right, so we
from
see
the backside. Bray in a spot bottom right. There it is. He's eaten up. Gary, Bray with the Minoan Fury all knocked up. Yet again, chain stunts coming in for Evil, dealing so much. 2 down yet again. Derry and Bray, the 2 members that we thought were the cornerstones for RSG, they're not having a good game.
Yeah, it's completely unfortunate. I mean, look, Bray saw Twist there, right? Bray saw Twist there, but he decided to still take the orange buff. And because of that, look, RSG needs to change the strategy completely. As you can see, that this is not quite working out as they planned. What do you think RSG needs to do this game to stay in the game and come back from behind?
They have an extreme late game lineup, and it's already too far gone. Closer has not been doing very well at all. His penalty zones has been only catching one target, but look at that!
Oh, nice penalty zone. Nice Raging Sandstorm to re-counter RSG. Jace's popping in, just dashing all about. The target priority is so good. Sayla with a pullback onto Derry, coming in just with one more hit, but Derry able to dash out just in time. Again, 2 more members. Every single kill, there is 2 members down of RSG. Even though Jace's gets taken out, it is a free Lord for Evil once again. This is the enhanced Lord this time around.
Yeah, and with that closer, we were just talking about him not catching the penalty zones, and he caught a 3-man to 4-man penalty zone at that point. And it's proved to be too far gone already. These team fights, they have not been in RSG's favor just because the key initiator has been unpowerful. They has been making the first move all the time. RSG, with their lineup, they have to be the first one in. They cannot counter-initiate because Evil, they have a lot of counter-initiation.
Well, talking about being at the back foot is an understatement. Evil right now, 10k gold lead. And the way that they're defending that Lord, the way that they're dancing around for that Lord, even though they're on the front foot, is that they're blocking out all of these Astro Echoes from Godzilla. Taking a look at the itemizations, what stands out to you guys?
I mean, Florin, he went for the talisman.
I think it's pretty decent. You want to be able to
Pretty
spam your
decent,
first
yeah.
skill. You want to be able to spam your stunts,
But not having the Blast of Oasis, not having a Necklace of Durance versus a Minotaur, that's extremely key in these team fights.
so closer, taking a lot of damage. Penalty zone, the last ditch effort to stop everyone. The flicker in with the Minoan Fury, pops Bray up, coupling in with the Raging Sandstorm onto the backline, but the throne gets taken down. A astounding finish by Evil onto RSG. What a game for Evil, showing us how it's done. It then really improved themselves. It's almost a 14-minute game.
Yeah, RSG, they did not find the momentum at all. Always on the back foot on the stages of the game. Every time Daytona's Welcome come in, it's definitely a kill. 1 kill, 1 ulti, that's all.
Yeah, as we noticed, actually something that we did notice actually during the team fights was that Bray kept getting stunned up. He was not able to do what he needed to do, right? And the thing as well is, if you notice, Closer as well was not being powerful, was not playing an active role in team fights. You know, we saw him towards the end be able to take those really, really good penalty zones, right? Hitting onto 2, hitting onto 3 members of the team. But unfortunately, it was just a little bit too late. They weren't able to get that momentum early.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough for Closer to come in, but he's always getting, I think, out-gapped by Khalid. Not in the fact that, like, okay, like Twist is way too strong and Closer is unable to do anything to prevent Twist from coming in, but it's more of Khalid has that rotations going through. Every single team fight that we see in this game was at least 4 men coming from Evil. You're leaving Jace's behind, and once Jace's comes up online, Jace's comes into the party as well.
But you gotta talk about the star of that entire match was Sayla. He was just dominating the mid lane the entirety of the time. You know, just having the first blood that we didn't even expect, just out of the blue, finding the Novaria in a 1v1 matchup so early on with the help of the Minotaur. And afterwards, just playing keep away. RSG could not touch the creep waves, could not clear them at all.
And we also mentioned that Sailor was able to invade at the right timings as well, right? I think that's definitely the key. And as we can see here, we have the stats from the first game, 17-3, boys. What do you guys think?
Well, I mean, it's just Evo dominating this match. I mean, you would have thought, that RSG, being the three-peat champions, having the leadership of Bray, would be able to make this a very, very close match. But, you know, this is still game one. I don't know why this Novaria has the Malefic Roar. It might be a issue with the graphics here, but I don't know. It's just RSG was unable to farm. Roger needs to be able to snowball. Evo didn't give Roger the chance to snowball at all. Harith already getting that full build and then building up a lot more of the magic damage that comes through.
And we did see that, you see, look at the emblem from the side of what you were talking about, right? There's a triple.
Yeah.
There's a triple. Yeah. That's what you mentioned
the
earlier.
Triple concussive blast enables Evo to just clear the wave as fast as they can. Even Carrot is able to clear the wave for Twist, so that Twist is able to join the team fights a lot faster. If he's not an EXP lane, then Carrot will be able to help Sayla with lanes as well. So every single time you see one Ghost Bursters, one Concussive Blast, and then Carrot and Sayla is already moving out and about, finding the next big target for the side of RSG.
And you know what's the next big target that Evil's looking for? The turtles. Look.
Yeah.
Evil had 3 turtles to RSG 0. So what we actually want to see from RSG what we actually want to see from RSG next game, right, is they need to pick a team composition which they need to be a lot more comfortable with, because they looked a bit out of the shell from there.
I think I wouldn't say the problem, but it's more of like Closer is unable to catch up with Twist, because Twist clears the lane way too fast. He and Powerful are the only ones without deaths in Evil, but it doesn't matter at all, because it's just 17 kills, just bumping up all of their gold, 12k gold lead at the end of the game. It's way too much for RSG to handle. They could not contest for any of these main objectives at all, even with the Astro Echo from Novaria. But who do you think the MVP is for this game?
Definitely Sailor.
I said it.
Sailor? You're saying Sailor?
Sailor, I feel it's Sailor, man. The way that he's been playing in these early game team fights, we were talking about 3 turtles, right?
Yeah.
Sailor did not let them touch these turtles. He had the Nether Realm always available on his team fights. You would not kill his team members unless he went down. And that's exactly what RSG had to do. And they did pick him off, but Bray was already too far gone. There was not enough sustain for Florin. Not yet. Florin is still, you need levels, you need items before the cooldown gets there.
Well, even if Sailor was down, I mean, you blink and you miss it. He's right back up. Remember what that one team fight at the top side? Sailor went down. I was like, wait, did anyone go down in Evil? But everyone's alive, but it was Sailor. So building all of that and clearing that waves was one of the priorities for Sailor. Building up all of these passives so that your death timer just goes down to 2 minutes. And let's see if the MVP actually is Sailor coming up on the screen. It is, okay. It is that Sailor. I do have to say, though, the graphics this time around is immaculate.
Clean.
Shout out to Zenway, though.
Yeah, it's immaculate, and you look at Sailor, you look so loud and proud. You know, I'm the MVP, on the Faramis. You can ban out my Loi, you can ban out Lilia. I mean, I got heroes, You didn't ban Harith, though.
Yeah.
That's a key point. Why did you let Harith through?
It's I think it's more of like they didn't know that Jaceus was able to play, because it's the first time playing against Jaceus in the gold lane, mind you. His main role is EXP, and then he went off to the mid lane, and then he went off to gold lane. He's Phil. He's basically that rank game, that player that like, okay, I'll select your roles, I'll fill, and that is what Jaceus is. But Sailor was an enabler. If you take a look at his items, he just got the Blood Wings as well. Didn't go for any magic penetration. I think that would definitely be a Divine Glaive just to get that magic penetration in going into the late game, but they never got to late game at all. So
never needed to.
Needed to.
With the early domination of the game that happened just now was, they definitely didn't have to build into the late game, right? I think it was really smart in terms of his item choices, and teching for the early game, right? And as you can see, the Pharomist that Sailor was playing was absolutely obnoxious, right? He was going around the entire map, invading jungles, helping his teammates, and as you saw, Sailor well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, I also saw that Sailor had the dire hit on his boot, so he got the roaming equipment as well. Just getting a lot more damage in throughout the late game because he might be seeping in with Carrot about that gold line. But we will be able to see some of the highlights coming in. Mo-Man, will you take us through all of the plays as well?
Well, I have a feeling that it's going to be just Sailor. And just Sailor just doing so well on this mid lane. And you talk about Bray. We talk about Bray just being the key jungler for RSG. He had to come through. But if you look at Powerful, how he played his Daytona's Welcome, it was never a situation where he could not catch anyone on the Daytona's Welcome. It always got a target no matter what. We didn't see the counterplay that we expected when they had a Novaria. I mean, if you have a Novaria, you have the vision advantage. You have the map advantage. You can see where the barrage is coming from. Just run away until he uses Daytona's Welcome. But they could not because his timing was immaculate. It was on point.
There was a micro pattern though. So he pushes out the cannon, make sure that the cannon hits. Because you have that mini stun. Use that mini stun, that window of crowd control to be able to hit your Detona's Welcome, because it can be mitigated if you are untouchable, if you're immune to the CC in that short burst of time. I remember that when Barat's last time, when he had that standing still Detona's Welcome, it could not be interrupted. But right now, you could interrupt if you had a crowd control coming in. So it's more of like, surprise, I'm here, you're inside my belly, I'm going to spit you out and you're going to be gone for just a short amount of time. But now we're in that phase where, the magic of team fight is actually showing. We know that Evil wants to play those team fight compositions, and they play it very, very well. They are able to snowball all the way through. We're going into the highlights right here. You want to bring us through some of the things that you noticed when you were watching the match.
Yeah, so I think definitely some of the highlights that we're going to see is the invades from Team Evil, right? Where Sailor leads the charge and comes right in. And right now we got straight into it. Sailor right here being completely obnoxious, pushing Bray off, picking Bray off from the team. And just look at that. I mean, Carrot's timing with Minotaur is so good.
This was the first team fight that set the momentum for Evil.
Yeah.
With Sailor having the Netherrealm available, Carrot could come in with the Minoan Fury just in time to catch Bray off guard. Despite Bray having the first initiation onto Sailor, Netherrealm was available, so you can't kill me.
That's right.
Yeah, you take away my HP, so what?
Yeah, he popped the Netherrealm just in the nick of time. Look at how well he actually got that Netherrealm on just to save out Twist. And Twist coming in from that backside because he doesn't want to take the PIE. He's going on from the AYE, coming into the backline and make sure Bray goes down. And there we go, the snowball effect coming through, setting that momentum, like you guys say, throughout the rest of the game.
And look, it's just not tanky enough to sustain hits, right? And we go straight into the second highlight, where once again we see Sailor leading the charge and invading the jungle. And just RSG gets picked off one by one. It's like a buffet. Would you like gods? Would you like dairy for breakfast? I mean, look, it's literally a free flow meal.
You gotta talk about Evil's target prioritization over here. I mean, they went for Bray first, knowing that he's all the front line that they had. Closer, at this point, he does not have Flicker. They know, they memorize these timings to a T. And they know that the penalty zone might just be catching only one, which is Sailor. And they still have gold turret, gold plating to take, but they go in for the team fight. They want to put the nail in the coffin as early as possible.
I think this was the fight where they could overturn it because it's a 3v4 situation. You got two coming in from that backside. Jace is left to his own devices and he got out of there safely because he wanted to take down that turret. But Carrot almost gets taken out this time around. So they were able to just sustain all of this. And yeah, this was the funny one where Pharomist actually got taken out, but he was up. No, but did he? Did he? That's the question, right?
Yes.
It's not when he gets taken down, it's if.
Yes, yes. And even if he does, he just comes right back up.
No way to kill any of them. They like these, 5-men kind of clashes. 5 men just hankering and just hugging you, just never letting go. This is where, you know, target prioritization comes into play.
Yeah, and they didn't have the blanket spells. They didn't have the blanket skills to counter-initiate onto Evil. If you think about lineup, RSG's lineup, they just meant for pickoff. They only have one counter-initiation, which is the penalty zone.
Yeah.
And with that, it's not enough. Evil, they have Minoan Fury. They will have Daytona's Welcome. On top of that, they have a Nether Realm that guards all of them. So there is no way that we lose this team fight. You better get out and come back again with high mobility heroes, or you choose better heroes than us.
So speaking of the next match, right, I'm interested to see, do you guys think Faramis is a sure ban from RSG side of things?
I don't think so. I think they might ban out the same hero, so the Law E will be banned out as well, because it works very well in a team fight composition, unless, you know, now RSG getting that first pick advantage, they want to snap pick it up for themselves, leaving something else open for you know, Team Evil. But I do want to say though, in a team fight composition, you know that the main counter is an assassin.
Yeah.
And what better way to be an assassin than to get fed and just farm up? Eat your fill, because the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. I'm trying to say it like abstract, but that's not all. Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grabs for you and your squad, like you guys right here. So go on, smash your hunger. Terms and conditions apply. Man, have you had your breakfast yet?
I haven't. I haven't, but
I'm hungry, man.
I'm hungry. I'm hungry for McCrispy at this point.
Is it actually ready for a McCrispy? What time is it?
I mean, McCrispy is anytime, man. You can order it anytime.
Interesting. Interesting.
McCrispy in the morning, McCrispy for lunch, McCrispy for dinner. Why not?
No, actually, I have to tell you guys, though, as much as I love McDonald's, I have to give up McDonald's for just a little while, because I'm on a diet. You know why?
Why?
Because when Halloween rolls through, or when the playoffs rolls through, I want to get that six-pack abs. I'm going to come in dressed as Fredrin.
Hey!
But wait.
MPL playoffs, Singapore
Super sick.
playoffs with a Fredrin. I've got the white hair growing as well, so like I've got half the costume there already.
You gotta hear me out here. So you say you're on a diet, right?
Yeah.
McDonald's has diet options. you can go for the salad, the salad. Yeah, you can go for the side salad, the
Breakfast burritos?
Yeah, the grilled chicken, breakfast burritos. You can go for Diet Coke. I mean,
Man.
But mate, look, you know there's the word die and diet, right? So why would you do that to yourselves, man? Enjoy McDonald's.
No, I just want to look good, man.
But you already look good.
he wants to look like Fredrin.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I say this every single season. Fredrin is not a father, he's a daddy.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we're talking about Fredrin. In the lore, is Lilia his daughter or something like that? I don't know. I can't remember. But okay. Segue's over. We're going into the draft. This time around, we talked a little bit about assassins getting fed and eating up, getting that farm. Bray is very, very strong on assassins. Will we be able to see an assassin this time around?
And we do see the Harith ban already out, but it is from Evil themselves. They don't want...
Well, second pick. They don't want to give it over to RSG.
Yeah, they don't want to give it over to RSG. I mean, Harith on the first pick. And the Foramis, look at that respect ban coming through from the side of RSG. Already, Loi has been banned consistently on 2 games, though.
Look, I really like the Faramis ban though, because I mean, Faramis is just so much mobility. You can literally go in, yoink your jungler out, right? And then on top of that, you have the Nether Realm to protect your own team. The RSG is just showing that they do not want the Faramis in Sailor's hands, and they do not want the Faramis for themselves.
Well, key heroes open. There is a Matilda. But Matilda won't be the first to get picked up over here. It will be the Roger. I'm not sure if Evil might be able to pick up that Matilda. Doesn't seem like it's Carrot's playstyle. He likes to go for a little bit more tanky heroes.
Yeah,
what do you think,
tanky
Moment?
heroes. I mean, we still have the Minotaur on the board. The Minotaur has been one of the staple roamer picks that we see in this entire meta. It has been so dominant. It's so tanky. It has sustained for your entire team as well. There's so much crowd control coming through from the Minotaur Fury. And we will see an Arlon Barrage. Well, Barrage.
Arlot in the EXP lane. Arlot in the roam. He's still flex at this point. Barat's very well played by Powerful since Xborg wasn't banned out. The snap picked up by Closer. It's going to be played up in the EXP lane. So right now, RSG has choices, a lot of choices. Matilda definitely should be picked up for RSG, able to get in and out of battle, able to heal after you get your favor. After you get the photo as well, you get additional shields. So RSG, in order to get into that backline and take out any of the marksman heroes that are in play, they opt to go for the Kadita. Is that a good choice?
Kadita, very good at these mobilities, you know, going in, getting the key targets, but there is no target currently on the side of Evil. So Kadita can be countered out by Evil at this point if they want to play around him. Might not be a very good timing to pick it at this point.
Yeah, I was very, very confused with the Kadita pick. But, you know, RSG have picking it so early. I'm wondering if they have got a plan, or if they, you know, specifically picked Kadita against Evil because they know something that we don't.
Yeah, I think, okay, I think it does make sense. I like the Nathan pick from Team Evil because that's how Jace's likes to play his game. He holds himself very well in the gold lane. He just farms up once he gets fed, and Nathan in the late game is going to be a huge monster on the side of Evil. They're taking out all of the pick-off champions like the Kaja. Works very well with Kadita, but I think that since Evil likes to play together as a unit, it's always 5 men together. If Kadita goes in with the Rough Waves, with the Petrify combo, we're able to go and take out at least half their health, coming in, swooping in with the Roger. So that's how I think it's going to play out. I'm not sure if they have an actual plan for that. What do you think?
As much as I predicted Evil going into 2-0, I want RSG to kind of win, you know. I'm always rooting for the underdog here. And RSG, you look at Bray.
RSG and underdog, the first time I ever heard that.
Well, for this
season, yeah. No, actually, this is a very good narrative that we can build upon, because in this time around, RSG has been playing on the back foot. 17-3 on a team like Evil, who has been the dark horses for the entirety of 4 seasons past. This time around, RSG really seems like they are the underdogs.
Look at the ban that RSG just put out. They banned Valentina.
Yeah.
I wonder what they're picking up, because if they banned Valentina right now, in terms of ultimates, right? The only thing Valentina's that steals that's probably worth it is the Xborg's ult. All right,
well,
so I wonder what they're gonna pick.
I think they're stealing. Oh, yeah, no,
right.
No,
they're prepping for something.
No, they just want to delay it for Sayla. They don't want Sayla to get their hands on the Valentina, because Sayla plays a lean, mean Valentina. Basically, Sayla plays every single mid lane hero, very leany and very meany. So I think it's more of a respect over to Sayla.
And with the Xborg pick from RSG, they do have the team fight this time. A sustain and mobility from Xborg is a lot higher than what we did see in the previous game. Terizla, well, you're all in on the penalty zone. And if they have some way to escape, they had a Netherrealm, they had some form of mobility, there's no way that you can catch the entire team in the penalty zone.
Well, I do agree with both of you. I think Xborg is definitely a game changer this time around, because Evil... picking up the Barats, picking up a lot of these tanky heroes that they might be able to predict coming in through to this. Matilda finally gets picked up, but the Xborg actually melts a lot of these tanks because of the true damage that comes through, able to slow down their approach towards any of the skirmishes that may be. But Matilda pick is going to be crazy. Look at the looks on Bray's faces. Look at the Closer's face. They're like, okay, Matilda's here. What can we do? Is there any pick-off heroes that can still be used in this line of the match? Bray could very well go for an assassin. A Ling would be very good here because you're able to just split push, or you could go for a Franco.
And in the drafting pattern, you just see that Bray is extremely focused on shutting down Sayla. You had Loi banned out. You had Baramis banned out. You have Valentina banned out. And they forgot about the Matilda. They let through one of the premium roam heroes that we've been seeing. And they go for the Terizla once again.
So it won't be a Roger... No, wait. No, Xborg Jungle?
Yes, the Xborg Jungle.
Xborg Jungle.
It's Xborg Jungle, Edith Rome, Terizla, EXP.
And Kadita in the mid lane, yeah.
Their lineup this time around actually looks complete. right? But the question I have is, are they going to be able to punch, exchange punches evenly with Team Evil, right? The team fight composition for RSG is looking pretty strong, right? They're able to pick off someone using the Kadita, and then after that, there's so much engaged this time around coming from RSG side.
All right, so let's take a look at the win conditions that RSG has to fulfill. So Roger, he has to dominate Nathan so that Nathan cannot shred through the Edith, Exborg, or the Terizla. Then afterwards, the Exborg and Barats, they have... What?
No, I'm gonna stop you right there, Moment. But Phobius mid, Sailor, one of his signature heroes coming through again. I'm gonna be shouting out to Youngin. I think he was the mastermind behind this pick, and it works out very, very well because you have a lot of crowd control, you have a lot of knockups coming in from the side of Evil. So if you're able to just layer that in, Phobius comes in with the Asteroth Eye and the Demonic Force, just able to just pounds down on you time and time again. I don't know, man. This looks like a very even Stevens kind of game.
Phobius with Natan, have you seen the interaction between the two of them?
Oh yeah, wait, does Nathan's second skill cause a lot of like small and tiny movements?
It causes a lot of micro movements on the
board,
board,
micro
right?
dashes that resets Phobius's ultimates time and time again. So okay, I think that's the comment they want to go. I am excited to go and see how this plays through. They have a lot of purifies on the side of Evo this time around as well. Man, game 2, what are you guys looking out for?
I mean, it's still the same disruption gameplay that will be coming through from the side of Evil. They do have the Matilda right now on Carrot, and Carrot will be already disrupting the jungle so early on in the game. This is something that Edith cannot do at these early stages of the game, and Matilda is one of the premium picks just because of that. It just follows around the enemy jungles, and it's so unpunished. There's so high mobility of shields as well.
Well, name of the game for Carrot is reconnaissance. You're first in, last out. You're going in, getting the information for your own team so that they understand and know where to go, where to not go, where the rotations are. And this is very pivotal for Evil right now.
And the thing is, for now, Evil, they will have the big blanket ultimates once again. They have the Arlot with the final slash with a lot of displacement. And Powerful will always be looking for that Daytona's welcome.
Look at the damage that Matilda is doing in the early game. I'm proud to say that, like, I'm New York number 20 Matilda. And yeah, this is basically how you play it. Just be very, very aggressive, just opening up the map and just pushing everyone out.
Yeah, Matilda, you expect this kind of game, but I think one of the key factors that we will be looking is the Nathan versus the Roger lineup. And that matchup will be very key, and Matilda will be coming through at a key time to just get Jason some form of lane advantage versus the Roger. Because Roger is so dominant when it comes to a 1v1 situation.
Well, both are basically mid to late game power spike, and as Jason hits that level 4, he's able to get the entropy to be able to deal a lot more damage in team fights. So this time around, the first turtle coming through is a 3v2 situation. Here comes Sailor.
3v4, and the fight kicks off. It doesn't.
Oh man, it's just chaos right here.
So much going on right now. Kadita not able to use that ultimate in time to secure the team fight. And David gets picked off.
1-to-1 trade, but Bray does eventually get the turtle. RSG will be taking the turtle. No issues there. Sailor going in with the ultimate. Very well done from him, but still not finding enough damage. Not enough farm at these early stages of the game. So Jaces and Nathan will be going at it on the top lane. Jaces.
Oh man, just a pixel of health. CS making the work done. But here comes Matilda trying to stop that wave from pushing it in more. Derry from the backside taking out Jaces. He knows that he's in the Albert Bush.
RKO out of nowhere.
Oh man. Oh man. Okay, so this is where Evo does not look too good in the early game, but best be sure Evo might come back from this, and we pray for a very, very close game. RSG is making this a very close fight. Evo, they need to make the work in. They need to put the work in. They need to be able to time their skills right. They have a slower rotation this time around without a lot of these movement speed first. But, you know, a lot still yet to be seen. Pasong, what is your thoughts on all of this?
So, I mean, look, right now, Evil just needs to turtle up a little bit, pun intended.
Derry gets a knockup, but not enough. Powerful with the detonus welcome. Gets pulled back by Carrot. Able to save himself just for now, but CS trying to look for a backside, trying to look for an opening window to be able to take down Jason. So no action just as of yet. Evil able to disengage as of now.
And the objectives going into RSG's favor are getting the first turtle.
CS actually got the scavenger crab as well.
Yeah, I mean, RSG getting these objectives on these early game, this is very key because Jace's, he has the reverse clone in these later stages of the game. It can take out objectives extremely fast, and you don't want that to happen. So Bray has to dominate as much of the enemy's map control as much as possible.
There's a code here, so follow MPLSG social media on Instagram, Facebook, wherever, putting that code, and get yourself a free skin or certain rewards that come through. So again, a turtle fight is a 4v3 situation, circling Eagle onto closer, trying to push him back away, trying to zone the rest of them out, but it's a 4v4 situation as of now. Sayla in a spot of bother right here. Bray doesn't not want to go with the last insanity, and they get a free turtle this time around.
Yeah, and not taking these turtles might be Evil's way of saying that they are going for the turtle team fights later on. I mean, as in not the turtle. They're playing a turtle lineup where they want to put the farm onto Jace's as much as possible. They want to wait for his timings. They want to wait for the key damage to shred through Bray. And Jace's will be
oh no, Godzilla onto Jace's though on the backside.
Oh, no.
Jace's gets a petrified combo, but here we go. Onto that Roger though. They might not have enough damage. CS with a pixel of health. He gets that runaway. Oh man, that Albert Bush though. Jace's not having a good game with Nathan at this point. What can Evil do now that RSG is 3,000 gold ahead?
Look,
Final slash just for fun onto Godzilla.
No, not enough damage as of now. Evil's just banking all of that damage onto Jason's, but he needs that time to farm. So they're swapping that lanes as we speak.
And RSG's win condition, as we talked about, they need to keep shutting this Nathan down no matter what. And the rest of the team fights, it does not matter. As long as Jace is not there for the damage output, they have to sustain, they have the sustainability with the X-Morg who can get out at all times. And look at this.
Entropy popped up. Jace gets away to safety now that 3 members are at the bottom side. Carrot still has the guiding win, able to pull Jace out whenever, but he gets that petrified popped up, purified popped up. Derry with the ultimate getting that damage done, pushing them back out of the way. Evil staying on that back foot in this game. 3,500 gold for RSG. The lead is building up.
They don't want to give Jace's a good time, and that's RSG's name of the game. That's the win condition right here. Team up, group up as 5, and get out Jace's as much as possible.
Oh no, twist, push back, petrify, final slash, but no avail. Detonus welcome onto X-Morg, push back under the turret. Sayla trying to zone everyone out of the way. Bray finally goes down. Derry as well. Sayla doing the work on that back foot. The rough waves will take him out as he pounces down. It's a 2v2 situation, but Evil slowly but surely diminishing that gold gap and pushing through.
Look, I really like what Evil's doing, right? Because the thing is, they know their win condition is on Jace's, right? So they are just trying to protect him as much as they can, and they're trying to redirect the tension off him, right? If they weren't able to take that middle, if they didn't take the middle team fight just now, Jace's would have gotten picked off once again by Kadita's rough waves. But speaking of which, I really like what RSG is doing. Is a completely different team from what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, and Evil, what you said before, they're peeling away the advantage, the attention from Jace's to just get his farm up, and they're just taking these trades. It's the late game name on the stage for them. So that's gonna be the key plan. Evil's entryway is gonna be on Jace's, and Powerful with these Daytona's welcome will be very key.
I remember 2 seasons ago when Revival just stayed in their base for like 30 minutes against Bleed, and then they just came back online in the later stage of the game because RSG does feel like a very, very in-your-face kind of draft. What Evil kind of wants them to do is get underneath that turret. Jace's from the backside, no entropy to keep him alive. The rough waves will deal a lot of damage with the Petrify as well. Carrot unable to save Jace's, and he gets 3 kills. Ooh. On the mid lane though. Bray with the last insanity takes out Sayla as well. It's travesty for Evil.
Yeah, Evil needs to play a little bit more tightly. We need to see how, I mean, they need to do what they did for game 1, right? We saw actually Evil playing really well with the lead, but now they're playing from behind. We need to see how Evil adapts in these situations.
And that is very key.
Oh, we're talking about Snowball. CS chasing after Twist. We'll be able to get that last shot. One more hit. Twist goes down. CS on 1-0-4. He is coming up online, and it's going to be looking like a very, very scary late game RSG. Now that Derry is in his element. He's in that aggressive zone that he is in. Taking a little itemization. Is there anything you can tell us?
And look at Bray just shaking his legs and just enjoying, you know, his lineup that he has put out is very good in the early and mid stages of the game, but they still have to be wary of the later stages of the game for Jace's.
Actually, we do notice, hey, that on RSG side of the field, they have a lot of magic resist.
Yeah.
They're respecting the magic damage done out from Team Evil side. And if we actually take a look on Evil side of things, it's just not a lot of physical damage.
Carrot trying to get that guiding eagle and circling wind out of there. Sayla caught in the middle with a final slash, pushing everyone away. Sayla finally goes down, but Jace is no more entropy to deal that damage. Powerful, slowly but surely gets chunked down by damage after damage. Derry in his element right now. The rest of Evil are half held. They're diminishing so much, and this is on their defense right now. As the first Lord will be getting taken out by RSG. No contest right here. No powerful, no retribution.
And Nathan just not having the farm, I mean closer already with the Radiant Armor at these mid-stage of the game so early on. They just need to focus on the magic damage. Quiz is not going to have the physical damage.
Another Petrify, Last Insanity combo. Rough ways from Godzilla as well. So the pickoff game is coming in strong for RSG. So it's really just pickoff versus team fight. We haven't seen an actual team fight from Evil, but we might see it as the Lord marches down that bottom side.
Look, we were questioning the Kadita pick earlier, and now she's 4-0-4, mate. And Bray looks like he's having such a good time, man. He's chilling right now. His legs are on the chair. He's smiling. You know, this is, I think, the Bray that we expect to come into game one.
Yeah, I think the first game was pretty much a warm-up for them. Just going through, just, okay, maybe we just give you a win, and they're coming back strong. So when Moment said that RSG being the underdogs, it's just a mask, man. It's just a mask.
Hey.
All with the nice rough waves combo and the flip back. Detona's welcome might not be enough to take him down. Derry finally goes down as well, but Sayla pops himself with a demonic force. Will not be enough damage. Jace's no entropy this time around. Will not be able to engage on this one. They choose to retreat. They need to be able to tackle this Lord. They did take down that Lord. They need to be able to hunker down in their base and just take what comes their way. It's 8k gold lead for RSG as of now. What's the game plan for Evil?
I mean, just look at the damage done from Bray. It's 56,000 damage. And the thing is, they don't have any form of sustain. They don't have anything.
Oh, hold on a second. Rough Waves, Last Insanity combo. But there we go. Final slash pushes everyone back. Godzilla, no more skills. They are able to escape. The magic of team fights coming in through. Powerful. Tries to push closer out the way. You've got the demonic force coming in. Twist sliding through that backside. They want to take everyone down. Sailor hunkering down and pushing them out of the way. We've got that immortality on Bray. The circling eagle, Matilda Airlines coming through. Bray finally gets popped up. Detona's welcome second time around. We'll pop the second Firaga armor. And there we go. Evil finally coming out back up, showing some signs, some lease of life underneath that base turrets.
And Evil, they do have the later gaming scaling when it comes down to the heroes. Roger will not be able to have the same range and mobility as Jace's when it comes down to his cooldowns of reverse clones. It goes down to 12 seconds. It's extremely fast. He can chunk down these enemies extremely fast.
So, you know, I really like the picks from Evil, right? I mean, look, Nathan right now also got buffed, if you realize. His ultimate got changed, right? So the cooldowns are coming out a lot faster. And we can see it right now. Evil is scaling up. It's 12 minutes plus into the game. We're reaching the late game, boys.
Yeah, we're reaching the late game, and this is where Jace's and Sayla, they want to be at. They want to put up as much disruption as possible. Sayla, he wants to disrupt these team fights. He wants to make sure that Bray is not having this frontline appeal that he can give for CS. Then afterwards, Jace's will try to pick off CS as much as possible. If Godzilla does not find Jace's in this team fight,
but the question
it will be Evil's win.
The question I have is how they're going to deal with Bray. Bray is so obnoxious in these team fights, he literally just goes to the front lines and sprays, right? Sprays and prays.
Oh, you got a Purify on Sayla. Rough Waves dealing a ton of damage. Sayla needs to disengage. Does not look like a nice fight they want to take. But look at that bottom side though. You have Dairy and CS breaking down that top lane turrets. Getting us welcome onto Bray. Will not be enough with the nice penalty zone onto the back line. Jace is just dealing a lot of damage with the entropy. Just sitting back. Oh my goodness. Twist a little bit too close to the enemy. But the 2 members just pop down. 3 members make that 3 from Evil getting taken out, and that's a free Lord for RSG yet again. There's 30 seconds on the death timer. After that Lord comes down, Evil will need to get that defense. Will they make that same play again?
I mean, I think Team Evil needs to do something. But honestly speaking, right, I want to see Evil turtle up more. Right now, just look, give the Lord, right? Give the Lord, let the Lord come to you, clear the Lord, and just farm up. We already have so many clear win conditions coming from Team Evil side of things, but they're just not executing the middle game as what as we expected.
They were positioning themselves to go for the Lord when they could have given it up. Yeah, they should have given it up, given that Jace's was not in a position to deal damage at all. He already used his reverse clone on the bottom lane to clear the bottom lane creep wave, so there was no damage coming out from him.
Yeah, but for Jace's though, they really have to protect him. Like
Yeah.
their formation has to be there, and all of these things that Evo has to think about is like really just like protect the golden apple from any harm whatsoever. Now the Lord marching down that bot side, Evo losing 2 turrets, powerful in the midst of protecting the middle one. Lord into the throne already, Entropy already getting thrown up by Jace's right here. But RSG does not want to engage. They don't want to make the same mistake they made, taking down turrets and waiting for the enhanced Lord to come through.
We do see a bloodbath about to ensue.
Oh, that knockout with the final slash. 4-man final slash by Twist. There we go. Nice team fight with Last Ascending taking out Carrot in the process. Bray still in the midst of all that fight. No more CS. They're still coming up strong. Sayla with the Demonic Force. That is it. Evil getting a full wiped by RSG. The game 2 in RSG's bag. Slowly but surely.
This is a clean game from RSG. And
Very, very clean.
Congratulations, RSG, for winning game 2.
Let's go underdogs.
No more underdogs. That was just underdog for 1 match. And 1 match only.
It was a fake it, you know. It's just like kind of be like, hey, look, maybe we give you guys a chance.
Then maybe we give you guys a chance. Maybe we want you to underestimate me just a little bit.
Let the guards down a little bit.
Yeah.
Feel comfortable and we'll take it away from you, you know.
Yeah. I think, okay, so Xborg definitely off ban, off the pick pool. It's going to be permanently sitting in the ban pool. Very difficult to take down. Loads of Faraga armor to chow down. You've got an immortality that gives you so many immunities to a lot of these crowd controls, which is a mainstay counter for Team Evil. So what are your thoughts about this game, and what do you think that Evil could do to get back into this?
Well, Evil, they just went a bit too balls deep into these team fights. Yeah. they just committed so much into positions that they should not have been. Bray has been overfarmed. He has been taking these early game advantages. He's taking away your jungle one at a time. You just need to go with your game plan.
So speaking of all of this, who do you think the MVP is, though? I think it's definitely either the Kadita or either the Export. So it's either Bray? Or it's either Closer. I think it was Closer, right?
No,
Godzilla.
it was Godzilla.
Yeah.
It was Godzilla.
All these new names, man.
It
is Godzilla.
It is Godzilla.
Oh, man. I like his name, though, Zilla.
Can I say that we doubted
We
this
doubted
pick?
him.
Right? We
doubted
saw the
this pick.
Kadita so early. And we were like, why did they pick it so early? But look, it paid off. 4, 2, and 12 from Godzilla.
Yeah, but I like the fact that the Kadita was picked up. Remember when I was saying, like, okay, this is how it's going to be playing out. They're going to be playing as 5 men. Kadita's going to be swooping in, petrify onto 4 men, and Rough Waves last Insanity combo.
Yeah.
So much nice layerings of these team fights that RSG has really proven themselves coming into game number 2.
First damage on point, control on point with the Kadita as well. Not expecting the RSG to just counter the team fight. With Xborg having so much sustainability, I mean, just letting through that Xborg might not be a situation where Evil might want to be in again. They might just ban it off, just keep it out for good, similar to Harith. The way that Evil has been playing. They going for these 5-man team fights, death balls all this time. But Jace's, being the backbone to that, was found out by Godzilla.
Well, it was very easy to take down Jace's, who's pretty much a sitting duck at the top side or the gold lane. You've got so much gold advantage for that Roger alone. 13,000 gold for CS. That's 4,005, almost 5,000 on top of Jace's, and he's got a full build in the middle of the game already. So very huge funneling coming in. I think it's just that first game, picking up that Florin might not be the best of ideas. It was just like, hey, let's just play how we usually play. We'll just get the carry onto that gold lane and then just buff up that Roger to infinity and beyond. Just play that game like how Evil would.
And look at the itemizations coming through from RSG. We have Radiant Armor, Athena Shield, Radiant Armor. And if you look at Derry, he has Dom Ice, Radiant Armor, and another Silence Rope on top of his Immortality, which means he's just going all in on the magic defense. Yeah, they know that Twist will not have the damage available. He's not going for any form of damage build. But still, with the Athena Shield and the Dreadnought Armor, it's not enough to prevent the burst damage coming through for Bray and Godzilla.
Yeah, I think, okay, so to be honest though, it was a mistake coming in from Evil for the draft, not enough damage, you're just focusing on that one guy. Whereas in the first game, you had that Faramis to deal burst damage with the Ghost Bursters, so you're able to split up that damage, so if Faramis goes down, at least there's still the Harith. But this time around, if Jace's goes down, you are basically a sitting duck. And basically for Demonic Force and for Alot's punctures or his vengeance going into the fights, he's basically back on that back foot, skills on cooldown, he can't retreat. So it's an all-in kind of draft for Evil. It didn't work out well.
As you can see here from the emblems, I think the emblems are all pretty standard. Anything stands out to you guys, boys?
I mean, Quantum Charge, Brave Smites, yeah, Concussive Blast are all around the board. I mean, Sayla with an Impure Rage, I would expect that from a mid laner. But if, let's say, you are on an EXP lane, you want to play something else, probably a Lethal Ignition, something for more damage. But yeah, Impure Rage for the sustain, really good as well.
So he's got a fighter emblem onto onto the Phobius as well with the Festival of Blood. So a lot of spell vamp
sustain
potential coming in for Sayla. I do like that nice little new build, but execution-wise, questionable.
Sayla did really well in these team fights. It's just that I feel that Evil just had a drafting error. There was already a Kadita on the pick, and they still chose to go with the Nathan afterwards.
Yeah,
I don't understand that. I mean, if you already see a Kadita coming, you gotta pick something more sustainable, more survivability.
Bit more dash.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like a carry might work for them.
Carry, something like a Claude maybe.
Maybe a Claude. Yeah, I don't know, because this is pretty much Jace's new role in this sense. Has just been playing the gold lane for just a little while, but take a look at the damage dealt. It is 150,000 just for Bray alone. So the true damage is really starting to show for that export.
Yeah, for sure. No, but I mean, I think going back in terms of the team composition, right? I think I understand the idea, right, behind Team Evil's composition. They really wanted to go once again for the similar fights as Game 1. They wanted to go into the Death Ball build, because the Death Ball build works perfectly and for this team composition, but they just were not able to execute the early game as well as they did in Game 1. Right, but I actually think it's actually more on RSG side. Actually, RSG played the early game perfectly. Right, and they didn't. And Evil side, they just didn't have the Faramis. The Faramis gone, I think, shows holes in Team Evil's games right now.
Yeah, I think it's down to the mid lane duos being the cornerstone for the team. So for RSG, right now you have Kadita, you have Edith, clear the wave fast, and then go into the jungle and annoy the heck out of Powerful. So that's their game plan. That's something that Derry's very comfortable with. You want to be very aggressive. And we'll be able to see that in the highlights coming in. So I think Derry being put in his element is very pivotal to the success of RSG coming in.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I did not see the Matilda Barat's combo as much. And we do see. Yeah, look at that. Just Sayla just finding the first kill on to Derry. But Bray, he eventually gets a turtle. And that's huge. The first turtle going the way of RSG. And look at this Jace just in the back line, just getting caught by Dariat.
I think it was just a hard game for
Hard
Jace's,
game.
everyone's just bashing him, tackling him, and this is where CS just got out of the got out in the nick of time. You've got so much shields from your ultimate as well.
Yeah, look, Jesus was playing with target bar behind his back, and unfortunately, targets were all hit straight on the head. As you can see just in these replays, right, RSG is playing very cohesively as a team as well, something that we did not see in Game 1. So this is looking very much like the RSG that we know and we love.
And Evil, if you see these clips right here, they did have signs of life. They were fighting back, and 4K, just a 4K gold advantage only. But Jace's in the backline just kept getting picked off time and time again. They could not find the farm on the proper targets.
Yeah, it does look like, Arlott and Arlott and the Phobias, once they jump in, they're pretty much, done for. It's all in. They are unable to get out, so this is where Sayla, gets caught in the middle. You have 4 members coming in. Even though you have the guiding wind to pull them out, it's not always very reliable in this kind of fights. And that's the turning point.
Yeah, that's the turning point right there. Fighting under the tower, not where they wanted to be at with Jace's wave clear. And then they could just easily chase them down. They have an Arlott. They have a Phobius. It's going to be super simple.
Yeah, you chase down the back line. I think that is the name of the game for this kind of composition. Might not be the best composition, if you ask me, because you're lacking that damage. Again, it's all about that damage. Even though you have that crowd control, you have that team fight coming in, you don't have that damage to take anyone down with.
And this is the Lord that they wanted to go for, remember?
Yeah.
Come on, take it away.
I mean, look at this, right? So I really don't know why Evil was trying to even go attempt that Lord in the first place. But, by doing that, it's literally the nail in the coffin for them, right? They were not able to get anything back from that, and they just kind of committed suicide right there. Really, really, really well played game from RSG's side. Team Evil, we did see signs of life. We do know that Evil looks as if they could come back from behind, but just were not able to do it in this game.
Yeah, it's just that late game came a little bit too early for RSG. It was just a lot of damage coming in from every one of the members. No bush was safe. You have that Albert Bush, the wolf sitting at that top side. Jace just walks smack into that bush and he gets out. So a lot of changes needs to be done. It's back to the drawing board for both teams as we are going to be heading off for a little break.
But you know what I'm really excited about?
What?
Game 3. First game of the
day.
First game of MPL 7 of M7.
Season 7.
And we're Game 3.
We're in Game 3, guys. It's the
right.
first game. It's looking to be a very, very hot and spicy Chicken McCrispy kind of season for you guys. So we'll be heading off for a little break. We'll see you on the flip side. So, grab yourself some breakfast because it's going to be a very, very hot match. We are back. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Churros. Here, right here with me is Croissant and Moment. We are midway through the first game of the first week of the first day of MPL Singapore Season 7. Man, I gotta say though, the graphics on the screen before we came on, that was just chef's kiss, just like McDonald's coming in. And if you guys haven't had McDonald's watching us from back home, please do get yourself some breakfast because it's gonna be a very, very tight match. Right now, Evil versus RSG up 1-1.
1-1, a score that I did not expect. I called it a 2-0. I did not expect RSG to go this far and even get one game already.
Actually, none of us did. None of us did.
No, I did a 2-1.
We did the
did
2-1. We did the 2-1. But you know, none of us, anyone from the casters' predictions, you can check it out on Instagram, MPLSG Singapore official. If you go check it out on Instagram, all of us were doubting RSG's new lineup, but this time around, Derry Bray showing some signs of life. They've already got that warm-up game coming in, and they are coming in strong.
And yeah, so we talk about the first game. Evil had an extremely dominant performance, and the second game, RSG, they pulled up really fast. They're like straight counter hook into Evil's lineup, punishing all their mistakes. We picked a Kadita. You pick a Nathan? How dare you pick a Nathan? We're going to show you what we're made of. We are not here to mess around. And we talk about this season. It's completely different from the other seasons combined. There are going to be two teams. Two bottom teams will be relegated out. Only top 6 teams will make it through. So they don't have time to mess around. And for this next game, what do you expect, Croissant?
Yeah, so I was going to say, right, what do you guys think of the win conditions for Team Evil and win conditions from RSG? I mean, we've clearly seen what both teams are good at doing, right? With Team Evil really playing the death ball compositions.
The magical team fights.
The magical team fights.
Team fight magic.
Exactly.
Or whatever it is, yeah.
Yeah.
So we've seen Team Evil pull that off in Game 1, and they pulled it off really, really well. I think what they did in Game 1, which they didn't do in Game 2, was put Sailor on someone who could be invading the jungle non-stop.
Yeah.
Right? So we do want to see Sailor on someone like the Pharaohs, perhaps even in Novaria.
Maybe it's a little bit tough, but ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to wait anymore because this is the draft for game number 3. Evil RSG up 1-1. It's a draw for both teams this side. Angela Exborg being banned out by Evil. A lot of problems during the second game. RSG does not want to face up with Fredrin and Loi. You know, I just want to say this. Powerful reminds me of the Singaporean MOBA scene. Pretty much all the heroes are the same. They play the same, like, tank jungler type of heroes. They do the same thing. The rotations are pretty similar. What do you guys think? I don't know. I think Powerful is one of the win conditions for Evil. If he has a good game, RSG stands no chance.
Barat's number 3.
Barat's number 3, maybe. Roger is coming up.
Roger? Yeah.
Run! Roger's coming.
Roger's coming. Run away.
I know. Okay, so this is very, very good pick for Evil because this is the first time they're snap picking up that Roger, and Powerful's signature pick since Season 3 is that Roger. If you've been following MPLSG, where we might be able to see a Powerful Roger or Roger. A Powerful Roger is like a verb and a noun, but like, okay. So now, Bray, on the other hand, goes for the Barats.
We've switched things up, right? If you realize Team Evil went for the Roger pick, denied RSG of the Roger. But on the other side of things, RSG is like, well, look, Barats is free.
Yeah.
Let's take it up. And you once again go for the successful Kadita pick.
Yeah, the Kadita pick coming through. I don't want to see any more drafting mistakes from Evil, especially when they are picking for Jaces. Because Kadita, potentially, if you put Roger in the gold lane, Kadita can potentially shut down the Roger really hard. And Roger, he requires momentum. He requires a lot of setup. It's similar to Marta's playstyle. You need to ramp up the momentum to even do well in this mid-game and the late-game stages.
I mean, alternatively, right, we could actually see Team Evil picking something a bit more, with a bit more prime control on the roam side of things. We could see Carrot going on the Grog, and Sailor, and I'm sorry, and Amar's being picked up as well. Dude,
I was just talking about it.
Team Evil is going for ramp, boys.
They're going for ramp.
Okay, so this is how it's gonna play out. So powerful is gonna be on a Martis. We won't see a powerful Roger anymore. So
Yeah.
powerful Martis. Both of which can check the brushes for Kadita. So that's one of the main things that they wanna set aside. So Kaja's been banned out for the first 2 games. It's finally picked up by RSG, one of Darius' signature picks as well. With the Kaja and Kadita combo, it's gonna be Kajita combo.
Kajita Rat.
Kajita Rat's combo, man. But yeah, I think okay. So you have the whip. You get that whipped on, and then rough waves come through with Kadita.
Yeah, Divine Judgment, right?
Yeah.
I am wondering why Team Evil has pivoted over to a completely different team composition. Right? I think to me that's really, really interesting. They said, you know what? We're not too comfortable fighting team fights anymore. We're not too comfortable playing Protect the Nathan. So we're gonna go for something completely different. And on RSG's side, it seems like they got what they wanted.
As we said, they are known to test these compositions. They want to limit test the heroes as much as possible. But as we said before, this is still a different season. 2 teams will be relegated out. So Evil might have a pocket strat coming through from their side. And whether RSG can ban out or sift out these picks, it's going to be very key. And Powerful will be banning out the carry.
But is this the right time to even be trying something brand new? I mean, usually you do in game 1. This is game 3 of the first round. The winner of this match is going to carry so much momentum moving on in the season, right? So I'm a bit concerned as to what Team Evil is trying to do. But look, if they practice this a lot, you would never know, right?
Yeah.
And look, I definitely credit Team Evil for crafting up unique strategies.
I think
into
all our
character.
predictions are at stake right here. But it's a very, very different kind of composition, but it's sort of like a counter or a homage to let's just check the brushes. Kadita has messed this up in the first game, so let's not let it happen again. Grok is a perfect hero to do that. This time around, they just need a marksman with a little bit more mobility. That's where the Roger came in place of putting the Roger in the jungle, but right now lacking that mage or the mid lane position as well as the EXP. What do you guys think for the side of Evil?
That's what I was going to say. I mean, Sayla's pick is going to be extremely interesting this time around. They still have the Lilia available for the wave clear if they want to. The CC not really being a factor right now, finally being banned out. I mean, they probably want something in the EXP lane that is not going to get dominated by the CC.
Got RSG ramping up for the late game with the Claude coming in. So you got a Kajita combo, and you got Claude to just scale up through that late game.
I really like the Claude pick here.
I do like the Claude
Claude pick is just perfect into the team composition, and it works really, really well against what Team Evil is trying to do, right? I mean, Claude has just so much damage late game. Once you hit that 3 items, the Holy Trinity, you're good to go. And Claude also fits in perfectly into RSG's kind of strategy in terms of trying to pick someone off, right? The Kaja just whips someone, drags them through, and then Claude can just use his ultimate. It's perfect.
And for Evil right now, it might work out well for them if they have something to go for towards that back line. So the Khalid might come up as well. No, it's the Vexana and the Kai. Wait, so it's very, very different over here.
Yes!
Wait, what?
The Vexana is out, boys!
Vexana's not only a ranked pick, we see it in MPL!
Okay, who's going to be EXP, who's going to be jungle, and who's going to be roam? So it's going to be Akai in the jungle or Martis in EXP? This just boggles my mind.
Okay, so my prediction, right? We're gonna have Martis in jungle, right? Rock and Rome, Akai in EXP, Roger and Gold.
Akai XP. No, it was way back in like season 2 when that happened. But the lane we were talking about, an assassin is going to be the first assassin game. So the barrage will be put in the EXP side. It will be the Rock in the Rome position, EXP Martis up against that barrage. So a lot more mobility for Twist coming into the final match against RSG and Evil. You got Barats in EXP, you've got the Ling in the jungle, so you got a lot of protection that needs to be. Ling needs to get fat, needs to eat that chicken McCrispy with double chili going into the match. Any last thoughts, boys?
I'm excited to see Ling.
Yeah. And it's a Bray Ling.
It's a Bray Ling.
It's a Bray Ling.
Let's go!
Are we forgetting Sayla is on Vexana, guys? Come on.
Well, what's
Come
it
on.
with you with Sayla and Vexana, man?
Come on,
You just want to see a Vexana game.
Vexana has been the meta pick of the previous meta.
But ladies and gentlemen, that being said, draft is done. Game number 3 of week 1, day 1, series 1, Evo versus RSG. Game 3 is underway. We're jumping right in.
All right, so we will be seeing them wanting to prioritize the orange buff first for the Ling. Surprising choice, usually always going for the purple buff. But, oh, okay. Yeah, but still powerful.
You got a nice little proxy here by Martis, just getting some vision onto that lane, because knowing that you're facing up against an assassin, they've already trained for this, they know what they want to do. There's 3 members already cycling themselves up for that Ling buff. So now Ling doesn't go for attack speed this time around. Godzilla tries to go in with the waves. Sayla forced to use that flicker out of the way. Derry with concussive blast takes him out. Powerful with the Akai though.
That's not what you wanted from the early game on RSG side. You do not want these fights. You just need to go back to your turrets. You need to turtle up a little bit more and play safe. Davey dying so early on is definitely going to punish them at the later stages of the early game. Right now, we just see Carrot being a bit of a nuisance. Trying to.
As he should be.
Yeah, exactly. Playing the Grok, trying to invade and trying to poke Bray out. But Bray is looking pretty good right now. He's just invading the enemy jungle, Evil's jungle, and taking out some camps.
So I predict that we are not going to be able to see that Amartis having the damage.
Oh, Jaces with an easy kill onto CS with the wolf form though. Oh, the bottom lane, we missed it though. Camera wasn't on that last kill, but Jaces was bound to go down by Bray here.
But we see Ling just coming straight back up for cleanup duty. So the kills do get exchanged evenly as the 1-1 right now.
First turtle already up.
Yeah, first turtle already up. Ling is going for that orange buff, prioritizing that buff instead, going to get that farm up. Now Ling goes for more attack items than attack speed, so he really needs that time to come in. First turtle goes to the hands of Powerful.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about the Martis having the ramp, but I feel that Twist wants to build a more tanky lineup.
Divine Glaive, the Khajiit combo coming in. Ooh. Bray with another kill on his name. Powerful coming in, Eternal Guard already popped up. Closer, nowhere to go. Forced to use that flicker, get out of the way. But that's a 1-to-1 kill from both sides.
Yeah, 1-to-1 kill indeed, and we did see the Eternal Guard not being able to find any picks from Sayla. And with this Vexana pick, you need to have as many frontliners as possible. You don't want your Vexana to get picked off. She needs to be pumping in damage from the backline, just away from any jump. But there's the Ling factor. That's the Ling factor that we're talking about. If we let Bray go, he's going to find the Vexana just without a doubt again and again. And they have no save on Evil.
And if you look, Bray's actually gotten a 2-0 lead right now, and it's so early in the game. This is exactly what RSG wants. They want to funnel goal onto Ling, they want to funnel goal onto Claude, and from there just steal the game away. Martis is not able to do what Martis is supposed to do, right? Farm up gold and carry into the late game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit tougher for Sayla in that late game. Petrify already popped up by Godzilla, but no follow-up from RSG. No ultimates right here. It's a 4v1. Divine Justice onto Carrot, though. Wall charge will hit Derry and knock him up towards that wall. Jaces getting another kill right there. The Rough Waves will be able to find the backside. CS one more hit, but no one taking him out.
Ooh.
Sayla coming in for that flank, taking out Bray as well. It's a 2-for-2 for both teams.
Bray going down there to Sayla might have been the turnaround that Evil needed just to keep them in the game, just to keep this momentum not in RSG's favor. It's still anyone's game at this point, and it will be up to Powerful on these heavy spins, whether he can keep Derry away from the key targets before he gets the Divine Judgment, Divine Justice off on to Vexana, onto any of these squishies. That will be the key factor of team fights.
Yeah, as much as Evil wants to be a little bit more aggressive onto RSG, Bray is already 4-1-0. He's starting to come up online as we speak. They're in the brush. Carrot, they sense him there. Godzilla, nowhere to be found. They really need to check their bushes.
Yeah, so as we can see, I think both teams are trying to face off each other at this turtle. The second turtle is going to be a pretty big team fight as you see both teams trying to ramp up. Carrot is just scouting the bushes, using his skill 1 to be that much more tanky. And right now,
my
gosh.
we missed it off the camera though, but Sailor got the divine judgment onto and gets taken out by RSG.
It was the Kajita combo, man.
It was the Kajita combo. What am I saying? Yeah, it's just a divine judgment. You get a suppression, and then you get Godzilla coming in for the follow-up.
And you don't want Sailor to get picked off so easily, especially for these team fights. And the turtle fight will still be going in Evil's favor, as it looks like.
Detonus welcome onto Carrot, still tanking so much damage. Bray gets that last hit on that turtle wall charge, but to no avail. Gets that spin out of the way, trying to push Bray out of his zones. Jaces tries to follow up and clean up the crew right here, but Rough Waves will be able to take Sailor out of the game as of now. A lot of them are going down low. Here comes Twist, a little bit too late to the party. Won't be able to follow anything up, but he gets the decimate onto Godzilla. So that's a nice little discount for the fact that Evil lost that turtle and lost all of their members.
Look, I don't like the changes that Evil is taking right now. Evil is going to these fights outnumbered and outgunned at this point. RSG is doing this very well on the opposite side though. I mean, Bray coming in from the side, stealing the turtle, and then finishing off the low HP heroes on Evil's side. It's, RSG once again showing why they were the 3-time winning champions of MPLSG.
Yeah, and Martin's just not finding the...
Oh, hold on a second. The Kajita combo coming in as...
Time and time
Oh,
again.
no. Time again. Sailor, nowhere safe.
Sailor looks as if he's kind of crumbling under the pressure a little bit. Hey, he's taking these overextended kind of pushes where he already sees, the Kaja or the Kadena, and he's not just respecting that. He's already been punched 3 times. I wonder how many more times it's going to be till he learns this lesson.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Roger to actually pull up a win condition to kind of protect Sailor by peeling and just farming away, trying to split push as much as possible, catch up the farm versus CS. But CS is having a great game. And look at that!
Is that fine? He's got a divine judgment again. Tempest of Blades. Finally, I get to say that though. Powerful. Tries to go in. Derry forced to use that flicker out the way. Closer. Trying to get that flank and trying to aim for Sailor, but he's trapped and all alone. 4 members on him. He gets picked off. Closer finally goes down. It's a 1-1.
I gotta say, RSG are reading my mind right now. As I was just saying, Jaces was the main factor to help Sailor come back into the game, and they picked him off. And just look at the amount of damage CS already has on Twist. Twist, mind you, is not going for a damage build. It's going for a tanky build. And he's still getting chunked down by CS.
It's a lot of damage from CS though. Godzilla will finally get taken out. Divine Judgment underneath the turret though. One more hit. Derry will pick up that kill onto Powerful. It's a free Lord. Jace is way too deep into the backside. A lot of damage from Closer and CS. Is trying to get that kill. Bray onto the backline on his own. He's got the Tempest of Blades. He's got the moves. He's got the Shivel Jivel. He's got the dashes though. And pushing everyone away. Jace tries to go for that kill. He's doing a lot of damage, but it might not be enough. Evil only takes 1 and no more as RSG takes down 2 more from Evil.
Alright, so right now we're actually seeing the gold lead increase. Right now, RSG is at 2.5k gold lead in comparison to Team Evil. RSG is playing this game really, really well. It seems as if they're trying to do a Lord attempt. This seems a bit risky, but they see Jace's on the top at the gold lane, so they maybe they just don't have enough damage to deal with it.
Oh, it's a 1-1 on that top side. Out the camera though, Jace's will get taken out by Bray. He's just finding kills all over the board now. The Lord was just a distraction though.
It was a fake it. But look at this Bray on Ling. This is what we've been looking forward to the entire time. He is 8-1 right now.
You don't leave an assassin open for Bray. You gotta pick that out. It's like the Singapore and Kyrie.
That's right.
Okay, now Divine Justice onto Carrot. He gets pinned down to the wall. The Kajita combo will miss. Rough Waves, but here comes Bray. Here for the swoop in, and they will take 1 and they will disengage. They want to go for the main objectives since now they have the upper hand. Powerful and Jace's go. Oh my goodness me. Bray dealing tons of damage, gets pinned down to the wall, finally gets taken out, but no, he gets that runaway. Tempest of Blades coming in. gets that trumps and takes that power from the process. He's still got his retribution. He'll be waiting on that Lord though. It's a free Lord over to RSG. They're just outplaying Evil, one play after another.
RSG is looking so dang good right now. They're executing all their plans, and I'm not sure if you noticed, but Davey is definitely going to be my MVP this game. He is picking off every single person of Team Evil. It's ridiculous.
Good conceal play. No avail. Detonus welcome onto Jace's. Not having a good game. He gets picked off yet again. The pullback onto Twist. He gets taken. Now CS just free hitting from the backside. Powerful eventually takes down the Godzilla, but that's the only thing that he can take down.
It's a 3-for-1, and Team Evil needs to stop taking these trades. These trades are not worth it, you know? Yeah, they trade Godzilla's life, but Godzilla's 2, 3, and 10. Only assists.
Picking the card out early. I mean, that was just RSG's game plan right there. Just find the key pluck offs. Even if it's on Carrot, even if it's on Twist, just one will do.
It's just Bray all over the map. Now the Lord marching down on that top side. Evil, they have it in them to just defend against the skirmish that RSG is going to be picking up. Derry might have got a fleeting time as well, so the Divine Justice is at the ready, armed and at the ready.
Look at the damage that CS is doing to Powerful. It's just a few, auto attacks, and Powerful is at half his health. And this is an Akai that we're talking about. This is not Jace's. This is not a Vexana. It's a tank. There's just so much damage coming out right now.
And Twist will not be able to find any space to go in. Just Martis just not being the character that you want to see being the first in. And Inhibitor turret already being taken down.
Man, yes! So much damage. She's taking a lot of damage. She's getting that Battle Mirror BMI out of the way. But Carrot is in a very tough spot right here. Grace trapped in that backline. Decimate will finally take him down and shut him down in that process. The CS gets that BMI out of the way as well. Twist doing the work and gets a double kill onto CS. Godzilla misses the Petrify, gets the rough waves, and gets out. It's finally some lease of life from Evil. 2 kills for 1.
I actually concur. I actually think this is actually RSG's mistake. RSG is being a little bit too overconfident. They overstayed their welcome, and Evil sees the opportunities and punishes them for that. It's RSG needs to take a little bit of a chill pill, rewind a few of the steps, farm up a little bit more. They have this game in the bag, right? If you notice, Team Evil has not taken a single turret from Team RSG.
Man. But that's just stored away gold for Evil at the moment. If you think about scaling, they do have the Vexana to scale as a mage into the late game as well. But RSG, their key factor will be on CS. If CS goes for these type of plays again, where he's out in the open, that would mean RSG's downfall.
We're looking for conceal play and the collapse onto Derry though. Will not be able to have enough damage to take him down. They're away from that Lord. They don't have all the resources to take it down. But here comes RSG for a re-engage with Divine Justice onto Jace's alone. He might not be able to get out of here. Oh man, it's his inevitable doom. He might be. Oh wait, no! Jace's one more hit. Okay, he will get taken out. Okay, he's got me there for the first half. Okay.
We can see Jay. And that's why they picked. That's why they picked the Roger, right, for his mobility. I mean,
okay, I gotta be honest. They got me in the first half. I thought Jace's would have been able to survive that, but no conceal play for both sides as of this skirmish. With the Lord marching in on that bottom area, they need to be able to defend this one.
Extremely good disengage from RSG on the mid lane catch, just prioritizing the Lord. And with this, they will have almost all inhibitor turrets under threat from Evil right now.
CS
potentially the game.
The Lord is just hacking away at the turret right now. They have
nice little wall charge right there. Derry will finally he will be able to escape with a sliver of health, but blocked up by the wall. But there we go, Twist gets that counter re-engage. Derry with an older respect though. Temples Ablaze getting popped up, a little dance from Bray and gets out of that way.
This is a massacre right now coming in from Team RSG. But yet, without any minion waves, they have to just back up and heal up. Just get ready for the next fight. I mean,
on paper, it does seem like a split push kind of composition with an assassin like a Ling. Faces up very well against a team fight composition that Evil is known to go for. What is the counterplay for Evil right here at this juncture? No turrets whatsoever, hasn't touched the turret at all. Do they just wait like sitting ducks? You have to check the brushes for where Godzilla is at all points of time.
Evil just has to double down on this death ball. They have no choice at this point. They have to find prey. They have to find this kind of pickup. Yes.
Rough waves into a nice little kill by Sayla. But that's the only kill that they will have for a pretty long while. Take a lot of itemizations there. Anything you can tell us?
I mean, if you look at Claude at this point, there's no fighting him in terms of physical damage. It's just a lot of damage output that will be coming out from him. And look at Ling. Ling is going for full physical damage as well.
Is that an endless battle on the Vexana? that is an endless battle. And another endless battle on. Wait, that's a veil. That's a veil, but that's a Ling. So I think the graphics just a little bit not in the right place. But it doesn't matter right here because RSG is trying to go for another one with the Divine Justice. Won't be able to mount up to anything as of now. Just slowly farming up.
But what we've yet to see from Evil is them committing to a team fight, a 5-man team fight that they're known for doing. And it's just been them getting picked off by Divine Judgments once and once again.
But look, I'm not sure if they're even capable. Oh my god, Ray just comes in and steals the orange buff. But look, I'm actually not sure if they're capable even to take the 5v5 team fights at this point. They're just way too behind. They're down 5.3k gold. Yes, it may not seem like a huge amount yet, but right now, all the carries on Team RSG's side has the items that they want. They're almost at full build. They're gonna be able to burst down through the whole team.
They can't fight this Lord. Yeah, they can't fight this Lord. Vexana is on creep clearing duty at this point.
A nice little charge here. Powerful gets stunned up, gets the heavy spin, but will not be able to save him as of now. There's just one down wall charge. Will be able to take CS out. Jace's just a little bit consolation prize for himself. But all the members of Evil are low. They need to get back and defend their base because this is going to be a big one.
If CS is down, I don't think that RSG will be able to fight this team fight as well. Derry, already using the flicker, will not have it available for another catch.
Actually, if you realize just now that team fight, CS was a little bit too overconfident. He was running straight down mid and using his ultimate to try to deal as much damage. But I think it was really well played from Evil. Once they saw CS coming in, they all split up in different directions, right? So it was extremely well played. They kind of mitigated as much damage that RSG could do and prevented RSG from playing their game plan.
Yeah, what CS needs to do with this Wind of Nature is to catch out the Vexana, and look at this!
Oh, another rough waves, but a lot of damage onto the tanks of Evil, so that's a wasted ultimate right there. Powerful still has his respin. Lord gets chunked down. They will not be able to engage on this one. Derry finally goes down. Immortality pops. Will get knocked up. Derry actually survives this one. Jace slowly but surely takes everyone down. RSG needs to disengage. They didn't have CS in that Lord skirmish, and they are back on that defense. Another time that they can save themselves for the next Lord. Just they need to play this, make this play time and time again until RSG lets down.
Yeah, look, RSG needs, I think they really, like I mentioned earlier, need to take a chill pill. They need to go back, lick their wounds a little bit, farm up more gold.
Godzilla has to use the rough waves to disengage at this point.
Yeah, but at this point, RSG just needs to turtle up a little bit, right? I mean, look, they're not at a back foot at all, but if they just farm it a little bit more, wait for the next Lord, take the Lord, and push together with it. CS needs to play a little bit more safe. Right, he's got a good team around him right now. All he needs to do is find the right opportunity to pop off before wiping out Evil.
Yeah, RSG's win condition is on CS finding Sayla. If he uses his Wind of Nature and he gets Sayla, that's the end of the team fight because that's all their magic damage, that output, extreme. But Jace's has been finding the picks onto CS consistently.
Yeah, and just now, actually, we noticed Davey tried to actually use Divine Judgment onto Jace's, but Jace's was playing the keep away game. He was constantly using, his form changes to get out of range from Davey, and that's what he needs to keep doing, right? As long as he's able to self-heal, and
Let's get a Kachita combo yet again. He gets petrified. Carrot finally goes down yet again. You're getting the outnumber advantage. Conceal play already popped up. Closer, no ultimate as of now. No more divine justice in rough ways, but we're able to be pushing Evil back out from that Lord. So call it a zone, but RSG is zoning them all the way back to their base. Evil, they're a sitting duck yet again. But after all of this, though, RSG just sitting comfortably at 3,600 gold lead only. There's no way in heck that RSG was able to increase that because of the lane management that Evil was able to provide. But this might be the do all die all. As long as CS doesn't go down, just like that, they might be able to come back into this game.
Yeah, and Carrot just overestimating his tankiness right there. I was just gonna say, in terms of lineup, in terms of matchups alone, Carrot being the front line, Powerful being the front line, Twist being the front line, they have a lot of inherent tankiness, but they need to stop getting picked off from the side of Evil.
If you notice, actually, 4 out of 5 the members of Team Evil have the Immortal. So they're ready to die and come back. They know that this is the final do or die moments of the game. So all of them opted to take
they got Sailor though! Sailor finally went down with the Divine Justice, finding the right targets. Everyone's going down. The Lord's still alive. They're aiming for the throne. RSG takes the game. Our predictions are thrown out the window. The first game won by RSG. They are not the underdogs. They were never the underdogs, showing us and proving us who's still the boss.
I love to be proven wrong. RSG 2-1 to Evil first game of the day.
And none of us got it right. Everyone's just like, let's just go for the fact that Evil has been doing pretty well. They just destroyed RSG in the first game, but RSG was like, hey, everyone's doubting us. Let's show them who's boss.
I actually think, look, it's just a warm-up game for them, right?
It was. This is what I've been saying all the way through. I mean, with Bray knowing how Derry operates, they're just like, I just woke up. It's way too early for this. But then after the first game, no, man, it's a slap to wake them up.
Oh, they were like, look, we can't go back first game losing, right? So we need to go change that. And look, I think change of strategy was perfect by Team RSG.
Look at how cute Derry is. Derry's having a lot of fun with the cute little cheek pouches. Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
I don't know, but it's adorable, man.
That's adorable.
When a girl does it, when I do it, it's like,
you're adorable. You're adorable.
Okay. That being said, let's go back into the game. What went so right for RSG and what went so wrong for Evil?
Well, as Croissant said, Derry. Derry being the Kaja that was always there.
The Divine Judgments were perfect. If you look at it, every single... 90% of the team fights, Derry goes in, snatches the right team member. And even if he wasn't able to get it, he got the next best thing. Right? He got the next best thing in bursting down either the Vexana or the Roger. It's I tell you, putting Derry on a hero that he's so comfortable in, it shows. It really shows in this game. Get him off the healers, get him off the enchanters, put him on the engagers. We saw it in the Eve, we saw it in the Kaja, and that's RSG's win con.
We'll be able to see who the MVP. Maybe
I feel
might
it's
be
Bray,
Derry,
though.
but maybe it might be Godzilla even. Godzilla's been playing so well over the past 2 games. Just that Kadita alone, I think Evil wasn't expecting that. Might not. I don't know. We'll just have to see. Let's take a look on the screen right here. It is that Bray. The Brayling.
Let me just elaborate on why Bray was the MVP. Despite the fact that he had got so many kills, he got so much damage. When Derry was doing this all in the front line, Bray was disrupting the team fights in the back line, finding the picks onto Sailor consistently. If Derry just got someone like a Grok in, someone like probably a tank Martis in, they could not follow up because Bray was at the back line with the Tempest of Swords, always disrupting.
Yeah, I gotta say though, his equipment is very immaculate. It's very interesting because he sold his jungle boots just to get the winter truncheon because he doesn't really need movement speed. He's always on the walls and he's always flying and dashing around. He's got the Haas claws as well, so he's giving him a little bit more sustainability when he goes in. And he's so nutty with the Tempest of Blades already. He's just dancing, prancing around. Every single one of Team Evil, as long as Sailor gets out of the way, no more Eternal Guard. That's it for Team Evil though. Like, Bray is pretty much just diving to that backside and taking every weak ones down. So we'll be able to see the post-game battle statistics. They can look at all of the items that players have been using all throughout game number 3. What do you guys think of the itemizations coming in?
So Vexana did not build an endless battle.
Disappointment.
Wait, then I think was it a Blood Wings? I think it was
Yeah, it's
Blood
probably
Wings in the
Blood
middle of
Wings.
the game. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was.
And I mean, Twist, picking a Martis on the EXP lane, I mean, you want it to be tanky, but there are better heroes that can do that. You don't want a Martis to build up tank, because with the decimation, you want to snowball as much as possible. That's what Martis was made for, and it's not made to be a tank.
I felt like, Terizla probably would have been a really good pick in this composition, right? Someone who's
Exactly.
able to disrupt the backline, someone who's able to soak up the damage, and someone who's just be a pain in RSG's side. Unfortunately, I think even though Martis was picked up, I think they did the best they could with what they had, and we did see Martis secure some of the kills in the middle of the team fight. So definitely props to Twist for being able to play, I guess, Martis the way that he did play it, given the situation that he was kind of shoehorned in.
No, I think it's interesting because Evil usually doesn't really do well in the regular season. That's a pattern that we've been seeing since Season 3. In the regular season, they've been like losing, they've been in the lower brackets, but they always fight their way up to the top. So maybe this is still the first day, the first game, the first series. They might be able to come back tomorrow, maybe.
Still testing things out.
Maybe still testing
We
things
did
out.
see a lot of different lineups coming through from them today. Compared to what RSG were doing, they had a clear motive. RSG wanted to shut down Sayla's picks. They always took out the Loi. They always took out the Fredrin. They always took out the other mages as well. For Ramis, yes, for Ramis, first game we saw the Lilia being banned as
There was
well.
a Phoveus too.
Yeah, there was
for
a
Sayla. So I really concur with you. I think they're just playing around, trying to test things out, see what works. Because I think in their minds they know that they are able to win RSG. It's just that I want to pick up that Martis first. I think it was the breakdown that draft. Martis was picked up first along with the Grok, and then after that, since they picked up the Kaja and the Kadita, they went for the Akai pick. So I think it was just shifting things around during the draft that was one of the main problems of Team Evil.
Yeah, I think being flexible with your picks is always a strength, but in this kind of situation, unfortunately, it was a weakness for Team Evil. I really feel that Team Evil needed to go back to kind of what they were really, really good at, and picking the death ball compositions, right? The Martis, as we mentioned before, was really, really weird. But
Yeah, so, I mean, with that being said, we will be able to see what the players, or actually hear what the players are talking about and thinking during the game itself, because we're going to be bringing up the mic check. Here we go.
Hey, they back. Hey, tower first, guys. Hey, for us. Hey, mark me. Hey, burns. Round burns. Nice! Lot. Out. Hey, sila. One by one. A lot first. A lot. Hey, go. Nice. Hey, lot. I got Nita.
Guys, ito roti. Fighting, guys.
Oi, powerful. I down.
Guys, sama guys.
Sorry, I down.
One by one.
Hey, watch me. Nice one. And
Santai, guys. Relax.
Nice. Yeah, coming.
Hey, go. Hey,
Tree.
Nice, lah, guys.
Hey, Akai. Hey, help me a bit. Nice one. Nice.
Guys, I got bot, guys.
Hey, don't care the Marty. Hey, Maka.
Hey, Roger.
Nice.
Nice one. Hey, go. Just take go.
Sila.
Oh, yeah, Maka go. I cancel the go out.
Slowly.
Yeah. And. Nice.
Well, that was just an incredible moment for both sides. I mean, it was, I think, for RSG's side, though, Derry was always so quiet. He lets the side lanes do the talking. And that is pretty much unheard of in a lot of the competitions that we've seen. It's usually like the roam in the mid side, where it's hot crazy. But on the late game, it's always closer. It's always like, makan already, which means I eat already, come for me. I think the biggest change was the target prioritization that came in. This, I think, I'm reading your mind right now. That's what you want to think. The first game, it was like, everyone's everywhere. But second and third game, man, that's crazy, though.
And we do have a surprise for you guys today. So we
Yes,
do
sir.
have a phantom fourth caster who I've been looking at off the
Yeah.
screen.
Season 7 is a season that, season of change.
It's a season of new things.
Season of new things.
And
We've got another segment, though.
Yeah.
Got another segment. So I'm gonna go ahead and introduce this. It's another segment called Off the Desk, and with us we have Kin Tofu. Kin, take it away.
What's up, guys? This is your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Tofu here. I'm gonna be hosting this part of our news section, right, which is gonna be the analyst desk. So I'm gonna walk through some of the key moments that happened from the first game to the last game itself, concluding this first series of the day. And of course, RSG, I think they didn't have the best start at all, and it all started with the first fight by RSG as well as Evo. And you can take a look here. Evo was, we've known them to be the team fight team, right? So it's pretty clear how they like to take team fights here. Let me just give this a play. And you can see they're waiting for moments where there's a lot of usage of resources from the side of RSG. And one of the main things you will see is the fact that Bray is going to use his Spear of Alpha here defensively. And that is a marker that Evo actually takes on to make sense of this fight, right? So you can take a look at that. This is the usage of his ultimate to run away. And there's also a line drawn here right at the bottom in the mid lane. If you take a look at what the roams are doing, is essentially cutting out the Florin from the team fight. So there's no way there's going to be heals coming in from the Florin, and that's how they have fully committed. So Evo, with this first team fight victory, actually, kind of stampeded down and snowballed till the end of game 1 itself. So I'm just going to let this play for a little bit. You guys will see the aftermath of this. And, not only that, he stops the heals from coming in, he goes in, Mr. Carrot comes in to get the stuns in as well. And, this entire game for the first game itself, it was stun after stun. Bray could not do much closer, was always isolated away from the fights as well. Right, and this will conclude the first game itself. Second game, it was the game for comebacks, right? So RSG did a very good job of trying to break the base. They made sure that all options were not available for the side of Evo. And one of the main things that you will see that you achieve in this team fight is the fact that they lock Jace's together with the team, right? And this is where Dairy proves his point. We don't want Dairy on a healer. We want Dairy on an attacking force, right? Another thing is this finally allows Closer to play his Terizla to the maximum, right? In game 1, one of the things that you will notice is that Closer doesn't get that entry point. He doesn't get those good penalty zones. And even if he does, he dies because there is no damage coming in from the rest of the team. So finally, with the change and the change of Dairy going into a more attacking-minded hero itself, especially with someone as painful as Edith, he gets the knockdown, he gets the damage in, Closer secures the fight. You will see later on, JC gets caught twice, right? This fight is going to be in 2 parts. I'm going to go to the first part here. Right, so you see the triangle drawn by the side of RSG. And every single time you have Dairy in one of the triangular formats here, and if Jace is within that triangle, he dies almost instantaneously. Right, so you can see this is the first part of the fight. He's not going to die here just yet. He does have the flicker. But the second part of the fight, he gets caught once again in this huge, big bunch of damage. And that Petrify, that does it. Right, Roy, or Mr. Godzilla now, as his new name, he's the one that cleans up the game itself. Now, third game was a bit of a spicy one. I was actually on my toes as well. Now, one thing I want you to notice is the fact that Godzilla on this Kadita makes sure that he's always seen on the map, right? So Evo has to take notice of this Kadita. There is no ignoring this, which means there's a threat. They are always drawn in a straight line. They can't exactly go in as long as Godzilla still has his ultimate. Right? So with rough waves, that is the insurance policy, and you can see the way that Evo positions themselves. They don't want to take this fight too hard. At the same time, there's so much catch potential coming in from the side of RSG. Dairy with the Divine Judgment, you have the Daytona's Welcome as well from the Barats. And last but not least, you have the Godzilla Rough Waves with the Petrify as well. So there's many forms of catch. And the way that Evo tries to approach this fight, they're trying to get the Archive to come in, to get the heavy spin, to maybe move them away. And at this point, it's not really, the most critical moment yet. It's 9.5 minutes. It's not an enhanced lot. But this is one of the first neutral objectives of the game that's going to change the state. You've seen the later part of the game, it really was tower defense, right? Three lanes of Mega Minions crashing in. But it all started from this particular moment here. Right, so they're going to be able to get carried out, and that's going to be one defensive measure gone. And right off the bat, the moment you have someone that doesn't allow the opponent to play in tight corners, you have free reign of the map. And exactly this is what our dear mid laner Godzilla did here with the stun as well. So he actually helps to capture and push them in a straight line on the left hand side of the map. Everyone is away from the neutral objective. There's no way of safe entry. Right, so I'm just gonna let this play all the way to the end. We're gonna see the big team fight here with that lack of entry. This is RSG's game all the way, and from this point on, it was pretty clear there was no way Evo was gonna get any more lords. All right, and with that, I'm gonna take a pause here. We have much more action to give you guys today, so I'm gonna throw it over to Cheryl. Cheryl, please help me out as we take a look at what's gonna be happening for the rest of today.
Thank you so much, Kid. Now I have Bray here beside me. Congratulations on the win, first of all, because I'm pretty sure a lot of people had their doubts. We had audience prediction, we had casters prediction, all of them were on Evo's side. But the fact that you won today, you and your team won today, is there anything you want to say?
Honestly, we didn't really care about the casters prediction at all, because we know that all we need to do is to do our best and trust each other and believe in the new players also. So it's like we don't want to give them doubt that we will win, because it will ruin their mental for the upcoming matches and all. So we just help each other with the mental, and then just comfort each other.
Okay, definitely when it comes to RSG, or rather Bray by extension, there is definitely an elephant in the room. With that being, we have to bring the time back to Season 6, Game 6. Is there anything you want to say about that particular moment which resulted in the loss? Just since we have everybody's here, we could just make it official. If there's anything you would like to just say about, that incident in particular.
For the Game 6, that time it was my mistake because I celebrated too early. So I thought the base ended already, so I just threw the phone on the table, and then I end up, it was like one hit, and it caused us to lose because of my early celebration, and then feel very bad afterwards, and my mental couldn't reset.
I really, really understand, and I really empathize with the situation as well. Just for context, Bray, how old are you?
19 this year.
He's 19. So last year you were 18 years old.
Yeah.
So it's crazy that immense amount of pressure on an 18-year-old, guy playing on a competitive level. Definitely, everybody is human. All of our players are human as well, who makes mistakes. So, Bray, I'd just like to understand from you, how was your state of mind, especially at that moment where even fans turned against you? How are you feeling, after the tourney itself?
At that period, I was very down. Because I know I couldn't do anything else. I can just only regret. So at that period of time, I was just staying away from social media and all, because it's quite bad to see all the content they did on me and all.
Yes, I really feel it. I even told him as well to stay away from social media. But what I hope everybody would do is understand that all of our players are human and be kinder, especially when you leave comments right here on any of the social media platforms. Let's keep it a non-toxic environment per se, and let's cheer on our pride, our passion, our boys right here. Now, moving on to the topic itself. Question, I have to be really hard on you. What happened in the draft in game 1?
Oh. For the first game draft, it was my first time drafting, so I kind of panicked and I didn't really draft properly. So it costed us to lose the game.
Yeah, which leads me to my next question. Even if I don't ask, people are already asking, why is there Bray being everything like Team Evil now? You know, no coach, no analyst, you being the captain. Basically, a lot of hats on Bray right now. What was it? Just a difficult match from the previous season, which allowed, you know, certain resources being pulled back from the team.
Yeah, I guess you can say that.
So you have to prove your worth now to get all the resources back.
Yes.
So now slowly win
Yeah.
win one game, then the next game the coach will come ready.
Yes.
All right, let's hope this works out. And okay, so now RSG SG is like a car, right? But the entire car got overhauled, but the exterior of the shell is the car is the same. So, you know, what do you have to say about people who are looking at RSG now? It's like, hey, all these new faces, you know, will they have a chance at being the champion once again?
I mean, to be honest, this season any team can be champions. But you see the lineups from all the other teams is all different. So we can see a lot of different and new potential players. And maybe they will be the next shining player. Who knows?
So everybody stands a chance here?
Yes.
Fantastic. So it's a free-for-all. Good luck, Bray, on this journey once more to fight to become champion. And good luck to RSG. Thank you so much. All right, so that was Bray right here from RSG SG clinching the very first game, the very first series right here for MPLSG Week 1, Day 1's first series. So that's amazing. Now, next up is a highly anticipated match. Why? Because we see our defending champions, Team Flash, go up against Homebois SG, definitely a crowd favorite. Now, Homebois SG is seeking to replicate the success of their Malaysian counterparts who have secured championship for MPL MY Season 12. Will they be en route to that journey to match their Malaysian counterparts? It will all unveil in the match later on at 1 p.m. See you then.
JPL.
Brother, you just put the whole Team Flash in that top 3. Both sides. What the hell?
We got the best, we got the best and the worst.
Yeah.
It's a balance. Everything is there for balance.
Okay. JPL, Lozy, and one more.
One more. One more.
No, please. Not him. Not him.
Qualifiers cannot put, right?
Ken.
Oh, can. Then Miku.
Miku. What do you have against Miku?
No, he just changed to Roma, then yeah, he became the worst.
Okay. Miku appeared in MPL for quite a few times.
Yeah.
He was a mid laner.
Yeah, that's why he changed to Roma and then become the worst.
Now, Diablo, your turn. Top 3 players.
3 players. agree with Vanix's list, but Vanix changed to me. But me changed to Vanix, you know.
Okay.
Vanix, Kurt, and Hades. Yeah.
Okay. Bottom 3 players? Is it the
Bottom
same?
3. I can't disagree.
But do you have more?
More. Let me think. Actually, I don't have anyone
Ex
right now.
teammates, current teammates?
Not right now. Not right now.
Not right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so more or less the same.
Yeah.
So both of you just said that you guys have the best players and the worst players in
Yeah.
Singapore. And people said that you're the best team.
The best team will always have a balance.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Then let me also ask, right? I don't think I've asked this. Are your parents supportive of your esports journey?
Mine was supportive right now, but before it takes time.
Takes time. When was the season when you decided, okay, you're good?
When was the season? I think it was when I first win.
Season 3.
Yeah, but that one was still like they just saw lah, but never say much. Then season 4 I won again because I was keep.
OSIM.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
All right, ladies and gents, currently we're joining with Team Flash. This is Diablo and also Vanix. Vanix, the inevitable. Vanix, why don't you do a round of introductions first?
Hello, I'm Vanix from Team Flash and I play Golin here.
Okay, Diablo?
I'm Diablo from Team Flash.
You need to look down the jersey first.
I'm the EXP laner for the team.
Okay. Question immediately. Why do you leave your RSG?
Well, I feel Flash is stronger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're leaving behind Bray. Do you have anything to say to him?
To Bray, next season I'll show you why IG can't win without me.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. People are saying that. Okay, I was interviewing Bleed earlier just now. They're saying that Bray is the one carrying the team.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say about that?
I agree to a certain extent, but ultimately the win con is still me lah.
So, Vanix, who do you think is the win con for Team Flash this season?
I think the win con for Team Flash is everybody. I think even Puski can be a win con in our team. Even though he came from Alchemy, but he's still good.
He's good.
Yeah,
That's
he's a-
why you pick him up from Alchemy?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We want to stop the trend.
Wait, then last season no win con, man?
Last season no win con. Last season have lah, but not everyone.
Who is that? Who's Okay,
Who,
wait, who? Why? Like, okay, let me guess. It's the one that's not in Team Flash right now, right?
You mean the WinCon?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Is that why you dropped him?
I guess so.
Next question will be: you're still so you're going to Poly this season as well.
Yeah.
You're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, then how are you gonna have you juggled work pro play and school before?
Yeah, since the day I started, yeah, I've been juggling quite well. Yeah, even during my intern, I still playing.
How's
Yeah.
it like?
It's quite tiring cause every day I need to wake up very early, then end late also, then go back home scream. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, we also mentioned that Hades mentioned in an interview before that Team Flash has the best gold laner in Singapore in season 6. That was before you even like appeared as a gold laner.
Before season 6.
Around season 6.
Oh.
When they recruited Hades.
Oh.
Do you think you're the best gold laner?
I think I am the best gold laner in Singapore.
Then who do you think is your biggest threat in MPL Singapore?
I think FMM.
Wait, FMM?
Yeah, FMM.
But he's playing gold lane. He's playing Rome.
Yeah, but I think he's still the best gold lane. No one can compete with him.
FMM, please come back to the gold lane. Thank you very much. Diablo, let's ask that question to you. Who is the strongest EXP right now besides you?
I think that shouldn't be a question.
Stop it, give me like so much.
Yeah, that's okay.
Who is the best EXP laner right now?
Definitely, I still think it's me, but not trying to be overconfident here, but definitely there are people who can step up to that role, but right now I feel like I'm not past my prime yet, so I will still hold that title until one day.
What do you think about JPL still coming back as a Roma?
JPL, I would say his brain is in his prime. His hands yes, sometimes.
Okay, great. Then who do you think can rival you right now in MPL Singapore as an EXP laner?
I'm not looking for anyone to rival me because I want to rival the best in the world.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. But who do you think is slowly creeping behind you?
Slowly creeping behind. I think Puski.
Puski?
That's why he's my sub. I will teach him to be the best.
Puski came from Alchemy. Why did he leave Alchemy?
That's a question I haven't asked him yet, but
In your
probably he
opinion?
wants to gain experience. That's why coming to Flash.
Okay.
But yeah,
So right now you're also schooling the second best EXP laner in your opinion.
he's the up and coming Diablo in the future. Yeah.
What about Twist?
Twist is strong. I say yeah, she's strong.
Twist or Puski?
Twist or Puski. If Twist joins Flash, then Twist.
If you want to win, join Team Flash. That's what Diablo is also doing right now. That's the meta, chat. That's the meta, everybody. Okay, then, question. Vanix, top 3 themes in Singapore right now.
Top 3 teams in
Excluding
Singapore.
you. Everybody put you guys as top 3 immediately.
Okay.
But I don't want you to put yourself.
Homeboys.
Top 3.
Yeah, for me top 3 lah.
Homeboys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then EXCO.
Okay.
And one more team Asteris.
Bro, are you sure you're answering my question properly? That's top 3, not bottom 3.
So you're saying the bottom 3?
Oh! That is a backfire. That is a backfire. You got backfire. Coming from Vanix.
I wasn't expecting that.
Coming from Vanix.
Okay,
Damn.
bottom 3, let's go.
Bottom 3, let's go.
In your opinion, let's go.
My opinion. I think. Well, actually, I'm not sure about what other team. Wait.
Okay, let me ask you that question once again.
Okay.
Let me switch it around instead of bottom 3 teams. Who do you think this season will get relegated?
Whoa, relegated. Maybe RG.
Wow. RSG.
Maybe.
Okay. One more?
One more. Maybe Vanguard also.
Vanguard. What? Do you have anything against Vanguard?
Nothing. It's just they don't look strong.
They don't look strong. Oh,
Mm.
yeah, we ignored Vanguard in most of them. Why do you think they don't look strong?
The goal inner Lakshan, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he's good at all. He used to be my teammate, but I don't think he's good.
He's not good.
Yeah, and then their imports, I don't know. I don't know any of them.
Yikes. Okay. Because you guys imported the best in the Philippines
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me turn that question over to Diablo as well. Top 3 teams, let's go.
Top 3. I agree with Vanny's list. I mean, they are looking pretty solid this season. It's not supposed to laugh, guys. These are legitimate answer, you know.
Okay.
Homebois SG, EXCO, and Asteris, all champion material teams. You know, we're looking for the dark horses this season, and
Yep.
3 of them are the dark horses.
All right, let me ask that question again. So, Diablo, who do you think will be relegated this season?
As much as I don't want to see this, but probably Bleed and RSG.
Why is it Bleed and RSG?
Because you gotta to rise to the top, you gotta start from the bottom. So I believe that's what they should do.
Okay. Bleed was top 6 last season. RSG is top 2. Do you think Bleed, with this change of roster, is stronger or weaker?
Definitely. Actually, I
You
don't
don't
really
know
put that in my radar. So
Wow. So you just
Yeah.
ignore Bleed like that. Okay.
yeah,
I mean, you technically have been fighting Bleed as RSG as so long. Now you're gonna be fighting RSG as well
yeah. I'm looking forward to fight RSG.
because you want to be known as the win con of RSG.
Actually, no.
Okay.
Truth to be told, I just want to fight Bray.
This is your first time going up against Bleed.
Yeah, I've never fought him before,
Okay.
so I'm looking forward to it.
How do you start, Vanix? How do you start being a pro player?
How did I start?
Hmm.
I think it was when Zion first formed. Then, one of the members there asked me if I'm interested to play lah. Then I went for trials, and then Potato was my coach at that time.
Then you were playing as a jungler back in Zion.
Yeah.
You disappeared for one season or 2, I think.
No, I didn't disappear.
Okay, never mind. Then, so what made you change into a gold laner?
I think it was season 4 where I played goalie in the playoff. I think because we were doing very badly, and yeah, then we decided to let Potato come in and let me play the goal in. Then we tried, and it worked decently. And then after that, Flash asked me if I want to become the goal in for the team lah. Then I okay oh. Yeah.
I don't. Now that I remembered that, I don't know why there's a gap in my memory saying that I don't remember you in a gold lane. That was season 4 as a gold lane.
Yeah, in playoff lah, but regular seasons I was still playing jungle.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's why. But why can't I remember you as a gold lane?
Maybe because I was last place during season 4.
Diablo, do you have any comment?
I have no comments.
I remember I literally wrote you off as how did it suddenly, what changed in you to suddenly become, hey, you're the best gold lane? Like, I completely forgot you as a gold lane.
Oh.
What was the difference?
I think it's just cause last time is the marksman jungle meta, and then I always play the marksman. Then I know all the positioning and stuff lah. So I think goalie is suitable for me. Yeah, it's more comfortable and all. Yeah.
Okay. How do you start as a pro player?
I would say it's through scouting by teams before I joined. But before I joined, I was like any other ranked players out there, just playing my own game when I'm free, and then sometimes just feeling like like basically what people are doing right now. Just feeling good when I win ranked games, that's all. But from time to time, I join small tournaments to get some experience, and that's where teams scouted me out for the first season of MPLSG, and I was looking forward to it. So I went for the trials, and initially I passed for the teams that I wanted to join. So yeah, here I am. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I start.
Then, if you have do you have something to say to players that would like to be like you?
I would say just don't give up. Just continue striving for it. But end of the day, playing rank and coming to MPL is different. So even if you fail your first season here, just make sure you learn and just make sure you take back what's important if you do join MPL. Because when you first come in, you understand how it feels like when to fight against teams with better experience that rank cannot give you. Yeah.
Okay, both of you went to the world stage before, albeit a different team. Vanix, your first time debuting in the world stage. What's that feeling like?
It feels great to represent Singapore and playing in a world stage. But then it's my first time also, so I faced a lot of challenge. Like I will get nervous and all, cause it's fighting the best teams among the region. Yeah, so I'll get nervous and yeah, but I still played quite okay.
Who did you find the scariest to face in Gold Lane when you're playing international? Who's the scariest?
You mean the goal laner?
Gold laners, yeah.
I think Super Marco. Yeah, he was in my group in M5 and he's their team is the best lah. So I'm fighting the best goal laner in the world. So it's tough.
Okay. So Diablo, when Vanix went to the world stage for the first time, were you watching?
Yeah, I was.
What do you think about his performance?
I think it was great, considering it was his first time, as he said, and he's up against the best team in the world. But during that time, everybody thought Onyx was the best, so I would consider AP Brand the second best team they were facing Brand. But his performance was good, even against one of the best goal laners there.
Okay. All right. Now let's come back to MPL Singapore just a little bit. Name me the top 3 players. Vanix.
Top 3 players. Any role.
Any role. Don't give me that bait and switch.
Top 3 players. Imports also counted, right?
Counted.
Okay. Hades.
Okay.
Kurt. And Diablo. Yeah.
Okay.
Only in Team Flash the best players.
Wow. Okay. That's what we call multiplicization. Now, the worst 3 players.
Worst 3 players Lozzy. No, I have a reason for that.
Okay.
Because he already then the mechanics also drop down now.
Is that why he's a coach?
Yeah, he's a coach. Yeah.
Okay. Another 2 more.
Another 2 more. JPL.
Brother, you just put the whole Team Flash in that top 3. Both sides. What the hell?
We got the best and the worst.
Yeah.
It's a balance. Everything is there for balance.
Okay. JPL, Lozzy, and one more.
One more.
No, please. Not him. Not him.
Qualifiers cannot put, right?
Can.
Oh, can. Then Miku.
Miku? What do you have against Miku?
No, he just changed to Roma, then yeah, he became the worst.
Okay. Miku appeared in MPL for quite a few times. He was a mid laner.
Yeah, that's why he changed to Roma and then become the worst.
Now, Diablo, your turn. Top 3 players.
3 players. Agree with Vanix list, but Vanix changed to me. Well, me changed to Vanix. Yeah.
Okay.
Vanix, Kurt, and Hades. Yeah.
Okay. Bottom 3 players.
And welcome back. Just right here in week 1, day 1, we have seen an amazing opening, even against the odds. RSG SG took victory over Evil, taking the first series, securing their first win right here for the first day itself. And next up is a match that you don't want to miss, ladies and gentlemen, because it involves our defending champions. Yes, Team Flash will be meeting their very first foe right here for the regular season, but this is not just any regular foe. This is a team that is hungry for success, looking to seek to replicate their success of their Malaysian counterparts and the winner of MPL MY Season 12, and that is none other than Homebois SG. So we're very excited to see what will happen at the Land of Dawn for this match that's going to challenge our defending champions. Will experience or fresh blood reign supreme for this match itself? Without further ado, let's take a look at our boys. So first up, presenting to you our defending champions, presenting Team Flash. Now that is so very adorable. We see even the artworks are going into Flash itself because that's how fast they are. So yes, Team Flash is what we have seated at their battle stations, ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now take a look at this lineup, guys. They're absolutely stacked. And right now in the Singapore community, we are so very excited and buzzing as well. Of course, we see familiar faces such as Hades as well as Vanix, but we see brand new faces right here of JPL, Curtisi, as well as Diablo. So earlier on for match 1, you guys have been asking, where is Diablo? Here he is, right here for Team Flash. So going up against our defending champions, presenting to you, Homebois SG. Now, absolutely amazing. As you guys know, these are crowd favorites as well. Homebois SG, and of course, we also have a lot of support coming in from Malaysia as well. Will they get a rub and that taste of their success, just like their Malaysian counterparts? I'm sure our boys right here will do everything in their power to secure that win. So without further ado, we're going to hand our time over to the casters to see what do they have to say about this new lineup. Take it away, boys.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to MPL Season 7. We're back at the desk. Churros here, Moman and Croissant. I'm just going to call him Qua. I don't want to sound like a Frenchman. But hey, you know, lots of interesting faces that we've seen today. Lots of new ones as well. Flash up against Homebois. Man, welcome to all our Malaysian counterparts down at the studio. If you're watching back home, salam alaikum. I think I'm saying it wrongly, but hey, what's up,
Don't look
you
at
guys?
me, man. Dude,
Thank
I'm
you so
freaking
much for
potato,
joining
bro.
us. Yeah, what do you think of this? What do you think of Flash Homebois?
Okay, I mean, if you talk about caster prediction, I mean, we have seen Flash multiple times. We know these players. We know these players when they were on different teams. They have been extremely dominant. JPL used to be one of the best roamers. Diablo, come on.
Oh man,
Diablo, let's just talk about Diablo for a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, he has been one of the best EXP laners that we have scene in this region. And whether or not we were discussing if anyone can come close, and will Homebois will even hold a candle to Diablo at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting because Diablo in our region, he actually put Singapore on the map for a couple of interesting EXP lane metas like the Badang, the Khalid, the Benedetta coming through as well. But Homebois, on the other hand, they are fighting for survival though. Like, they came in 6th place in MPL Season 6. So they are at the bottom of the roster. Not a lot of, well, I wouldn't say new face. There's a lot of new faces for Homebois.
I mean, who are they, right?
Yeah, who are they? They are actually the real underdogs.
Yes, they are the real underdogs.
They are the real underdogs.
Not RSG.
Not a lot of things that we know about them, so it's up to gameplay, up to how they execute their drafts. Both of them have coaches as well.
But I'm excited to see what they have in store because, you know, being the underdogs, you have the element of surprise, right?
Yeah.
And I wonder if, you know, if they got any kind of advice or any kind of buff from the counterparts over in Malaysia, right? I mean, we've heard that they're doing really well. So it'd be interesting to see if the teams from across the borders are talking to each other and maybe getting some hidden strats as well that we have not seen yet.
Well, speaking across the border as well, Flash has 2 Filipino players, undoubtedly one of the best, if not the best in the game, achieving themselves champions all across the world. We have Team Flash right here, the Filipino favorites, Hades and Curtizi from MPL Philippines, and of course Diablo, JPL, and Vanix. What do you have to say about them?
There's nothing much to say.
There's nothing much to say.
That's a star-studded lineup.
That is where I wanted to cut you there.
If you can see my face, I'm just shaking right now in anticipation of their gameplay.
You guys might disagree, but I think it's the dream team.
It is a dream team. It is a dream team. That's what I'm looking for in this meta. We talk about the assassin shifts, the assassin buffs, and Team Flash is one of the teams that really make use of this assassin.
Yeah, and Hades is known as an assassin player as well, so this is his meta, this is his comfort meta. But on the other side, though, we have to talk about Homebois.
Yeah, so we got Vinicure on the EXP lane, Sup on the jungle side, Bougie in the mid, Wolves in the roam, and a Nip in the gold lane.
It's interesting because I think we only seen Bougie play for RSG once, so you have a little bit of RSG flair into Homebois as well. So I think he's the I guess the regular in
the
the
cornerstone,
side of
as we like to say, right?
Yeah,
team leader kind of thing.
Bringing flavors from every single team, all the experiences that they had, and even with scrimming with probably their counterparts on Homebois MY, and probably they might have a lot of pocket strats, as Kwasong said.
Yeah, look, I'm really interested to see what the new kids on the block have in store for us. I mean, it's definitely going to be an exciting match to watch, right? I mean, Team Flash being the reigning champions, the star-studded lineup, the guys who are who have played overseas as well. You know, these guys have had their practice, had a good practice run over at the competition overseas.
Yeah, I think it was Games of the Future
Games
in
of the Future,
Russia.
yep.
Yeah. But that being said, though, there's a lot of things that goes through the players' minds before they go up facing against each other. We have the hit-to-hit video, so enjoy.
Slightly below a bit, or should be still in top 4. High chance should be still in top 4. But last season they were 3rd. Maybe this season I'm not sure where their placing will be, but should be somewhere inside. Yeah. Definitely because they have Malaysian import, right? So it's easier to gel together. But whether the players here in Homebois SG is as good as the players there in Homebois Malaysia is a different story.
Last season they only did well in, I don't know, Homebois we always do well regular season, then the guests like pump finish already, then playoff end up 5th, 6th. This season I will predict I think same
I think that they definitely have one of the higher chance because they have like a lot of very experienced players like Diablo, JPL. Yeah, they're all in the scene for very long and they've been a lot. So I think with both of them, and they are known to be like the all-star Singapore team, like with Diablo, JPL, and Vanix, right? Yeah, and Vanix, he's also a very stable goal laner, as you can see from last season. He's performing very well. And with the addition, and Hades also, he's the MVP of last season. And with the addition of their new mid laner, EXCO MDL, so he should be very strong also.
depends on their training, their training session. But mostly of the player from like another country, like they're from Philippines, right? Basically they know all the job desk for the role. Basically, what all the player is when all the player transfer to the new team, right? Only if they know what their role, they're gonna easy to blend. Only like out game they need to learn, like we go out eat together like that lah. And but in game gonna be, I think, no problem And then but I don't know, Jay played before how many years to get them champion. So that one is a chemistry that they lost something like that.
I mean, I have to say, like, on both sides, Homeboys very serious. They really want this win. But Team Flash, though, Coach Lousy right now, we need more of that unhinged, unadulterated humor that he always brings. What, go over, pump gas, and then that's it.
That's it. That's it.
We need more of that unadulterated humor. But, of course, you know, we talked a lot about the players, what the coaches can bring. Lousy had a lot of experience in MPLSG. Saiful is a very, very new coach in the scene in MPLSG. So what they bring into the table is all down to execution. We'll be able to see that draft in a minute and a half.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what Saiful has to bring to the table as well. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, look, I similar to Mo, I always root for the underdogs, right? But I always think the underdogs have the element of surprise. Because these
Amen.
veterans are very used to, you know, the normal standard cookie cutter things that people are used to pulling out in MPLSG. But Homeboys, these guys, you know, you don't know how to prepare for them. And sometimes when you don't know how to prepare for them, you get caught with your pants down and it's game.
Yeah, exactly. As what Saiful said, the team members are still trying to synergize with the newer teammates, and whether or not they have the chemistry to pull it off, whether the draft has the synergy to pull it off as well. Given the new meta, they are going, and look at that, the audience prediction for Flash.
It's almost 50-50, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, actually, okay. It's like 57-43. It's not like a huge swing onto one direction. It's still pretty much 50-50 in my opinion. I think there's a lot of Homeboys fans in Malaysia. So welcome to the stream. If you're watching online, welcome to the studio. You're always welcome here in Singapore right here. But of course, Flash, you have a very, very small community players. So, I mean, sorry, small community within Singapore. So, Flash has that amount. But all of us, of course, rooting for Team Flash, being the Singaporeans that we are, part of the small community, of course.
I mean, our predictions got thrown away in the first series. So,
yeah.
Look, is it a case of classic curses?
Yeah, it might be.
You know, it's interesting. Okay, if you go over to like RSG.Singapore, you see their reaction to us. It's like, are you sure about that? Because every one of us voted Evo. So this time around, it might be Homeboys targeting us again. So like everyone on the table just voting for Flash and Homeboys, man, they're going to have some things to prove.
Yeah, as I said, I like being proven wrong. The underdogs are always the star of the competition when it comes to these, you know, surprise picks, surprise synergies coming through.
It's what makes competitions like this so dang interesting to watch. And, you know, I'm just super hyped for this because, you know, Flash, like I said, they are the juggernauts of MPLSG. They are the ones to beat this year. So Homebois SG, if they're able to take one game off them, the first game off, like, can you imagine the confidence booster that Homebois SG is going to get?
Yeah, we'll be going into the draft, so we don't have to wait that much longer. So Coach Lousy and Coach Saiful, I can't believe I'm saying Coach Lousy, but, you know, going into the draft right now, Matilda banned out along with Harith for the side of Flash. And Homeboys will ban out the Ling and the Khalid. So a very, very respect ban over to Hades as well as Diablo. Flash just opening up, just pretty much an open book.
In Team Flash, they will have much more in their pool. Just the Ling and the Khalid being a very, very respect ban, as you said, right? Still, they will have to take out the blanket bans. There's Nolan in the pool still, whether they take it out or not. Hades can pilot that pretty well as well, and Fanny will be the pick.
Will be banned out.
Yeah.
Will be banned out by Homeboys as well, because Hades is pretty much known as an assassin player. So if you leave any assassins on the pool, he'll pretty much snap that up. But first pick goes to Homeboys. If they leave that Nolan open, best be sure that Homeboys will be able to pick that up. But Flash has that Hellcurt option open as well. So whether or not you want to pick up that Hellcurt, I mean, Hades played it before. You want to try doing that in this match?
Yeah, I mean, that being said, I think this last man is going to be super, super important for Team Flash. And honestly, if they leave Nolan open, I think Homeboy's, I'm not sure if Homeboy's going to pick it right up, because we don't really know what Homeboy wants to get from these kind of pick and bans, right? And we see the Nathan banned out, perhaps respecting what Enip could do with it.
Yeah, I think it's more a trade. So you open up that Nolan, they are going to be snap picking that Nolan up. Flash, on the other hand, they want to respond to this Nolan pick. It's a very, very good pick. Has a little bit of a damage boost, but a small adjustment to the ultimate so you don't get that crowd control mitigation when you use your fracture. So that's the only thing that sets Nolan back, and it was so popular back then just because of the CC immunity that he gets.
But the thing is, he still has a lot of mobility, a lot of damage, and his cooldowns on his skills are almost non-existent. So depending on what type of playstyle that Homeboys want to go through, with the Nolan, you have to play around him. You have to play disengage and disengage lineup, and look at that Team Flash. They don't want him disengaging at all. Roger, there for the chase. Loi.
That is a Filipino favorite, the Loi pick, just because of the fact that you take control of the entire map. It's a macro gameplay all the way through, and I'm excited to see how the Filipino champion mindset goes into Flash when they pick that Loi up. So we're going to be seeing a lot of diversion plays, a lot of sneaky back attacks, a lot of sneaky flanks, and that Roger being snap picked back up. Remember, we talked about Diablo picking all the off EXP champions. Right now, he's like, no, I can play every single EXP champions. That Yu Zhong getting picked up by Diablo.
And with the Faramis pick from the side of Homeboys SG, they do have the counter play, the Nether Realm available for these team fights. Especially when you talk about Loi's damage coming through, he has this yin and yang. He wants to pull you in, he wants to have as much team fights as possible, wants to brawl as much as possible. So they would want a Faramis to Nether Realm them out of the situation.
Yeah, I think the Faramis here is such an excellent pick, you know, being able, as you mentioned, to kind of prevent his whole team from getting massacred by the Loi. Is such a good pick into the Loi, Roger, and Yu Zhong kind of composition that Flash has picked so far. I think Arlet as well is a really, really, really good pick into this kind of team competition. Arlet is going to definitely be in the roam position. He's going to be able to hop all over the map, cause a whole bunch of CC using his first and his ultimate skills as well to kind of disrupt the map and prevent Flash from getting the gold farm that they want to get.
And Team Flash, if you notice, they picked the Yu Zhong, right? And they're banning out roamers. All the tanky roamers are being banned out. So if you talk about Minotaur, Grok, Tigreal, they're no longer in the game. Yu Zhong will be the EXP lane. I don't see him on any other lane. So Homeboys SG, they do have a pick of who they want versus Diablo in this 1v1 EXP matchup here. And if they pick something like a CC who goes for lane dominance, Yu Zhong can fight that pretty well. He has a lot of team fight as well with the dragon form, with so much sustain as well. So whether CC will be the choice for Homeboys here.
I actually really like what Flash is doing as well. If you notice, right, Loi, Yu Zhong, they're able to move around the map super, super well. They're going to have established a lot of map presence as and when they want to. And I think that's super, super key, right? Whereas if you notice, Homeboy, yes, they have quite a bit of mobility, but the thing is that if you're starting a fight in gold lane and you're in the EXP lane right now, you are not able to bring that fight down to to Flash, Team Flash. And, you know, we noticed just now that you mentioned that all the tanky roamers are being banned out, and immediately, you know, Team Flash goes for the Barats as the tank of choice to kind of round out that team composition a little bit more. We see Homeboys opting to go for the Terizla and the carry, which rounds up their composition pretty well as well.
A Ruby Roam coming through from JPL. That's just the chef's kiss. Whether Homeboys, they are going for this disengage lineup with the Faramis and the Nolan being the key factors into these team fights. Meanwhile, for Team Flash, they are betting everything on the Loi and the Yu Zhong. These two will be key in trying to pick off the Nolan as much as possible. If you notice, on the side of Team Flash, the only form of control that they can have on the Nolan is either the Ruby or the Barats. These two are going to be key.
I think all eyes are going to be in the Barats right now, because if Barats is able to pick off the Nolan, you know, I think Homeboy's composition may fall apart. But if Nolan goes unchecked, that's it, man. Really, Homeboys will be able to kind of secure this game one.
Faramis. It's all on Faramis to open up the map at this point.
Well, I mean, for Hades, pretty much known as an assassin player, but he went for the Varades. But, you know, we talked about a lot about execution. We talked about a lot of international flavors coming in. This is week 1, day 1, series number 2, game 1 for Flash versus Homeboys. Any thoughts on the early game for both sides?
And we do see that it's going to be a carry versus a Roger lineup on the marksman lane. So this would really favor the Roger if it is left unchecked. The roamer does not go in to help the carry at all. Vanix will have an amazing time, but Diablo already being challenged very early on.
Oh, Diablo forced to pop that Purify. One more hit. He will go down. Vernicure forced to use that Flicker. Get out of the way.
You know, this is really interesting, right? Because I think Homeboys is recognizing the threat that Diablo can face if he's left unchecked. Thus, such an early support heading down to the EXP lane for the Teresa, for Vernicure. And I think, you know, that is the right strategy to take for this kind of game and this kind of team as well.
For Homeboys, though, I think this is got to do with like the win condition. I mean, Mo, who's been talking about win conditions during the break, it was like, okay, let's just take Diablo out of the picture. And if Diablo is just falling behind, there's nothing you can do in the team fight, especially in the first pivotal turtle fight.
Yeah, that's very interesting for Diablo, actually not picking the Brace Might. He opts for something which is a bit more, he opts for more mobility instead of more tankiness.
Yeah, so, going for the Quantum Charge, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm actually quite interested in why Diablo will pick something like that. He opts for more mobility. And I think actually having lesser sustain actually in the lane was actually what caused him to lose out on First Blood.
I think Diablo's name of the game here will be to jump the backlines as much as possible. These early stages for him is not too much. If he doesn't die like a 3-kill, gives a 3-kill advantage towards Vernicure, I mean, that will be fine. Ooh. But we do see SAP going down.
Off the map though, Netherrealm unable to save Sap, so no more retribution on their part. Hades picks up that turtle, gets Detonus welcomed into the cavern, and gets taken down by Hades as well. So Flash looking strong in the first objective fight. JPL getting pulled back. Final slash over underneath the turret. JPL able to survive as of now.
Bougie just not having enough damage at the point.
That was an amazing ultimate from Wolves. Can we just take a moment to appreciate the timing from that? That was beautiful. Bougie and Wolves working in tandem with each other to pull him back so far down his lane, and with that, there's zero escape whatsoever. I think overall, Team Flash is playing the game pretty well. The movements around the map is as planned. You know, they're really controlling that.
And got a little bit of a replay right here, but on that backside though, after Sap has been taken out, Vernicure a little bit too deep into the team fight with the penalty zone, getting a 4v1 collapse onto himself.
No, I was just gonna talk about this matchup.
First diversion, JPL with the I'm offended, pulls back a knee, but forced to use the dash out of the way. You have that Purify as well, but here comes the backup though. Wolf does have his final sweep, so he's just waiting for that right time to get all 3 members in. Hades putting onto the aggressive into the purple buff, but taken away by Sop though.
Yeah, as you can see here, I think Flash tried to pick off Homeboy's gold laner, but unfortunately was not able to close off with that kill. Right now, they're trying to all kind of group up for the incoming turtle. It is a little bit early, but they also try to pick off a laner, because if they're able to pick Bougie off...
Another diversion, oh my goodness. Where are they going for? So they are not going to be able to see them coming, but they know that Hades is inside the enemy territory, but they don't know where Curtizi is. And this is what I love about the diversion play. At any one point of time, blink and you miss it. They're everywhere. Hades facing up against 3. Here comes JPL. Pulled back, final sweep, pushing Hades back. Detonus welcome onto 1. There's another one pop just in time. Diablo for the backup. Saab gets taken out. Wolf able to survive just as I'm now. The Vengeance will be to pull him away. But one more hit. Diablo would pick up that kill. It's a 3-0 for Team Flash. No, even Anib gets taken out from that top side though. Roger takes him out. A 1v1 battle. Vanix takes the cake.
That was just the fall through from Team Flash. They were just hoping for Vanix to have the 1v1 situation for just Aneep. Aneep was being the fallback factor in the carry, the marksman, the late game macro factor that they had, and Team Flash, they just shut it down.
I love how I said that they were going for the turtle, but then they came up with this whole different play, and you can see it paid off, right? I mean, they're able to get 4 members of Homeboys and then proceed to take turtle after. Right now, we're seeing kind of a skirmish over the purple. Sub unable to take the purple buff, and he's just falling further and further behind. You know, just like we saw in the fight, Sap was not able to kind of go into the back lines and enter Flash's back lines, and in the end was focused down. This is the right play coming out from Flash.
You see a diversion play coming in as well. Curtisi on that bottom side, pinning onto Sop though. JPL using the force just to push everyone away and securing that top lane turret.
JPL has been playing a stellar game. I'm offended. Has been catching multiple targets off guard, not finding kills, but still, it always uses their Purify or their battle spells as much as possible, keeping their cooldowns at check for the next team fight that Team Flash wants to take. So always JPL keeping the cooldowns on cycle, and Team Flash can take any team fight that they wish to do so.
Yeah, JPL is just being an annoying thorn in Homeboy's side right now. We see the two teams trying to grouping up a little bit. Yuzong from Diablo has just proxied the finish lane. He's trying to push out the lane, whereas the rest of Team Flash is trying to shove down mid. I think right now Homeboys has to play extremely defensively, as it took literally almost the entire team to push back the wave from Team Flash.
And while all this was going on, Diablo was unchecked on the bottom lane, on the EXP lane, getting so much farm. He got the top turret as well.
Nice diversion play by Curtisi. Penalty zone already reads that idea. 2 members down, out of sight, out of mind. Hades just facing off against Core. Gets that Datna's welcome. Diablo waiting for the right opportunity. Gets that petrify on the 2 members. But Hades, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He will get fouled as well by Diablo. No, it's a travesty. It's so messy. Right here, right now. Flash 3 members down. They only managed to secure Wolf.
I mean, I don't know why Homeboys had a really good start to the fight, right? They managed to remove 2 of Team Flash's members out of the play so early on, but they chose to overstay their welcome. And from overstaying their welcome, the fight just turned around as Diablo enters the fight from down under.
Vanix coming in with a Lycan Pounce. Final Slash won't be able to push him out of the way, but the yin yang from Curtisi is too much to handle. The conceal play coming in as well. Waiting for the right time, just waiting for Vanix to pick that up. 3-0-3 for Vanix as of now.
And Vanix just putting on a clinic on how a Roger should be played. Just putting himself in a position of so much danger, but finding so much value for his team at the same time.
This was very smart because the turtle, they didn't go for the 3rd turtle. They went straight for that lord. They want to ride on this momentum and go straight for the base. They want to end this fast.
Yeah, it looks as if it's exactly as you said, Kuros. I think Flash really just wants to close up the game as soon as it can. And, you know, I think with this team kind of team composition, it is suited to do
on the
just
top side,
that.
though, Vanix with the Lycan Pounce able to push Tabuchi down to 50%, but able to walk away. But here comes Diablo from the flank. Oh man, blink and you miss it. He's everywhere. Flash is just taking full control of this game, riding on the momentum. They're playing the map, and this is the macro gameplay that I want to see in Team Flash.
And that's what I was talking about. JPL using the cooldowns. Netherrealm was forced out by JPL. Then Diablo comes in for the finish. That's how Team Flash are playing right now. JPL cycling through the cooldowns. The rest of the team members coming in for the finish. Really well done.
This macro game is immaculate coming from Team Flash. Look at how they're roaming around the map. They're moving together as a unit. Lord is pushing down. Right? The the bot lane is currently pushed all the way to the 2nd turret. And it seems they're just trying to close the game as fast as they can. Right now they've got
the Black Dragon forward with the diversion coming in on that bottom side, zoning everyone out of the way from that Lord. It's still alive. Flash, they're trying to push through. Bougie is in a spot of bother right there. All the lanes are pushing in. Sop nowhere to be found. He's trying to split pushes to the best of his ability. Lycan Pounce takes him out with 1 hit. Vanix pulls back and counter re-engages onto the fight against Homeboys. Flash is just making every single game count. Penalty zone and the flicker just to get out of the way. Flash, they look like they want to end it right here, right now. They have the minions, they have the hits, they have the damage, but not anymore. Their time, their window of opportunity is nigh.
And now Sup is back, right? So Sup, all HP bars are low from Team Flash's side of things. It is absolute chaos right now.
Oh man, Curtisi taking out Wolves. They're just layering it in one after another. Lycan Pounce again, Vanix on that backside. They're just cycling them all the way through. A slam dunk like we said before. Diablo just pouncing in. They're focusing on the base. It looks like he doesn't want to make the same mistake. They're ending on the throne right now. It's up against the world. He might be able to do this. No! It's a match for game one.
And Team Flash, they do pull through. Very, very haggard team fight. Very, very labored. But too easy for Team Flash, I guess.
Just seriousness all in their faces. Just Curtisi. Oh man, Hades. He looks like somebody just killed his entire family. It's like, nah, man, it's not over yet. It's 2 more games to go.
He is not messing around. He's not here to have fun. He's here to show why they are the best and why they are the reigning champions of MPLSG.
The way that JPL just managed to force out NetherRealms outside of a team fight. It was a solo NetherRealm. Bougie was forced to use it multiple times. Purify also gone from Anib, so he could not use it for the team fights when it mattered.
Yeah, it's just that Loi is just so annoying. Everywhere in the map, every single diversion play was a huge play. There was 1 kill off the board, be it the enemy's team or themselves. They had a little bit of a struggle in the mid section of the game in that purple buff, where the diversion put them in the wrong spot.
Puts them right into the penalty zone.
But hey, you know, it's read by the Terizla, so I think that was pretty good. Who do you think the MVP was for Team Flash?
Ooh, that's a little bit difficult, man.
I gotta say JPL.
JPL?
JPL? With the
yeah,
rubies?
with the ruby, yeah.
I
Vanix
would
is a
say-
close second.
I would say either Vanix or Deloy. Yeah, it's Vanix.
Vanix,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's Vanix.
As expected, you know, Vanix with a 4-1-7 score ratio, but team kill participation of 64%. This is a pretty standard Roger build, right? Having to purify to get out of CC and sticky situations that he was not prepared for, and his equipment. I think that's, yeah, he's really capable. He's building towards those team fights.
Yeah, I think for Vanix in the previous season, Season 5, Season 6, he's known as a very passive GOAT player. But this time around, playing that Roger, he looks like he's in his element.
Yes.
Very aggressive, always going for the kills, always going for the nice turnaround, because the Lycan Pounce that he has is always used. He went for the Quantum Charge instead of the Killing Spree, which most Rogers would usually have for the battle spells, but that doesn't deter him from going all crazy.
But the thing is, the Quantum Charge was more of a synergy thing with Diablo, who also had Quantum Charge as well.
It's the
so they
movement
want,
speed.
yeah, they want to go in, engage as fast as possible. If things go awry, they can disengage as fast as possible as well. If that was a backup plan for them.
But I think on the flip side, right, instead of backing away, I think they were just going straight for the kills, right?
Yeah.
The increased movement speed allows them to just keep snowballing the field, and that's exactly what we saw in this first game.
Well, you know, one Lord, multiple creep waves just coming, pummeling, battering, barraging into the base of Homeboys. Is there anything that they can do for the next game? Taking a look at the draft and the itemizations again, it doesn't look like, oh man, okay, so it's a 10-minute, 43-second game. It's 11k gold lead. It's crazy for the side of Team Flash, man. Once they had that momentum, they just kept riding it like the wave they are.
I like how Diablo. I like how JPL literally just built a Dom Eyes, and he was just roaming around, just being super annoying on the Ruby.
That's all you need.
That's all you need, exactly. Reduce the attack speed, just chill, interrupt Homeboys, and don't let them do what they want to do as well.
Thing is, for Hades, he had 3 defensive items already, so he could jump in just unabated, unabridged. No worries right there, because you look at Vernal Cure. He's playing on the Nolan. You want as much snowball as possible, but you don't have the damage. Blade of Heptases, only 100 strike. That's not enough damage to burst through Hades. That's not enough damage to go to the back lines, where Vanix and JPL will be waiting. There's no way.
Well, I gotta give a huge shout out to Coach Lawsy. Now having a perfect draft this time around. It's so funny to say like Coach Lawsy, just like giving up his position, just giving everything to the team. And now like having a draft, building a draft that is able to counteract a team that shouldn't be shouldn't be disrespected in any way, shape, or form. Flash has really secured this victory and it's really proven themselves the prowess of a reigning champion.
Yeah, that's for sure. And as we can see, Team Flash just absolute dominance in terms of map control. 8 turrets to 1 in terms of Lords. 1 is to 0, and Turtles control as well. 2 to 0, which you mentioned really well end game. Just now in the game, you said that they opted not to take for the 3rd turtle. Right? Yeah. They wanted to end the game as soon as they can. They allowed Lord to spawn before immediately, spawn camping the poor fella. And then closing the game after that.
No waiting, no waiting. It's a nice day in Singapore now. It's raining.
Yep.
Nice weather to sleep.
Exactly.
You just want to finish the game fast. Go home, take a nap. Just reset. Okay, taking a look at the stats. Anything else, Moment?
Bougie was involved in 100% of the team fights.
Well,
because
it's just fine.
He was the target. Because he
Oh,
was the
man.
target. That was the Team Flash's.
It's throwing Bougie some shade.
No. I'm just saying that Team Flash, they were out to get Bougie. They did not want to give him a good time at all because they know that he had the nether realm. He is the only one with the mobility to save. Nolan's mobility is selfish. It's for himself. But for Faramis, you need to be there to save it. And if you don't have the nether realm, if you are dead, your team is dead as well.
Now I want to point out it's the best roamer or the person with most assists. It used to be like the forgotten one, but now it's like the best wingman. So like it speaks a lot about JPL, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like you want to go for a kill, there's JPL. He's
I'll
always
be there
there to
for
back
you.
you up. And later on we'll see in the off-desk session that we have how JPL moves around the map, how he's always protecting Vanix, and how he's always in that element, always giving that intel, and always giving that reconnaissance. But now it's time for the highlights. So a lot of the replays from the first game and what actions we actually missed out from all of this.
So anyways, whilst we have a little slight, there we go. As we can see right from the start, Vanguard was going for the first blood for Diablo, and we move on straight into the next team fight for the first turtles being competed for. Vanguard right now using the penalty zone, trying to push away Team Flash, but unfortunately was not able to do so. It became a 1v4 fight, and it was extremely one-sided from there.
JPL, this was the moment where he got that the great escape just to save himself. But yeah, Diablo just pushing away, zoning out that back line. There's nowhere Sop could be, there's nowhere Sop could go, and let the rest of the team just manhandle, Werner Kier. He's just buying a lot of time for the rest of the team coming through, and this is what I love about Team Flash.
I got a controversial opinion about this. Remember Diablo gave up the first blood? It was a strategy.
Was it intentional?
It was intentional.
It was an intentional feat.
For Vernal Cure to go in with that penalty zone in the 1v4 situation, Diablo was like, oh yeah, I'm down. Come and get me. And then he went into 1v4 thinking he's better.
Interesting, because it kind of makes sense. Because he forced Vernal Cure to pop the flicker. So during the turtle fight, the first turtle fight,
he
had no flicker to get out to safety. So
That
it just
is very
snowball from there. So
All
I think
Diablo.
It was really, really smart of Diablo to do that. But yeah, there is so much things that we have right now in the game. A lot of new content, a lot of new skins. Woo. How does it sound? King of Fighters 1997. Were you born then?
Yes, I was.
I was born in 94.
You're born in 94.
Yes,
Nah, you're telling everybody your age. But here comes the new challengers. Hopefully we see them in the next couple of matches. Hopefully they pick up either the Paquito, Terry, Bogard.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm saying
correct.
Okay, you know I don't watch anime. Valir, Kyo, or Masha Mai.
Wait, this used to be a fighting game, man.
I
This is
know,
one of the best fighting
I
games.
love it.
Come
I
on,
love it.
say
I love
that.
it. So here comes the new challengers, highly anticipated new characters of the MLBB X, the King of Fighters 1997 collaboration are now unveiled, and the collab skins will arrive in the 24th of April, which is already here. So like the gold tag is not here anymore.
No, it's
So
a silver tag
get
now.
yourself a silver tag. So popular characters like Valir, Kyo, Kusanagi, Masha, Mai, Shiranui.
Yes.
Dang
Shiranui.
it! Paquito, Terry Bogard will bring their unique fighting techniques into the Land of Dawn for the Ultimate Showdown. Speaking of Ultimate Showdowns, Flash and Homeboys, even though it's the first week, the first day in the second match, it does look like it's a very, very crazy fight. For all of them.
Speaking of the Masha, though, we haven't seen it all day.
Actually, yeah, we have not even seen it being banned,
We
man.
haven't seen the
Interesting.
ban being picked. We were thinking it being an S tier ban or picked by most teams
That's
in this
right.
meta, but currently it's not. But yeah. I mean, with the Masha skin, it looks so good. Why don't you just pick it and just show us how it looks like?
Yeah, I think for Masha, it might not be a Singaporean flavor. It might be like, okay, maybe Masha is not really very very popular within this area because you can only play in the EXP lane. In the roam position, it gets a little bit slow. It gets a little bit fell behind if you don't farm out your items because it built up on damage items, especially the Blade Heptacies, the BDs. You need all of the items to really come back online. EXP lane is the way to go for that Masha. So really a situational pick if you really want to get through that back line.
I'm interested to see if Diablo is going to pick it up, though. If anyone was to pick up the Masha.
Yeah, Diablo, Masha.
Diablo and Masha.
Yeah, you
Maybe. It will be nice to see the KOF skin.
The KOF skin is really cool on Masha. It's
Really cool.
it looks so different from the normal skins that Masha
I thought you were
actually
going
has.
the other way. Like when you say, can we talk about Masha though? The Mai. And I was like, man, no. Please tell me no.
No. He's not going to that. He does not know what he's talking about.
You don't know what he's talking about.
I'm seriously
You're a married man.
I'm seriously interested in the Masha game.
Oh.
Yes, I want
We
to
use
see
that in the
Masha.
same sentence.
Why choice of words, my friend? That's all I can say.
Very interested in Masha indeed.
Very interested in the Masha game.
Well, hopefully, I mean, the next draft is coming up in a minute, so we'll have to see. Okay, but before we go into the Masha, what did Homeboys do wrong and what could be improved for Homeboys?
For Homeboys, I mean, they did have a very nice early game. They picked off Diablo, going for key targets. But the thing is, they did not focus on the Faramis. Buji was picked off time and time again. JPL given so much space. Arlot could not answer. Arlot had to be where JPL was at all times, and he could not find the positioning.
I have to say, right, I want to see how Sup plays something else. Right, I think the Nolan was definitely a good pick, and this is not a question of whether Nolan's a good hero or not. But I felt like Sup was not able to unlock Nolan's potential, right? And we just saw him at the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm wondering if Sup is actually a bit better on something a bit more tanky like the Barats or even the Fredrin.
I do agree with you. It's very difficult to play a assassin to perfection, especially if your early game is in shambles. And JPL doesn't let you have an easy early game, especially with the Barats. Once the first turtle is down, you see Flash just living inside Homeboys' jungle.
Exactly. So I want to see what Sup can do with a different hero, right? I want to see what he can do with a different hero. Perhaps even just ban out the Nolan altogether. Get rid of the Nolan off the board. Don't give it over to Team Flash either.
Yeah.
Pick something a bit more tanky, something... Because, I mean, honestly, his position was not bad.
Yes.
Just not for an assassin.
Yeah.
His position was really, really good for tank heroes.
It's tough because like the way that their draft operates, it doesn't allow them to protect the jungle as much as they need to, especially if your jungle is an assassin. You really need to snowball your way through. You have to deal with the Roger and the fact that you have to pull all your resources into your own jungle to protect that Nolan. You leave that Roger unhinged, unabridged.
Yeah.
You don't know where he's going to be. You don't know where he's going to be at. And then he just farms up and he just destroys everyone on that top side.
And the thing is, you talk about the lineup being protecting the Nolan, right? Anip versus the Roger Vanix. They were left alone 1v1 for the longest time. Anip was doing okay until the team fight happened. But still, before that, I find that the positioning of Buji and the positioning of the Sap as well, they do have to play together more as a unit, not focus on the EXP lane. They were too focused on getting the first blood on Diablo. What does that give you? It gives you an easier time on the EXP lane, but Terizla does not scale so fast in the early game. It's not too much of an early game character. You need more items before you get tanky, before you get sustainable as well. So they needed to focus more on the mid game, more on the mid lane, yes, as well.
Well, I mean, we don't have to wait too much longer because we are going to be jumping to the draft of game number 2. The players are already on the way, and actually, it's Admir being the assistant coach this time around for Team Flash. So it's his brain drafting for the side of Team Flash. So Harith was left open. They already banned out the 3 heroes on the top side of each side. So no more Loyi, Fredrin, Nathan. No more Khalid, Nathan, Nolan, and Matilda. So it's sort of like a swap over. Flash opts to pick up that Harith. Homeboys are going to pick up that Barat and Fairness. So is this change going to help them in any of their executions later on in the game?
I mean, I like what they did, right? By I like what Homeboy did by banning off the Nolan, because I mean, like I said, you know, the Stout's execution of the Nolan was a bit questionable, but removing it off the board just gets rid of the mentality altogether. I'm curious though, Mo, what do you think? Why do you think Flash banned out the Loyi?
Flash banned out the Loyi because they did have the first pick of the Harith, right? The Zamon's Force, very strong in taking these team fights. Loyi, very good at repositioning. So you can always position yourself behind the enemy to catch off the backliners if the Harith is going in. So they don't want Homeboys to do that. They are probably choosing a backliner that will, look at that, Minotaur and eason. So they don't want their backline caught at all.
That makes perfect sense, and I really like Flash's pickup of the Minotaur. And once again, going off with comfort, picking up the eason as well. On Homeboy's side, they pick up Roger, who was a thorn in the side of the previous match. Let's see what Anit can do with this Roger.
I gotta point out that Ling is still open on the tables.
Yeah, Ling is still open.
Homeboys should opt to ban that out.
I mean,
as their jungle, if they give it over to Hades and Team Flash, that's it. I think the Ling is going to scale uncontrollably. They've already got like 2 tanky heroes on their side. They might pick up one more for the roamer.
And there you go, the Ling ban as predicted. Churros, once again, I think you're kind of a psychic, man.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're calling it. You're calling it at this point. So the thing is, right now, Homeboys, they do have the Faramis once again. So most probably we'll be seeing Buji pilot the Faramis. And do we see them really protecting the Faramis for the early game momentum? Because Faramis does need a bit of a boost. He does not have as much of a good lane clear compared to something like a Lilia, something like a Vexana, something like a Novaria. But still, Faramis very good in these team fights where he has the Netherrealm available to save his teammates.
I mean, we saw a flawless execution by Sailor earlier in the previous game, right? Using the Faramis, not only to roam around and not only being good at the team fights, but also good in the early game in terms of roaming around and moving around with the roamer and disrupting the enemy's jungle, right? I want to point out that actually this is the first time that we've seen Chip being banned out so far in the season. I think
Chip this game they banned out Chip as well.
Yeah, they banned out Chip as well.
The fact that you play Chip, you just wait in the portals. Just wait in the portals, just wait for the right time, and then you go in whenever there's a team fight. But Valentina and Mortis gets picked up by Team Flash. Mortis is also one of Hades' comfort picks. Valentina will be in the hands of Curtizi. Haven't seen him play Valentina in a long time, or actually at all, but it's pretty much a sort of like, I wouldn't say a counter pick, but it's a one-to-one pick if the opponent has a Faramis. You have another round. So it's a team fight clash to a team fight clash.
It's free. It's free. It's a free ultimate. I'll take it. Then Martis, of course.
You want to do something crazy? Homeboys could go for an Estes. And then you have like full-on team fight composition. There's no way in heck that anyone's going to go down for the side of Homeboys.
But the problem
is that Ube strategy.
They can survive, but can they dish out enough damage to go for Estes?
It's the Benedetta. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so the Benedetta, it's like sort of like I need to catch up with Diablo. Because Diablo's always on the side lanes, he's always split pushing. Benedetta does a very good job. Vernocure, very nutty on the Benedetta since the last season, season 6.
For me, I'm going to be paying attention a lot on Vernocure because Benedetta is used as such. It can be used to really move around the maps and push out lanes and going to safely very, very, very easily. Map control is going to be super important for Homeboys this game, and I think this is exactly what they're going for.
I think the early game is going to be extremely important, right? From Faramis, from Sap, Buji and Sap, once again, they are going to be one of the key factors in getting this map control for the teammates. Anip will have a good time on the Roger. Vernocure pretty much left to his own devices as a Benedetta, but still, really on the Faramis, really on the Barats, really on the Arlot. These three will have to move as a unit and get as much map control as possible.
Well, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all eyes are on Team Flash. If they're able to make it a clean sweep 2-0 onto Homeboys, Homeboys, whether or not they're able to pull it through over to a game number 3.
And JPL will be on the Minotaur. I mean, the counter engage from the Minoan Fury, that's going to be one of the key counter fights for Team Flash when it goes into Homeboys SG's favor. You always have this Minoan Fury to back it up. I don't really like Minotaurs going in first. They shouldn't be the first initiator. They should always be there for the counter engage and in case your team is in trouble.
Please tell that to the rest of my teams when I'm playing ranked.
You see the Minotaurs going in and they just die by themselves? No, man, come on. You only go in after someone else goes in.
Yeah, that's for sure. As we can see, I think Homeboys somehow or other listening to our comms as we see Bruji and Wolves sticking together as a pair, as a duo, and they're moving together to invade Flash's jungle right now.
Yeah, they have to.
I think it's really interesting because picking up the Valentina gives you a lot of flexibility. You could pick up something very defensive like the Netherrealm, or you could pick up the Final Slash to be able to set up, continuing what and layering in what JPL has already set up.
Yeah, and don't forget, we have a code on the screen right now, so do support MPLSG Season 7. And don't forget to follow MPLSG's social media for everything else on MPLSG. Scan the QR code or type in the code in MLBB and you'll receive something nice.
Something free, you know. It's a nice little surprise for you guys.
Yeah, so right now we see Homeboys grouping up together, trying to see if they can get a kill at the top.
Oh! Nice little slash over there. Stop with the Detonus Welcome, but will be able to get taken down by Diablo, as will Hades, though. It's a jungle for a jungle trade. Bruno Cure, one more hit. Diablo will be able to pick up that double kill. Luigi gets away safe, but just for now, they're just waiting for Homeboys. Both of them, it's a 3v3 fight, but the turtle won't be touched as of now. JPL giving a little bit of homage to his old team, Evo Singapore. Man.
I have to say, look, I think the Homeboys had the right idea, right? Yeah. I think getting the fight there, and then after that, if they want that fight, move down to Turtle. That was the perfect idea for that. But right now, you know, unfortunately, just weren't able to finish that kill. And we just see the two teams dancing around the Turtle.
They did find a kill onto Hades, which was the target of choice. But Sap eventually going down would mean that they did not have their jungler either. And look at this!
You're onto 4 members! Here comes the collapse onto Homeboys SG with the Netherrealm being popped just to try to keep everyone else alive. The Hades coming in with the Decimate, trying to push everyone back. Sup will get felled as well, and Bucci's next on the chopping block. And that's all she wrote. Was Homeboys losing 3 members in one fight for that turtle. They're rushing for this turtle right now. Homeboys SG. Sup is coming back online. They will not be able to contest this one.
That was such a close fight. Everyone was back and forth, back and forth. That was a massive Minoan Fury from JPL, followed by really good follow-up from Buji. Netherrealm, the 2 ultimates were used almost perfectly. You know, first of all, engaging 4 people off team of Homeboys, and then saving 4 people from Homeboys.
Yeah, but Vernocure finding and getting picked off at that point didn't help them at all. If you look at the side of this replay here, look at Vernocure's HP. It was extremely low at this point. We're having some technical
replay just now, but like what you saw was JPL really having that 4-man knockup. But hold on a second right here. Forced to use a flicker. Wolf gets out, save. Ruji tries to save Wolf, but one more Decimate, he might be able to go down. Another realm gets popped up, but he eventually will be able to get fouled. Buji, it's a 3v1 situation. It's one more hit. But Buji will be out and alive as the rest of the members of Homeboys come in for backup. His Electro Final Blow tries to go onto Vernocure. Will be able to get out. A nip with the Roger. Like and Pounce will not be enough damage as of now. Netherrealm still up and alive. That's the next turtle coming up in 40 seconds.
I find that Vernocure engaging in these team fights when he's not there on the farm, not there on the damage yet, he does not have any form of sustain. It's going to bite them in their backs.
Oh, a nip Gets out just safely as of now, but JPL, Curtizi, both a pixel of health, trying to get as much gold plating as they can. Babuchi from that backside though, trying to pull everyone back from that Ghostbusters. Wolf, Vengeance just to get out the way. Vanix tries to get that turret. He knows the objectives and he wants to get as much gold as he can. Mission failed, he's aborting it. The rest of Flash are still up and alive.
Mission abort, get out, get out. And Zayman's Force being used in that team fight will give the disengage to Team Flash. I mean, we need to talk about this Zayman's Force here. But before that, look at this turtle fight going through.
Oh, Electro Final Blow onto Curtizi, trying to aim for the right hit, but Getness Welcome will be hitting onto JPL, finally getting that turtle. Sap gets that retribution ball from the back line though. You have to deal with Diablo. You have to deal with Diablo. Sap trying to run away. There's 3 members down. They're looking for 4. They're looking for more. And the Decimate cleans up the job and takes out Sap in the process.
This is how you play Martis. We don't want any of the EXP tank Martis. This is how the hero is meant to be played. 5-1 and 5. Hades is going on a killing spree.
And I was talking about the EXP laning matchup here between Vernal Cure and Diablo, right? Vernal Cure joining these team fights a little bit too early. Diablo only joining team fights when he had the core items in time to do so. And now he has so much sustain. He's so much ahead of the curve versus Vernal Cure. And I don't see them coming back unless they throw a team fight from Team Flash.
Look, right now, right, Homeboys, what they need to do is they need to farm the side lanes. They need to play extremely safely. They need to stop team fighting. You know, I can see what Vernicure is trying to do. He's you're out for blood, right? But right now he's out for blood, bringing a knife to a gunfight, and he's just absolutely getting massacred right now.
Stardom Scythe already out on Vanix. That is a lot of damage coming through, especially when he has the Zayman's Force, when his ultimate is up. It reduces the movement speed of the enemy and increases the movement speed of your teammates.
Oh, nice final flash and a flicker. Diablo is next on the chopping block. Gets that Black Dragon form to get out the way. Goes out of bounds. Anip tries to go in with the Lycan Pounce. The Dragon form is still being up. Diablo actually gets the survival in. On that bottom side, though, they have to deal with the turrets, but here comes the backup as Flash tries to go for one more. Curtizi has another realm in his possession, and they abort. But showing a little bit of disrespect. Over to Hades, though, JPL. There he is. Does have his ultimate, but saving it. Nether Realm being popped by 2 members. Electro Final Blow coming in. It's a 3v4 situation. JPL alive. And here comes Diablo with a lot of damage. Wolf is taken down with that Decimate, though. No more Petrify for Diablo. Bucci tries to get out of the way, getting pulled under the turret, but the Decimate comes through yet again, and here comes Vanix. The way that the whole kampong is coming in, showing Homeboys who's the boss. Flash, that's a free lord for them.
7K gold lead at 8 minutes in. That's almost 1K a minute from Team Flash at this point. I mean, just the failed gank on Diablo, him getting out alive, that's just gotta be hurting the mental faculties right here.
I can just imagine Diablo just being, you know, can't touch this whole time as he's like running away, right?
Vanix with the final slash, but forced to pop that Purify, able to immune himself just for a little bit. Vanix is still going in, does not have the Zayman Force, and they back off. They take one for the team though. Fuji not doing so well, 0-4-2. But on the top side, don't bring a cure, forced to get that Petrify, the Decimate, Hades, with a little bit of disrespect, emoting and recalling underneath the turret, underneath the noses of Homebois SG.
Yeah, look, 8.9k gold in 8 and almost 9k gold in 9 minutes. You got your dream, 1k gold a minute.
1k gold a minute.
It's absolutely insane. I'm trying to figure out a way right now for Homeboys to try to come back from this, but it's almost an unsurmountable feat at this point.
All 3 lanes pushing in. If you want to know how to speed run a Mobile Legends game, this is how you pretty much do it. They're trying to beat their high score of 10 minutes 40 seconds. Hades getting popped up, pulled back, final sweep underneath the turret. It has that Panic Decimate, but on the bottom side though, they managed to crack down that bottom tier turret. Looks like they won't be able to beat their high score, but Homebois SG still carrying on. Flash goes for the turrets, goes for the main objectives.
Look, worth it, right? I trade my jungler for an inhibitor turret. Worth it. I mean, this is honestly such immaculate gameplay coming from
Oh,
Team
with
Flash.
Petrify on to stop. Another realm already popped up. Black Dragon form tries to go for more. JPL waiting for the right moment to pull in the Norm Fury. Into the members. You got a CC immunity onto that barrage, so he needs to try to get out just in the nick of time. Another realm saves him as well with Curtizi's solo, but here comes Vanix with the Zaman Force, able to get out just in the nick of time as well, and they go for the turret. It's a lot of team fights happening, and they're just battering them. There's no time for Homeboys to rest.
And that's the Curtizi factor, having the Netherrealm down there.
Man.
But Diablo does eventually go down.
Nice final slash by a nip.
This is just Flash. It looks like they're having a little bit of fun, right? Look, I mean, even I saw some of the members playing with one hand. Dude,
well, are you kidding me?
saw someone just like casually using one hand.
I mean, I don't doubt it because I know that there's this player from Myanmar who does fanny with one hand. Yeah, because you just need a cable around. So like, I don't doubt that though. If you're able to do that though.
I mean, look, this is just such excellent showing coming out from Team Flash. They've moved around cohesively as a unit, taken down objectives, well, from towers all the way down to turtles and lords now. Right now, Team Flash, all they have to do is wait for 21 seconds and get the next lord. For equipment-wise, it seems like Team... Oh, dude. Homebois SG, it's 11 minutes in the game, and not a single member has a complete build right now. Or not even parts to a complete build. Right, we see them itemizing for healing reduction, some anti-magic burst, but it's just really, they don't even know. There's no proper itemization coming out from Homeboys.
This just gotta be Roger. Just needs one more item to have the damage to come through, because Bougie, he did have the Necklace of Durance ready. He's not going for the full magic damage. He just wants to prevent as much healing as possible from JPL. So if they do take the next team fight, if Vernal Cure does get a nice ultimate, they can potentially win the team fight.
Does not look like Flash wants to wait that 12 minutes for the enhanced Lord. So they took it out in the nick of time, waiting for the next clash downwards. So Lord will be popping up in just a few seconds. Winter Truncheon bought by Hades already. It does look like they want to go in hand. They want to end this here and want to end this now. It's all up to JPL to see how the set is going to go.
We just see a little bit of fun coming from both teams playing the recalls, spams, preventing the minion wave from being pushed and preventing the wave from pushing.
Junior was actually in the Albert Bush on that bottom side, but he was able to get out and recall, so they didn't bother to check that bush.
I mean, who's going to expect someone to be there, right?
Maybe. Mayhaps. Like the final blow already built up. Immune CC tries to get out of the way. Diablo doing so much damage with his passive, just like that. No more Petrify though. The rest of the team members of Homeboys are trying their hardest to defend against the skirmishes coming in from Flash, but new minion waves are coming through. Vernal Cure just going in, trying to deflect all the damage that he can, trying to deflect all the ultimates that he can. But JPL still has his ultimate at the ready. Mignon Fury just waiting, armed and ready to go in. No, all turrets are down as of now. Another like a final blow. Vernal Cure finally gets found, and here comes JPL eaten up by Sock though, getting pushed out. Hades with another kill. It's a 3-member against 4. Another round being popped up, but too much damage. Flash is gonna take this game. They've got the minions, they've got the recalls, they've got the disrespect, and putting Homeboys in their place. Look at the smiles on their faces. A 2-0 sweep from Flash against Homeboys.
That was just a Team Flash show. Being flashy as they are, You know, Team Martis, they had the Martis, and that's what you said, Croissant. You want to see how the Martis being played like that, right?
Yeah, look, I mean, that was definitely the Martis that I know and I get stomped on when I play ranked games. But yes, I'm so excited. I'm so happy to see that. You know, you say that this is Team Flash playing a flashy play. I think this is just every Sunday for them. Sorry, every Saturday for them.
Typical Saturday.
It's just
It
typical
is just
Saturday.
a typical work day for them.
Exactly. You know, they come in, they're here for an hour, and they can pack the bags and go home. I mean,
come in here for an hour and then go home. Hey, it's a rainy Saturday.
It's a rainy Saturday, exactly. Man,
Nice.
just wants to sleep in. Can you blame them? I mean, I don't want to sleep.
They have that motivation. You have the motivation.
Okay,
to
let's
end
just
this fast.
let's just talk gameplay here.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay,
Let's just talk
yes.
gameplay. Like Homeboys versus Team Flash. I feel that Team Flash, the players in general, they have a much better grasp on the mechanics, on the timings of the game. Because if you see just the second game alone, Vernacure going for these team fights when he shouldn't have. He should have been focusing on farming, focusing on fighting Diablo, trying to take away as much of the farm as possible. Because even if he was in a team fight, he was just giving away a free kill, not dealing enough damage.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, though, there can only be one MVP. Who do you think it is from Team Flash? I think Diablo. I'm saying Diablo.
Yeah, I think it's Diablo too.
Is it Diablo? It is Cortese. Man, 2-0 and 15. He didn't die once.
And 80% kill participation. You know, this is not a situation where he was the one getting targeted. He was the one making the playmaking. Right?
Interesting, because I think like he's the forgotten one. He's always on the back foot. He's waiting for the right time. He always uses that nether realm. When Vanix went into the base, he just waited for the right time. Hey, Vanix, come here. I'm going to give you a second lease of life, and then you can just continue to go crazy with your Harrod. So I think Cortese really deserved that. I thought it was Diablo, though, from the start, because he was always making that right zone calls, going for the back targets, making Homeboys unable to play, just like, hey, go back and delete your game. I think that's the message.
But you have to see, right? I think Cortese's timings with the Netherrealm, that's something that you mentioned, and that's something I really want to pay respect towards, right? You saw every single time, even though, you know, every time they would, Homeboys would activate their Netherrealm, you know, there's always an answer back with their own Netherrealm.
Yeah, it's just Cortese doing Cortese things. Now I can say that, and I think that Cortese being a really new fresh face in MPLSG really makes a lot of impact, a lot of difference, and it shows that they've grown after the Games of the Future. I think early this year, where everyone just put them down, even though they were the all-star team. So we'll be taking a look at the item builds and the battle statistics. So boys, just run me through what do you think Homeboy should have done, how should they itemize, and what was going through their heads?
Honestly speaking, Homeboys, you know, I think they needed to play the macro game a lot better, right? I think items plays a part definitely. If people like Wolves should have gone tank more. Well, he is going a full tanky build, which is the correct way to go with these kind of in these kind of game situations. But in just the macro game that Flash was playing was impossible to come back from.
In terms of early game, what we saw from Bougie, Sop, and Wolves, they did the correct thing by trying to invade the jungle, trying to stop the March's snowball as much as possible. But afterwards, when they made a few bad decisions, once they were on the back foot, that's when the micro decisions came in, and we do see the experience of Team Flash, knowing that they can take the team fights. They can take the team fights now. We have the Minnow and Fury on JPL. Cortese can steal another round just in time. And then that just led to a slow decimation for Homeboys as they slowly got whittled down by Team Flash's timings.
Yeah, from Emblem's side, it looks pretty standard across the board. I think Hades has a interesting choice of emblem. That's not what I would have picked.
JPL going for the Brave Smite instead of the usual concussive blast from Minotaur, right?
Yeah, you're right. I did not spot that at all. Brave Smite on the Minotaur. That's actually really interesting. I mean, it shows that JPL preferred a slightly more aggressive build, something which allows him to sustain a little bit more as well. He wasn't super worried about lane clear. They weren't super worried about pushing out the lanes, but he just wanted to self-sustain and prevent himself from dying.
It is actually very interesting as well. We've seen a resurgence of Minotaur with the tank build, with the tank battle emblems as well. Initially, it used to be like the support emblem because of the heals that they get from the second skill for Minotaur. But now it's more of like, hey, can we just make Minotaur a super tank, because his defense has been buffed up to infinity and beyond as well.
Yeah, I remember the, Minotaur also recently had a healing nerf as well, which could potentially see the resurgence of this tank build that Minotaur has.
I mean, look at that. The damage dealt from Wolves was the highest.
Yeah. I think he's just taking care of the turrets in all the lanes, and I think Diablo did a very good job in managing that wave priority.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, the damage was so close. I didn't know that. But JPL, I mean, I have to feel that he was absorbing most of the damage. Cortese he was always there with the Netherrealm as well. So all that was null damage, all it was empty damage, because it was just healed up by the Minotaur. It was just there by the Netherrealm as well. So even though they were dealing damage, they had the numbers put up, they were just not winning the team fights.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that we want to go through, especially with the strategies, the tactics, especially the growth that Flash saw since their Game of the Futures, their last international game together. Everyone put them down. Everyone was, not really looking forward to Team Flash playing in the overseas teams. But now we'll get to see how both of these teams interact with each other and their synergy and how they've grown throughout the years. So the mic check's up. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
Mic check, mic check.
Nice one.
Go. Alot. Cannot. Front ulti.
Paramis, no ulti.
Go.
Ulti Paramis. Nice one, Ix. Nice one. We need to kill them.
By Dragon in 10 seconds.
No flick.
So, I mean, it is a mic check after all, so we just gotta hear their sounds.
1, 2, can you hear me?
Yeah. The Minato coming. Yeah, so it's not really a visual that we need, it's just their comms. And I think that I hear courtesy a lot. And this is how a team is supposed to play, having courtesy or having the mid lane being one of the most vocal ones alongside the roamer position.
Yeah.
Because they're the main playmakers of the game. They set up the plays, they set up the stunts, and then the rest of the team just come back in.
But now we do see the resurgence of Roger, a lot of mobile gold lanes as well. So with these kill-based, team fight-based gold laners, you don't have the standard gold laners where you're a Claude, you're a carry, you're just farming in the lane, you just get your items, then join the team fight. You want to go for these kills as well. And we do see Vanix trying to make these calls as a Roger. In the first game, he's been the first initiator jumping through with his wolf form and getting the key damage as well with his quantum charge.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting because the way that Roger play actually changes the early game meta. It's actually causing that shift because Roger wants to be inside these battles, these inside early skirmishes. You have the Lycan pounds, you have the wolf form, the normal pounds. It's just crazy how fast he moves and rotates around the map. And it kind of builds on that macro plays, the strategies. But we don't have to wait too long because our new segment, Off the Desk, is coming back up. Kin, take it away.
Let's go, Kin.
It is time to get into the knowledge of the game itself. So, I mean, this was an absolute smash, right, by Team Flash, and I think it's pretty clear why, and that's simply because of the draft itself. If we take a look at the heroes they have picked, it literally is a blanket that Flash has taken over the faces of Homebois. So let's go through a little bit of what's going to happen here, right? They have a lot of different angles they can come in, and this is the benefit of the Loi coming in. You can see diversion already being put in. And the one person they sent over actually is Diablo. So let's take a look at the action here. Let's go straight into it. So that first movement, right, contains them, gets them into a perfect triangle. So this is the danger zone. This is where Homebois will not be allowed to step into, right? So that is the first thing that you will notice when they execute this draft at the start of that first tier 3 turret. And once this lane is taken down, it is hard for Homebois to recover because once the situation resets, all of a sudden you have a Mega Minion lane you have to deal with, and that's going to be really difficult to work your way through, especially when you're on the back foot in the match itself. Right, my fingers are not crisp enough, but here, that is going to be the depth of that turret itself. And later on, you will see how they have positioned themselves on the side of Team Flash. And I have to say, it is really spectacular, it's really clean, and they really make sense that this is an all-star team. Right, entry point given by Diablo with the Petrify as well allows Vanix to at least test the waters for a little bit. You see that he gets a little bit of damage onto Bougie as well as Vanilla here. And that is going to be the start of the downfall, at least for game 1. So instant entry for Vanix, he gets the kill as well. Vanilla cannot do anything to save his teammate. And right off the bat, that is 2 tier 3 turrets down already. And mind you, this is the first Lord of the game, if I'm not wrong. And this is how clinical Team Flash is. And this is the formula they're using, right? So the moment Vanix gets the dive, they have the insurance policy on the backlines as well. right, you'll see that I've actually circled them on the back. There is a box at the back where JPL as well as Hades and Curtizi will be in charge of catching any stragglers that are coming into the backlines who are trying to get Vanix off of the map. And yeah, that's game one essentially. And you know what? We thought, you know what? Maybe it's just game one. And that could be something that Homeboys can recover from. And we'll see if they can perform a little better in the second game. But second game, let's be honest, it wasn't too much of a difference as well. Very big entry. Now, the difference in this draft is actually onto JPL itself. JPL, you'll see here, manages to catch 4 people with his Minoan Fury as well. It is also a huge shape he has created for the team in the team fights as well. Previously, it was a triangle. Now, I'm going to introduce some shapes to you guys as well. We're going to see a huge rectangle being built by JPL here. Entry point, Benedetta, Vernocure wants to come in as well. But that is not going to be a safe situation because one of the win conditions that they thought they had on the side of Homeboys was the Nether Realm by Bougie. But you realize the moment they have burned off this resource, it is the end of the game once they can't get the kills. To jump in, the big rectangular motion by the side of JPL, that's a huge catch. And mind you, this is a position that Mr. Golem, Mr. Haref here, being played by our Lord God Vanix, he hasn't even entered the fight yet, right? So that's one thing we have to be really concerned about. And when Vanix enters the fight, that's the end of it. And that essentially is the whole game of Homeboys. I think they did a really good job of trying to match up against Team Flash for today's games. But I think Team Flash, their synergy is just too strong at this point. So, I mean, granted, we are in week 1, game 2 of day 1. It is going to be a spicy one. A lot of lessons for the teams to learn. But I think overall, the message is really clear. If you want to clash, you have to make sure you don't touch Team Flash at this point. So that will be it for my segment. Hope you guys have enjoyed the game and the analysis. And now I have to throw this back to our beautiful Cheryl here. She will be taking us throughout the rest of the day as well. Back to you, Cheryl.
Thank you, Teacher Kin, for that amazing analysis done on the game. Now, that was a very fast one, may I add. It seems like Team Flash had some sort of side quest to gain as much gold as humanly possible right here in the game. And right now, here, I have Diablo. You need to check your uniform before you say you're from which team.
The letter a bit different this time.
Yeah. I've seen the interviews that you did with Jace, where you had to like take a double look. I'm Diablo from Flash. So that's really nice to see. Is this a switch that you anticipated?
Not before last season, but
like you mean to switch teams?
It's something that I've thought about, but it's mostly after the end of last season. Yeah, so it's not a rush decision. I took quite a bit of time to think about it. Yeah.
Right. So as a player, what was the main considerations before you did this jump? Yeah, was it you requested or they wanted, or tell us more?
Honest speaking, I thought Bray was going to the army, so I wanted it to continue going to international. So Team Flash is the team to go. Yeah.
Right, so more of securing the opportunity for championship.
Yeah.
All right, that's interesting. Now, this is a very decked out lineup. We are talking about JPL, you, Vanix, and of course Curtizi, as well as Hades coming into the edition, making it a really, really scary team, to say the least. And with that being said, as they say, too many cooks spoil the broth. You know, with so many experienced players, do you think does it pose a problem to you?
At the start, it might be a bit of a problem because most of us need to adapt to one another, and all of us have different thinking of how to play the game. But we have been training for many months already, so right now we each know respectively what we want to do and what we have to do to help make this team work. Yeah.
Right. So in every raid, you guys are experienced in so many levels. So will there be any situations whereby, you know, someone says, I think we should do this, and then someone else says something else? What happens in that context when, you know, everybody is so experienced and has their opinion on how the game should be played?
Usually we we follow, like whoever says that. Then after the game, we review who has the better understanding of the game. So by now, we wouldn't have this issue in the tournament, but sometimes scrims, we just do it and then we see how. Yeah.
Right. So how are you feeling right here with Team Flash? You know.
Definitely different me. As you guys can see, I don't usually pick my heroes early and I don't play eason that much. So coming here is a new change in me, so I wouldn't need to be the win condition for the team anymore compared to being RSG. I believe the rest of my team are equally strong enough to carry me. So I can just do my part as a normal EXP laner and that will help win the game.
I think right now you are on a high tower, ivory tower rather, because being defending champions, you know, and being such a solid roster, you know, who are you guys looking forward to face off this season?
Personally, for me, it's still RSG because I want to face off against Bray and Roy. I mean, I've been teammates with Bray for very long, but I've never faced off against him, and now that I'm not in the team, you can see he can bring out his assassins, but to Bray, I think you should know I'm the assassin killer, so next week, I will see you.
Oh, how the tides have turned. Once brothers in arm, now foes in the land of Dawn. Now, this is a very vastly different RSG. As I was talking to Bray earlier, I said that it was like a car, but the entire car got overhauled. It's just the shell of it that looks the same. So what are your thoughts on the current RSG SG?
Judging from their performance against Eva, I would say game 1, they might be testing the draft because they have no coach. But in terms of overall performance, I think they are still there, and I hope they don't let me down because I want to meet them in the grand finals.
So this fight is personal.
No, I just want to show them that, like, this, like, what the difference between having me as a captain and Noah. Yeah.
To fight them on a competitive
Yeah,
level. All right, so that's very interesting. All the best. And you guys will be facing off Team Evil.
Evil, yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? Dark Horse as per usual.
This week I've been facing on against Buji, my ex-teammate, and tomorrow is Sela. Both of them are my mid laners. And playing with me, I think they know what are my weaknesses. So tomorrow, Sela might do the same thing as Buji just now, like tanking my lane, but I've learned my mistake. So Sela, see you tomorrow. It won't happen again, man.
Interesting. So we're looking forward to tomorrow. So thank you so much, Diablo, for this interview.
No problem.
Thank you. Fantastic. Now, many of you have been asking, where is Diablo when you saw the very first match earlier? And there you have it. He's now here with Team Flash and no less as captain as well. So speaking of which, tomorrow, latest game, not tomorrow, I'm so excited. All right, fast forward, just like the games already. No, later on, we'll be seeing match 3. Now, match 3 is going to be a very interesting one as well. Just a little bit of a backstory. This is going to be a redemption arc for Bleed Esports. Now, even though we see a brand new roster right here for Bleed Esports as well, taking you back a little bit for the playoff seasons for Season 6, we see Vanguard taking a surprise win of Bleed Esports, sending them packing earlier than expected. So this is a huge redemption arc for Bleed Esports, for them to secure this win right here early on in the regular season, and hopefully Vanguard will be sent home by the end of it for their win. All right, so with that being said, the next game will be starting soon, so stick around and we'll see you then.
I've never seen the face before. 应该是 Vanguard 的人。
My God.
你猜啦，你猜。
Huh? No way. Unless I get wrong also lah. No way. You don't know that. I really don't know.
Oh, I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this, bro. I know this guy.
Huh?
That's very familiar, bro.
What's his name?
You know or not?
Okay.
You think from which team first?
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
You can do each other answer.
Bro. Bro, what? Bro, that's Nick. He looks like Nick, bro.
Yeah, it actually does.
1. 3, 2, 1. Correct. 3, 2, 1. Next day.
Why you write?
Okay, I forgot his name. I don't know the name. Okay, but I know the person. I don't know the name.
Okay. Why so long?
Next day.
Oh.
Nick the Great. 2, 1.
这肯定赢啊，这个。
Who look like him? Who is this guy?
What's that? I think it's this guy.
I think this one.
CG, Sakit.
I think this is Sagit.
You know Kyo?
He this. I don't know. Hey, baby photo, you never know.
Yes.
As a main player.
In MPL before.
Wait.
Oh, what team? What will I put if I don't know the?
The team that Nick always talk about.
Okay, correct answer is Gil.
Huh? 3, 2, 1. Answer is Gil. Huh? I was thinking Gil, but they don't look like Gil.
Try let's go.
Huh?
What? It's Gil.
I got an idea already.
Bro!
Oh, because get Indo also.
This one I really don't know. Cannot tell.
Oh, cannot tell.
2, 1. This is Gil. 2, 1.
Okay lah, it looks like
He got slight resemblance.
Yeah.
2, 1.
Come in and let me play the goal in. Then we tried and it worked decently. And then after that, Flash asked me if I want to become the goal in for the team lah. Then I okay oh. Yeah.
I don't. Now that I remembered that, I don't know why there's a gap in my memory, saying that I don't remember you in the gold lane. That was season 4 as a gold lane.
Yeah, in playoff lah, but regular seasons I was still playing jungle.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's why. But why can't I remember you as a gold lane?
Maybe because I was last place during season 4.
Diablo, do you have any comment?
I have no comments.
I remember I literally wrote you off as the. How did it suddenly? What changed in you to suddenly become? Hey, you're the best gold lane. Like I completely forgot you as a gold lane.
Oh.
What was the difference?
I think it's just cause last time is the marksman jungle meta, and then I always play the marksman. Then I know all the positioning and stuff lah. So I think goal lane is suitable for me. Yeah, it's more comfortable and all. Yeah.
Okay. How do you start as a pro player?
I would say it's through scouting by teams before I joined. But before I joined, I was like any other ranked players out there, just playing my own game when I'm free, and then sometimes just feeling like like basically what people are doing right now. Just feeling good when I win ranked games. That's all. But from time to time, I join small tournaments to get some experience, and that's where teams scouted me out for the first season of MPLSG, and I was looking forward to it. So I went for the trials, and initially I passed for the teams that I wanted to join. So yeah, here I am. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I start.
Then, if you have do you have something to say to players that would like to be like you?
I would say just don't give up. Just continue striving for it. But end of the day, playing rank and coming to MPL is different. So even if you fail your first season here, just make sure you learn and just make sure you take back what's important if you do join MPL. Because the when you first come in, you understand how it feels like when to fight against teams with better experience that rank cannot give you. Yeah.
Okay, both of you went to the world stage before, albeit a different team. Vanix, your first time debuting in the world stage. What's that feeling like?
It feels great to represent Singapore and playing in a world stage. But then it's my first time also, so I faced a lot of challenge. Like I will get nervous and all, cause it's fighting the best teams among the region. Yeah, so I'll get nervous and yeah, but I still played quite okay.
Who did you find the scariest to face when you go like when you're playing international? Who's the scariest?
You mean the goal laner?
Goal laners, yep.
I think Super Marco. Yeah, he was in my group in M5 and he's their team is the best lah. So I'm fighting the best goal laner in the world. So it's tough.
Okay. So Diablo, when Vanix went to the world stage for the first time, were you watching?
Yeah, I was.
What do you think about his performance?
I think it was great, considering it was his first time, as he said, and he's up against the best team in the world. But during that time, everybody thought Onyx was the best, so I would consider AP Brand the second best team when they were facing Brand. But his performance was good, even against one of the best goal laners there.
Okay. All right. Now wait, let's come back to MPL Singapore just a little bit. Name me the top 3 players. Vanix.
Top 3 players. Any role.
Any role. Don't give me that bait and switch.
Top 3 players. Imports also counter, right?
Counted.
Okay. Hades.
Okay.
Kurt. And Diablo. Yeah.
Okay.
Only in Team Flash the best players.
Wow. Okay. That's what we call monopolization. Now, the worst 3 players.
Worst 3 players Lozzy. No, I have a reason for that.
Okay.
Because he already then the mechanics also drop down now.
Is that why he's a coach?
Yeah, he's a coach. Yeah.
Okay. Another 2 more.
Another 2 more. JPL.
Brother, you just put the whole Team Flash in that top 3. Both sides. What the hell?
We got the best and the worst.
Yeah.
It's a balance. Everything needs to have a balance.
Okay. JPL, Lozzy, and one more.
One more.
No, please. Not him. Not him.
Qualifiers cannot put, right?
Can.
Oh, can. Then Miku.
Miku? What do you have against Miku?
No, I just changed to Roma, then yeah, he became the worst.
Okay. Miku appeared in MPL for quite a few times. He was a mid laner.
Yeah, that's why he changed to Roma and then become the worst.
Now, Diablo, your turn. Top 3 players.
3 players. Agree with Vanix list, but Vanix changed to me. Well, me changed to Vanix. Yeah.
Okay.
Vanix, Kurt, and Hades. Yeah.
Okay. Bottom 3 players?
Bottom
Is it the same?
3. I can't disagree.
But do you have more?
More. Let me think. Actually, I don't have anyone right now.
Teammates, current teammates.
Not right now.
Not right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so more or less the same.
Yeah.
So both of you just said that you guys have the best players and the worst players in
Yeah.
Singapore. And people said that you're the best team.
The best team will always have a balance.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then let me also ask, right? I don't think I've asked this. Are your parents supportive of your esports journey?
Mine was supportive right now, but before it takes time.
Takes time. When was the season when you decided, okay, you're good?
When was the season? I think it was when I first win.
Season 3.
Yeah, but that one was still like they just saw lah, but never say much. Then season 4 I won again because I was keep.
OSIM.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer. Alright, ladies and gents, currently we're joining with Team Flash. This is Diablo and also Vanix. Vanix, the inevitable. Vanix, why don't you do a round of introductions first?
Hello, I'm Vanix from Team Flash and I play goal in here.
Okay, Diablo?
I'm Diablo from Team Flash.
You need to look down the jersey first.
I'm the EXP laner for the team.
Okay. Question immediately. Why do you leave your RSG?
Well, I feel Flash is stronger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're leaving behind Bray. Do you have anything to say to him?
To Bray, next season I'll show you why IG can't win without me.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. People are saying that. Okay, I was interviewing Bleed earlier just now. They're saying that Bray is the one carrying the team.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say about that?
I agree to a certain extent, but ultimately the win con is still me lah.
So, Vanix, who do you think is the win con for Team Flash this season?
I think the win con for Team Flash is everybody. I think even Puski can be a win con in our team. Even though he came from Alchemy, but he's still good.
He's good.
Yeah,
Is
he's
that
a
why you pick him up from Alchemy?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We want to stop the trend.
Wait, then last season no win con, man?
Last season no win con. Last season have lah, but not everyone.
Who is that? Who's okay?
Who,
wait, who? Why? Like, okay, let me guess. It's the one that's not in Team Flash right now, right?
You mean the win con?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Is that why you dropped him?
I guess so.
Next question will be: so you're going to Poly this season as well.
Yeah.
You're looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. Then, how are you gonna have you juggled work? Oh well, pro play and school before.
Yeah. Since the day I started, yeah, I've been juggling quite okay lah, quite well. Yeah. Even during my intern, I still playing.
How's
Yeah.
it like?
It's quite tiring lah, cause every day I need to wake up very early, then end late also, then go back home scream. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, we also mentioned that, well, Hades mentioned in an interview before that Team Flash has the best gold laner in Singapore in season 6. That was before you even like appeared as a gold laner.
Before season 6.
Around season 6.
Oh.
When they recruited Hades.
Oh.
Do you think you're the best gold laner?
I think I am the best goal laner in Singapore.
Then who do you think is your biggest threat in MPL Singapore? Gold lane.
I think FMM.
Wait, FMM?
Yeah, FMM.
But he's playing gold lane. He's playing Rome.
Yeah, but I think he's still the best goal lane. No one can compete with him.
FMM, please come back to the gold lane. Thank you very much. Diablo, let's ask that question to you. Who is the strongest EXP right now besides you?
I think that shouldn't be a question.
Stop it, give me. I think I saw
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Who is the best EXP laner?
Definitely, I still think it's me, but not trying to be overconfident here, but definitely there are people who can step up to that role. But right now, I feel like I'm not past my prime yet, so I will still hold that title until one day.
What do you think about JPL still coming back as a Roman?
JPL will say his brain is in his prime. His hands, yes, sometimes.
Okay, great. Then, who do you think can rival you right now in MPL Singapore as an EXP laner?
I'm not looking for anyone to rival me because I want to rival the best in the world.
Okay, okay. But who do you think is slowly creeping behind you?
Slowly creeping behind. I think Puski.
Puski?
That's why he's my sub. I will teach him to be the best.
Puski came from Alchemy. Why did he leave Alchemy?
That's a question I haven't asked him yet, but
in your
probably
opinion?
he wants to gain experience. That's why coming to Flash.
Okay.
But yeah.
So right now you're also schooling the second best EXP laner in your opinion.
He's the up and coming Diablo in the future. Yeah.
What about Twist?
Twist is strong. I say yeah, she's strong.
Twist or Puski?
Twist or Puski. If Twist joins Flash, then Twist.
If you want to win, join Team Flash. That's what Diablo is also doing right now. That's the meta, chat. That's the meta, everybody. Okay, then, question. Vanix, top 3 teams in Singapore right now.
Top 3 teams in
Excluding
Singapore.
you. Everybody put you guys as top 3 immediately.
Okay.
But I don't want you to put yourself.
Homebois.
Top 3.
Yeah, for me top 3 lah.
Homebois.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Then EXCO.
Okay.
And one more team Asteris
Bro, are you sure you're answering my question properly? That's top 3, not bottom 3.
So you're saying they bottom 3?
Oh! That is a backfire. That is a backfire. You got backfire. Coming from Vanix.
I wasn't expecting that.
Coming from Vanix,
Okay,
damn.
bottom 3, let's go.
Bottom 3, let's go.
In your opinion, let's go.
My opinion I think actually I'm not sure about what other team. Wait.
Okay, let me ask you that question once again.
Okay.
Let me switch it around instead of bottom 3 teams. Who do you think this season will get relegated?
Whoa, relegated maybe RSG.
Wow. RSG.
Maybe.
Okay. One more?
One more. Maybe Vanguard also.
Vanguard. What? Do you have anything against Vanguard?
Nothing. It's just they don't look strong.
They don't look strong. Yeah, we ignored Vanguard in most of them. Why do you think they don't look strong?
The goal laner Lakshan, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he's good at all. He used to be my teammate, but I don't think he's good.
He's not good.
Yeah, and then their imports, I don't know. I don't know any of them.
Yikes. Okay. Because you guys imported the best in the Philippines
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let me turn that question over to Diablo as well. Top 3 teams. Let's go.
Top 3. I agree with Vanix list. I mean, they are looking pretty solid this season. He's not supposed to laugh, guys. These are legitimate answer, you know.
Okay.
Homebois SG, EXCO, and Asteris, all champion material teams. You know, we're looking for the dark horses this season, and 3 of them are the dark horses.
All right, let me ask that question again. So, Diablo, who do you think will be relegated this season?
As much as I don't want to see this, but probably Bleed and RSG.
Why is it Bleed and RSG?
Because you gotta to rise to the top, you gotta start from the bottom. So I believe that's what they should do.
Okay. Bleed was top 6 last season. RSG is top 2. Do you think Bleed with this change of roster is stronger or weaker?
Definitely. Actually, I
You
don't
don't know
really
who-
put that in my radar. So
Wow. So you just
Yeah.
ignore Bleed like that. Okay.
yeah,
I mean, you technically have been fighting Bleed as RSG as so long. Now you're going to be fighting RSG as well.
yeah. I'm looking forward to fight RSG.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you want to be known as the win con of RSG.
Actually, no.
Okay.
Truth to be told, I just want to fight Bray. Yeah.
This is your first time going up against Bray.
Yeah, I've never fought him before,
Okay.
so I'm looking forward to it.
How do you start, Vanix? How do you start being a pro player?
How did I start?
Hmm.
I think it was when Zion first formed. Then, one of the members there asked me if I'm interested to play lah. Then I went for trials, and then Potato was my coach that time.
Then you were playing as a jungler back in Zion.
Yeah.
You disappeared for one season or two, I think.
No, I didn't disappear.
Okay, never mind. Then, so what made you change into a gold laner?
I think it was season 4 where I played goalie in the playoff. I think because we were doing very badly, and yeah, then we decided to let Potato come in and let me play the goal in. Then we tried, and it worked decently. And then after that, Flash asked me if I want to become the goal in for the team lah. Then I okay oh. Yeah.
I don't. Now that I remembered that, I don't know why there's a gap in my memory saying that I don't remember you in a gold lane. That was season 4 as a gold lane.
Yeah, in playoff lah, but regular seasons I was still playing jungle.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's why. But why can't I remember you as a gold lane?
Maybe because I was last place during season 4.
Diablo, do you have any comment?
I have no comments.
I remember I literally wrote you off as the. How did it suddenly? What changed in you to suddenly become? Hey, you're the best gold lane. Like I completely forgot you as a gold lane.
Oh,
What was the difference?
I think it's just cause last time is the marksman jungle meta, and then I always play the marksman. Then I know all the positioning and stuff lah. So I think goalie is suitable for me. Yeah, it's more comfortable and all. Yeah.
Okay. How do you start as a pro player?
I would say it's through scouting by teams before I joined lah. But before I joined, I was like any other ranked players out there, just playing my own game when I'm free, and then sometimes just feeling like like basically what people are doing right now. Just feeling good when I win ranked games, that's all. But from time to time I join small tournaments to get some experience, and that's where teams scouted me out for the first season of MPLSG, and I was looking forward to it. So I went for the trials, and initially I passed for the teams that I wanted to join. So yeah, here I am. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I start.
Then, if you have do you have something to say to players that would like to be like you?
I would say just don't give up. Just continue striving for it. But end of the day, playing rank and coming to MPL is different. So even if you fail your first season here, just make sure you learn, and just make sure you take back what's important if you do join MPL. Because when you first come in, you understand how it feels like when to fight against teams with better experience that rank cannot give you. Yeah.
Okay, both of you went to the world stage before, albeit a different team. Vanix, your first time debuting in the world stage. What's that feeling like?
It feels great to represent Singapore and playing in a world stage. But then it's my first time also, so I faced a lot of challenge. Like I will get nervous and all, cause it's fighting the best teams among the region. Yeah, so I'll get nervous, and yeah, but I still played quite okay.
Who did you find the scariest to face when you go lane when you're playing international? What's the scariest?
You mean the goal laner?
Goal laners, yep.
I think Super Marco. Yeah, he was in my group in M5 and he's their team is the best lah. So I'm fighting the best goal.
In a flashy fashion, we have seen Team Flash taking a clean sweep 2-0 in almost record time right here at MPLSG Season 7, even in day 1. Next up is a match that you don't want to miss because we're going to rewind time a little bit. Now, this is going to be a redemption match that's going to unfold for us right here for Game 3. Now, it's very exciting because we see the likes of Bleed Esports going up against Vanguard Esports. Now, why we're gonna bring this feud back is because earlier on in Season 6 playoffs, we see Vanguard Esports knocking out Bleed Esports earlier than we have expected. So, this is a redemption arc for Bleed Esports against the tenacious Vanguard Esports, where they were the underdogs of MPLSG Season 6. So without further ado, let's take a look at the boys, shall we? First up, Bleed Esports. Amazing match, I must say, right here from Bleed Esports, looking dapper right here in their Bleed uniforms. They are getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn with their brand new revamped lineup. Right here from Bleed Esports, seeing the likes of Gear going back into the battlefield, as well as a brand new addition of Jay as well. Previously from our defending champion team of Team Flash, now with Bleed Esports. What will unfurl? So going up against Bleed Esports, let's take a look at the underdogs of MPLSG Season 6, presenting to you Vanguard Esports. The boys are definitely pumped as they're putting on their headsets, ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now, it is no wonder they are pumped because they had a fantastic run over in MPLSG Season 6 previously that definitely, gave a good word to all of their naysayers previously and got all of our eyes on Vanguard Esports. But now, with the departure of Slowly, which was previously their ace of Vanguard Esports, will they be able to take this win from this series itself? So without further ado, I'm going to hand my time over to our amazing casters. Take it away, Teacher Kin, as well as Moment and Kwasong. Take it away, guys.
Yes, welcome back. It is time for another lesson here. Apparently, I am known as Teacher Kin now. Yes, it is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, here with my co-casters, Moment, as well as our new Kwasong. Yeah. So today we're going to be taking a look at the third series of the day. It's going to be Bleed going up against Vanguard. Now, this is a match for the ages because we have seen Vanguard kick Bleed out last season during the playoffs. And I think it was a pretty painful experience for Bleed, right? So you guys are new. What's your take on both of these teams? Well, for Vanguard, I feel that they have lost their pivotal players. When I look at their last season, they did have Slowly, they did have Chewed, but now they have two new players will be filling these heavy shoes that they will have to fill. So I would really favor Bleed at this point. I've been hearing some rumors about Seiji being a very good gold laner, and yeah, I'm kind of interested in that.
Bleed then. What do you have for Bleed? So Bleed, they're on the road of redemption, road to redemption, right? They need to prove themselves yet again to get back their fans. And as Moment kind of hinted, right? I believe or rather, the team believes in the gold laner and seeing what the gold laner has to prove and bring to the table this time around. As you can see for Bleed, we have Sagintu, Yon, Jay, Gear, as well as Seiji. Another person to look out for, of course, is Yon. You know, being, I think, definitely one of the better junglers around in MPLSG. I'm very excited to see what assassins he has kept in his back pocket to perhaps assassinate.
Yep, exactly.
It's
his time to shine, right? Yon, of course, for those of you that are not familiar, he came in during Season 5. He brought his old team, Team Flash, very close to victory. This time, I want to see if he's going to be able to bring Bleed all the way to the top. But with that being said, we can't discount the competition. Let's take a look at the other team. They're going up against Vanguard. Moment, please take us through. We do have Ken, Salem, Super MJ, and the Stain brothers,
Yep.
Nick Stain and Lucian Stain. I mean, their synergy is off the charts. In the way that they play together as a roamer and the gold laner, they mesh very well in the late game synergies. But in the early game, Nick Stain will have to pair himself with Super MJ and Salem to make these early game stages work in this current meta. And can they do so versus Bleed? Because Bleed, well, as we talked about it, they do have one of the premier junglers coming into this series. Whether Salem can fill these shoes, it will be a tough fight for Vanguard, I feel. Yep, exactly. So it's kind of like a redemption arc, right? We want to see these players prove themselves. So Salem going up against Yon in the jungle, that's definitely one thing I want to take a look at. At the same time, I'm very curious about the roam. Now, we have not seen Gear for a while now, right? But Gear has always been a very strong player. Now going up against Nick Stain, and with his performance in the previous season, I'll be honest, he did surprise me. I did put Vanguard a little low in my roster last season, but this season, Vanguard's pretty high in my roster. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if we go into caster's prediction later on, we will see what you predicted, right?
Yeah.
It was totally different from us.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what these two teams have up to offer. As you know, I believe that if I am Bleed, I'm Team Bleed, I'm gonna be prepped specifically for this matchup, kind of get my revenge. You know, having being knocked out and having a bit of slap on the wrist the previous season. This season, they're definitely going to be out for blood.
Oh, for sure. But of course, we do have the head-to-head. Let's take a look at what these teams have for each other.
I can only show my revenge through the game score later. So if it's a best of 3 or 2-0, best of 5, 3-0, somehow me in the grand finals 4-0. No, I think I'll wreck him. I think the only reason why he wins is because I wasn't playing.
He helps a lot of our player mentality, and he's a good analysis as well. So, like I said, I think Cody Banks is like equivalent of 2 person as well. We will try to 2-0 everyone.
Bleed is looking very solid this season. Their role is not mixed up, and I think they look very steady. I think Bleed will be able to get into the top 2 this season.
I will have to see first cause I personally haven't seen him play roam yet. So I will not underestimate first until I face him and see for myself. But personally, I still feel Bleed is very beatable. Yeah. Personally, I'll say just stick to role. I mean, you can see those that change their role, have they ever won? No, right? So it's better to just stick to the role cause it's your most comfortable role.
Okay, so stick to your role, and there's a little bit of beef between the roamers here, right? So we have Gear going up against Nick Stain. Nick Stain, of course, for those of you that don't know, used to be a mentee of JPL, and he absolutely wrecked him in the playoffs season, right? So this time it is another prodigy, a child prodigy from the likes of Bleed previously, which is going to be Gear. And we're going to be taking at the look of a battle of the mentees.
Man, I have to say, there's just so much beef going on. I love the call-outs. He's like, oh yeah, Gear was like, oh yeah, you know, you guys won because I just wasn't there. But now that he's here, let's see if he can show up to the matchup. I'm so excited to see the battle of the roamers and seeing how they can support the teams or disrupt the enemy teams even better for the others.
Yeah, but they did talk about Cody Banks. Cody Banks being the coach for Bleed right now. He was the MDL coach for EXCO, if I'm not wrong. He's an ex-MDL coach, so he does have a lot of regional experience coming in. So putting gear on the roam, this might mean something. A lot of new strats will come through from Bleed this season.
And right off the bat, I think, you know what, they don't really agree with Cody Banks at this point. It looks like a majority of the audience actually going with Vanguard. Wait, hang on.
It's Bleed.
It's Bleed. Okay.
It's Bleed.
So a little mix up of information, but let's take it that Bleed is the one that has the 74%, right? So yes, they have confidence in Cody Banks, the coach as well, and the majority of the players on the side of Bleed. Now, they have a lot of things to prove, but these are just numbers, right? Like I say, every season there are opinions and then there are facts. As of now, these are opinions. We'll only know the facts after the end of the game. So, you know, this is what the audience feels. Give me your thoughts on how this lineup is going to be like.
All right, so I think Bleed, you know, they're coming in overly prepared, right? I believe that Bleed is definitely going to take this 2-0 as they're going to, you know, they're thirsting for revenge, man.
Okay.
I predicted that Bleed is going to take 2-0, but as I said, I love being proven wrong. So my predictions are always fluid. Vanguard, they can have a chance no matter what. And look at that. Look at the prediction from you, kids.
I'm not going to be so cruel to say that, hey, you know, a victory is a 2-0 victory. First and foremost, I'm the only one on the roster that has gone with Vanguard. But let me explain the reason why, okay? So we have already seen Vanguard, you know, progress through the season itself from last season all the way to here. And I think they have a little bit more time to get their synergy in check. At the same time, Bleed is an entirely new team, is a new roster. Yes, they have gear. I believe in gear skills as well. But is he going to be strong enough to carry what we would deem as so-called unknowns at this point? Because this is the actual trial by fire, right? They have not been on the stage yet. This is the first time they're playing in this environment live in front of audiences as well. And that's a very different kind of battlefield experience.
That's true. Playing live, you know, we used to say that there's always a live buff, right?
Yeah,
or
yeah.
it could be a detriment. You know, if they're not used to playing in front of players, nerves may get the better of them. So it'd be really interesting to see whether Bleed can calm themselves down, right, pace themselves slowly, and play their game. If Bleed is able to do that, I reckon Bleed definitely has the advantage. But you're right, Vanguard has experience playing with each other, and I think that's very, very important as well.
Right, let's take a look at the drafting phase here. There's one more thing I want to, you know, put across is that this season itself is a pretty young season. We have a lot of new young players as well. So composure definitely going to be part of the game. Now let's take a look at the first bans coming out from both sides. Moment, let's walk us through what's happening.
Alright, so Nolan, Chip, of course. Nolan having the high mobility, high damage, always going to be a top tier ban. And together with Minotaur from the side of Bleed. So Minotaur, we've seen it time and time again in games. JPL handling it just now. Minoan Fury, very good at counter-engaging, very good at initiation as well. So much crowd control. And with Chip, I mean, what do you feel about Chip, Croissant?
Yeah, I think Chip, you know, played as a 5-stack is such an important roaming hero, right? Chip is able to just bring team fights to you, and he's the only one, okay, well, besides Loyi a little bit, but he's the only one that can bring people from all across the map to him, and Chip is such an essential, pivotal key character, hero in, you know, in these kind of games. So Chip ban is definitely well thought of.
Yeah.
And you know, I think what is also interesting to note as well is that, you know, both roamers are, you know, being kind of put on the pedestal right now. We can see the respect bans coming on both sides.
Nick Stain and Gear, of course, they're head-to-head. It's going to be very important in getting these early advantages for their team. And you see the Matilda already being banned. Loyi being the second ban, being the third ban from the side of Bleed. Well, we do know that Harif is still in the pool. So whether the Harif ban will be coming out from the side of Vanguard.
I mean, my comment is ban that Leonin. I hate Harif players, to be honest, because it's a monster. But, you know, a lot of the gameplay now that's being restricted is the relocation gameplay, right? The fact that they are able to traverse the map, get ganks all over the place, and even in cases where you get to escape, that's going to be out of the picture for this point because you have heroes like Matilda and Chip being banned out. Now, final ban going to be the Angela, so a little less healing compositions. And Bleed, of course, if you let the Harif through, he's going to snap it all up. Bleed going to have their hands on Harif. Probably going to go into the goal lane here, into the hands of Seiji. And like you mentioned before, Seiji, you know, primed this one of the strongest goal laners.
Yeah, a lot of rumors saying that he is from the MDL region of the Philippines as well. So a lot of people have been saying Harif is, Seiji is an extremely strong gold laner. He is like a Vanix. Yeah, so it's going to be really, really interesting to see how he operates it, how he handles the gold laners coming into this main stage in MPLSG. And the next two picks that we see from Vanguard, Fredrin, have been banned all day.
Fredrin is finally through. We get to see a Fredrin play, and I'm so excited to see what Salem can do on the Fredrin. Nathan, a really solid pick as well. Super good for team fighting, and it accelerates in the late game. Nathan, when positioned rightly, just will shred through everyone. And just this duel right now, without anyone else, perfect, right? You have a really wide range taunt, and then you have the Nathan to clean up.
But for Bleed, there is a Roger still available to be picked up, so they do pick the Arlet. We did see the Roger having a great time against Jace's early on in today, so Nathan can be handled in terms of laning stages, but whether or not they pick it is another issue. Oh, they do go for the Vexana.
All right, so let's take a look at the the synergies coming out from the draft itself. Fredrin and Natan is a very beautiful combo that teams love. Because of the energy eruption coming out from the Fredrin, he will be able to control the members on the side of Bleed. But once again, this is countered by the fact that they have an Arlet who's going to be played by Gear. So they have two people who are extremely mobile. You have the Arlet and the Harif as well. Seiji and Gear, I'm pretty sure these are very comfort hero picks for them as well. With the Chrono Dash, it's pretty hard because with the cooldown of the Zaman Falls as well, he will be able to chunk down heroes on the side of Vanguard pretty quickly. And Fredrin only has access to his energy eruption once in a while. So he's going to have a perfect catch. And with the addition of Jay being on his Vexana, I think as of now, it is a pretty tough job for Vanguard to take team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it was between the Valentina or the Faramis, and they picked up the Valentina. So very, very nice pick from the side of Vanguard. But I always like to say, Vexana, you require a lot of frontliners to make it work. You need a lot of peel away from the Vexana so that she can stand in the back line, she can deal the damage. And Bleed still does not have that.
I want to ask, why do you guys think that Vanguard put such a priority on Valentina right now? Right, we see Valentina usually being picked into the Faramis, right? But against the Vexana right now, only is it worth it to pick Valentina?
Oh, absolutely worth it, because at this point you have the Eternal Guard that you can be stolen from the Vexana. You also have the Final Slash being to be available to be stolen from the Arlet as well. So not only that, Valentina on her own, she already has the Shadow Strike as well as the Arcane Shade combination, which will terrify the opponents. So it really is a setting up for the Fredrin to get the energy eruption. And all you're doing is really just buying time for Natan. All he needs to get is the interference into Entropy, and it's game over for Bleed, right? So that's what Bleed wants to avoid. They need someone who's not only tanky, but able to give a little bit more control, because if everything falls onto the Death Grasp as well as the Final Slash, it is a bit of a risk because those cooldowns are pretty long.
I have to say that it's really interesting in terms of the bans coming out from Vanguard right now. They've opted to ban out the Assassins. So they think that Bleed is opting to play Assassins instead of a tanky frontline. It's I'm not sure if it's the right call, but it's definitely an interesting one.
Yep, it is for sure, because Yawn, as we all know, is one of the scary junglers of the new generation, right? So definitely smart move to try and get rid of, Assassins like the Ling, who has been buffed, as well as the Fanny. We have already seen Yawn's Fanny in Season 5. Not something that Vanguard would like to entertain at this point. And it's really more about the control coming out from the side of Bleed that they want to get rid of. So no Grok, no Kaja, so there is no Wild Charge as well as the Divine Judgment here. Now, interestingly, I want to see what does Yawn have his hands on for the rest of this game.
Barat is still in the pool, Boxer is still in the pool, so I mean, these two have been the previous meta, they have been the tanky junglers that have always been picked. But whether or not he goes for this assassin lineup, assassin meta, that we have been talking about right now? I don't think so, because Vexana, you require a frontliner, and okay, we do see the Paquito picked up, but for the jungler of choice for Yon, what do we have?
Yeah. We have the Barats.
Okay, so this is kind of new, right? We are very used to Yon playing the assassin heroes. This time he will have his hands on the Barats as well. It could be a switch as well. We could see a Paquito onto that jungling role. But I think at this point it is going to be Sagitno taking up the Paquito, leaving Ken with the last pick for the team on the side of Vanguard. Now, I really like the synergy of both teams. You can see the tankiness coming out from Bleed. But not only that, they are extremely mobile as well. Paquito, one of the absolute counters to the CC in the late game. I mean, the burst coming out from Paquito is going to destroy that front line of Vanguard.
And a Kufra pick with the roam fill at the last moment will be the choice for Vanguard here. Valentina, as you said before, a very good plethora of ultimates to steal. I want to add that Zaman's Force would be a very good ultimate to steal as well, to counteract the team fight of the Zaman's Force if you want to disengage, especially if they picked up a CC, because CC and Nathan, they want to play as an individual unit as much as possible.
You know, it's so interesting. I'm going to talk about the Kufra pick a little bit, right? So we talked about how Bleed side has so much mobility. Kufra is such a good counter pick because his ball stops them in their tracks. This is such a smart counter pick coming out from Nick Stain, and I think Kufra is going to do so much legroom in this match.
Yep. Early game, pretty even from both sides, right? We have a very strong early game coming out from Jay on the Vexana. Not as strong for the side of Super MJ, but he will scale pretty hard as well into the mid stages of the game. So we'll see. Now, this is going to be decided on the fate of the Roamers. They are going to influence this game pretty much. So welcome to Game 1 between Bleed and Vanguard. Who is going to have the first step in this game?
So you see some pretty standard start coming out from both sides of the map. Bleed is Barats is just gonna do a standard clear of purple into orange. No shenanigans, no sneaky picks off in the early game, and I think this is quite a standard start from both sides of the field.
Yeah, big concerns though on the survivability on the EXP lane. So Gitno, of course, going for the quantum charge, so he will get a little bit of health back from his basic attacks every once in a while. But Ken actually takes the Brave Smite, so his sustain is going to be quite strong.
Do you actually talking about emblems, right? What I noticed is Gear picked up a focusing mark instead of the usual Brave Smite that Arlott is used to carrying around.
Yeah, so it is pretty much a team fight composition here, right? Because they want to use the Arlott to set. So Gear as a roam going to play a very pivotal role here, and we might see the first blood. Oh, here we go! You actually get it!
And Gear straight away in trouble as well. So it's still a 1-for-1 trade from the side, but first blood going the way of Bleed as Super MJ will be taken out.
Yep, not a good trade to be honest. It is going to be bad for Vanguard because the mid lane is the one that got taken out. So the EXP going into J is going to matter a lot in the mid game.
Yeah, and for sure you can see that.
Very nice catch by Jay and finding Ken out of position. Salem in a slight bit of a tiffle as well, as we do see the turtle spawning in 1 second. They want to peel away as much of the team fight from the turtle as possible, but Fredrin and Barats are already around.
Yep, it's a hard fight here. Salem, the only one who is 4, so I don't think they can offer much on the side of Vanguard. It should be an easy Bleed turtle. And that's going to be the case here. And Bleed will successfully start that advantage.
And this 1v1 situation from Seiji on the gold lane. He will commit the Zaman's Force, but the reverse clone to get away from Liechtenstein. Just trading ultimates.
Yep, I mean, entropy cooldown is pretty low, so I don't think it's a big loss for the side of Vanguard. But they are losing a little bit of map control. So it's something we think we definitely need to look out for. Bleed, even though the goal lead is about close to 1,000, it is actually quite significant at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's still really significant, right?
Speaking of which, we finally get to see the new skins from KOF, by the way. If you notice, we have our first Paquito of the day, and that's such a beautiful skin to see just now.
Terry Bogard.
Terry Bogard, indeed. All right, so we're going back into the game. We see after the first fight, I think both teams was a little bit frazzled, so things have calmed down a little bit. We just see CC trying to almost had the scavenger crab stolen away from her, but other than that, it's pretty standard all around. I believe both teams are trying to play it a bit safe, respecting each other at this point of the game. when we will probably see the next team fight happening at the next turtle spawn.
Yeah. And the thing is, Ken has been kept down for the early stages of the game with the Vexana Jay coming in at the correct time to take out Ken. So Sagidnu will have such a better time laning 1v1 versus the CC.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep our eyes on Jay for quite a bit because he is actually influencing the game pretty hard at this point. And it's not even about the roam because Gear, yes, he's doing his job fine, but Jay has been the one that's making all the difference so far.
And we do see a skirmish going on near the turtle pit, but the turtle will not be spawning here as both teams do disengage, not wanting to give up any kills.
But that was a very key point. Nixdane had to use his flicker, so that's going to be down for the turtle fight. I'm not sure. I think that felt like a slightly premature flicker, but I think it's just a lot of respect going from Nixdane into Bleed.
Yeah, it's a false error at this point, and you can see on the backline, Super MJ will not be safe at this point.
Yes, Sagidnu just threatening at this moment. Yon will be starting the turtle, but Nixdane, he will be able to jump in.
Eternal Guard stolen by Super MJ. This could change the fight for the side of Vanguard.
It seems like both teams aren't willing to commit super hard into the turtle as they're just being very respectful to each other. And to be fair, it's a very close match, right? It could still go anyone's way.
And Nixdane being found in the bush does use the ultimate onto Sagidnu. Eternal Guard already committed, but Nixdane will be going down for the count. Daytona's welcome onto Yon as well as they get a second kill for the side of Bleed. Turtle will be going their way.
Yep, and in the case of Bleed going up against Vanguard, Bleed takes the lead here, close to 2,000 gold ahead, and this could be the start of a huge snowball here.
We see Gear being a little bit cheeky, rushing up to the front to try to prevent the recall. Evidently misses slightly, but it was nonetheless a little bit of a sneaky play.
And that's Yon taking the purple buff.
Yeah, so it allows for opportunities to go for invades and to take off key objectives. Okay, well, minor objectives like the purple and orange buffs here, as we see. Very well played from Bleed. Literally try to push the advantage as they have right now.
Yeah, you're going to see Bleed start to take a lot more team fights. Seiji, like you mentioned, one of the stronger players, looks like proving his point at this point because he is going to be able to deal a lot of damage towards the side of Vanguard.
Yeah, you do see them wanting to go for Sagidnu at this point, but Seiji already getting the bottom lane turret as Nixdane does go for the jump, but does not find the catch onto Sagidnu. Reverse clone already committed, but has a low cooldown.
Yeah. With every failed play from the side of Vanguard, it's going to cost them a little bit more. You can see gold already starting to near 3,000 in terms of the lead for the side of Bleed here. And at this point, it is a pretty low kill game. So Vanguard don't really have a lot of opportunities to turn this game around yet.
What I really like, Bleed, what Bleed is doing right now, is that they are not, kind of forcing a fight with Vanguard right now, right? So they see Vanguard committing 4 team members to try to kill the EXP laner just now. But you know what Harris was doing? You know what Seiji was doing? He's farming. Man was pushing out on the opposite side of the map, and this is exactly what teams like this need to do. They need to try to defend an objective that what Vanguard is doing, and then on the other hand of things, take something else from the other side.
Yeah, I mean, their game plan is to leave the Paquito alone as much as possible, and the team fight goes to where Jay is, and Gear with the final slash onto Nixdane, potentially taking away his life, does get away, but Zamon's Force already committed as nobody, Eternal Guard being used by Super MJ, but nobody dying for the count.
Yep. Seems like Vanguard's a little bit frazzled, right? There were a couple of nice stunts coming in, especially from Super MJ with the stolen Eternal Guard as well, but there was no one that kind of follow up on the damage. Salem seems to not be able to take too much punishment from the side of Bleed as well. And as it stands now, all 3 turtles have gone into the hands of Bleed. And I mean, according to what was said in the interviews, Gear seems to be putting his money where his mouth is.
Gear is applying so much pressure on the map right now. No matter where you see Gear, he's popping up, he's harassing the enemies, he's harassing Vanguard. He is just being a nuisance. And I love to see this kind of gameplay coming from Arlet. We have not seen this kind of Arlet play today, so it's just really, really good to see what a masterclass of Arlet looks like.
Yep, exactly. And Vanguard now, they have quite a few problems to fix as well. In the team fights as well, you have to care about Mr. Seiji being playing that Harif, right? At the same time, you have to be very careful of the Eternal Guard and the final slash. So there's 3 people you have to look out for at minimum on the side of Vanguard. Not only are they underfarmed, they are losing team fights as well.
I love what Bleed is doing. Look at Gear. Gear is just shadowing Seiji, right? If you noticed earlier, Seiji was just shoving the lane. Gear was hiding in the bush, right? So he's just always going to be that extra insurance policy to ensure that Seiji does not get caught out.
Eyes on Gear though. He is primed for a perfect catch here.
Eternal Guard being used onto Super MJ here, but no trades being found. Just Bleed, just taking away the key objectives, which is the
catch
outer
at the
tower.
top.
I don't think Gear will be able to kill Ken though.
Yep, the whole team is here to try and support that attempt here. It would have been great, but I think Seiji realizes not enough mana to play around with the Chrono Dash. So it would be a risk that is not worth taking at this point.
Yon being really sneaky and stealing the orange burst from right under Vanguard's noses. This is just being so oppressive right now. And Yon is...
Oh, reverse clone being used on the mid lane as final slash from Gear will not be able to save Jay. I mean, this is what Vanguard has to do. They have to take away Jay, but the extended team fight will be going on. And Seiji, will he commit his Zayman's Force here? He does, and potentially taking out Luxian Stain, and he does, but Seiji goes down for the count. Yon still frontlining very well, but Gear is
nice
squishy, and it's very nice catch from the side of Team Vanguard. Very nice final slash as well as Daytona's welcome onto Salem. Will not be able to find it. Super MJ still not able to survive as well, but Yon already pulling down very low. Ken just pulling through, does have the Vengeance available, but it's 3v1. He will not be able to take this extended team fight and eventually goes down to Sagitnu. All in all, that extended team fight went into Bleed's flavor.
Yep, exactly. They just cannot take any fights at this point, and Bleed gonna start off with their neutral objective on the first lord of the game, and at this point they're about 3,000 gold ahead, and I don't think they're gonna stop anytime soon.
I don't understand why Vanguard took that fight. They had a good catch, right? So they won the early stages of the fight. They decided to try to extend and push their luck a little bit, and they got punished. The door got slammed shut in their face. And unfortunately, they didn't only lose 4 members of the team, but they also lost the Lord.
Well, it is a war of attrition at this point for the side of Vanguard, but here's the saving grace, right? So Luxian Stain just got his hands on the Holy Crystal, so there is a little bit of damage that's going to be able to come out from this Natan. So Luxian needs to be protected in this team fight, so it's going to be a very important job that Nick Stain needs to do to protect his brother. Can they leave the pain from the Stain here?
Then we see the jump coming through from Nick Stain, not catching anyone as of the moment. Their key target for Vanguard still has to be Jay. And with Jay going down the previous fight, Seiji will still had enough damage output to take out the backline.
Yep, a lot of pressure coming in from Vanguard. All 3 lanes pushing in with the Lord marching down on the top lane as well. Vanguard on the back foot, but it's not all a lost cause just yet.
All lanes being pushed right now.
Yeah, so all lanes are being pushed right now. Bleed is playing the game really well. You can see bot lane is pushing right in right now. So what they can do from Bleed's side is
nice catch. Very nice final slash, and Daytona's welcome onto Ken. Eternal Guard, he's just CC'd forever. That's why he's called CC. And now 5v4 situation for Bleed as they want to take this inhibitor turret. They will not be pushing their luck. They will not overextend this time.
Yep, very good discipline coming out from Bleed here. And I think they are really looking for the win because most teams, they would actually try to push a little bit more and try to get more from their opponents here. Vanguard faced with imminent defeat here. One more catch!
One final slash onto Luxian Stain as he goes down for the count. Salem will be following. Super MJ really low as well. Seiji with a triple kill. And the tower will eventually go down. Nick Stain and Ken, can they do anything to hold on for Bleed as the base will eventually go down with the Eternal Guard falling?
One of the fastest games today so far. 12.5 minutes here. Gear making the victory happen with that final slash. My goodness, what a nice catch.
Final slash for the final nail in the coffin, huh?
Yep, exactly. Beautiful work by the side of Bleed.
Gear really showing why he's here to finish the day. He's here to, finish in similar style to Team Flash, finish quick games, and show why he's here to take revenge.
I gotta say, Gear really putting, his money where his mouth is, right? In the head-to-head, we said, yeah, they won because I wasn't there. And now he's here?
And he shows up, man.
Point proven, and of course we are going to take it and run with it at this point. So first game going over to the side of Bleed fans that have showed up today. Definitely smiling, grinning from ear to ear at this point. But it's not over yet. This is just the first game of a best of 3 series. Now, what's the takeaway for the side of Vanguard? This is the important question. A loss is not a loss till the game is over.
That's very true. I think Vanguard, honestly, they played the game pretty well in the early games, right? They played keep away. They tried to play to their win conditions, aka the Natan, right? The Natan was their win condition, and they were playing towards that, you know. But they just were not able to stop the momentum the moment they gave Bleed a slight lead, right? They gave Bleed a slight lead, and Bleed took it and ran straight down mid with that.
Yep. Actually, I would like to add one more thing, which is I don't really agree with the Kufra pick. You know, because it actually allows the Ala to catch you much easier. Because bouncing ball is a reactive skill, right? You use it when you're expecting people to jump. So it's not exactly the best counter to the draft that Bleed has come up with. But let's take a look at the items of the game, the stats, the MVP, most importantly. Mr. Punch It Out Sagitno taking the Paquito into the hands of godlike status.
Yeah, Sagitno had finished the game with a 505 KDA and a 76% kill participation. I think he really started popping up, you know, in that mid-game fight when the fight started to extend a little bit, and he just came in and sweeped off and finished up the game.
I gotta say that Sagitno had the early game really boosted by Jay, because Jay came in and just took away CC's advantage that he could even lane versus a Paquito. Because Paquito versus CC, you would think it's pretty even in the early stages of the game. But with Jay's pickoff, Sagitno just took it and ran away with it. And he started dominating in a solo scenario.
Yeah, I mean, Ken was supposed to put a leash onto the Paquito, right?
Yeah.
And like you said, it's really that first rotation by Jay that changed the whole game for them. And, you know, when you give Bleed an advantage, you can be sure Bleed are not going to let go of the lead at all.
That's for sure. As we saw in the previous game, you know, I think Vanguard really needs to tighten up the gameplay a little bit more. And if by doing that, you know, it's going to allow them roads and different paths to victory from there.
Did you see the crowd control that they had on, I mean, just the stun lock that they had on CC? Oh my god, he could not play the game. And now we do see the itemizations and the gold lead that Bleed had already. A 9,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. There's no way that they're coming back.
I mean, the stats really speaks for themselves, right? At this point, the gold lead is one consideration. The other thing is that Seiji is almost done with the last item as well. 10,000 gold in his pocket. Stadium Scythe, Fed of Heaven, along with the Blood Wings. And last but not least, that Holy Crystal. There's a lot of magic damage. And at this point, the speed that he dishes out his Chrono Dash into his basic attacks outranks whatever Luxian Says offers, even with the interference and entropy.
Yo, I just realized, on the side of Vanguard, they're not respecting the damage coming up from the Harith. There's not much magic resist being built across the board. And, you know, I'm questioning their itemization. We only see the magic resist from Salem, right, on Fredrin, but that's it. You know, even you usually see something similar from the CC.
Let me explain to you why. It's simply because of Sagitno. Everyone built the Dreadnought armor, right? It was just to minimize his damage because Jay wasn't really catching too many people towards the end. But let's take a look at the emblems itself. A really aggressive emblem from Nick Stain. He was supposed to be the catcher, but he got caught instead. So Concussive Blast, I like the idea behind it, but wasn't properly executed. And at that second point, which is the second Concussive Blast, coming out from Salem, they could never find that perfect position to catch people on the side of Bleed.
Yeah, I usually like to see the Brave smite on someone like Fredrin because he needs to be in there, he needs to be in the thick of the fight, he needs to sustain, because, you know, the more white or the more gray bars that he has, the bigger damage of his ultimate. You know, and as mentioned before, I think Gear has a really, really good choice of emblem this time around. His amplified damage coming out from his emblem choice is impactful, as we saw from this game. You know, just Gear was going all over the place and assisting everyone.
Yep, exactly. I think, you know, Moment, you can talk about the focusing mark by Gear. His entry points into the fight's insane.
Yeah, Gear with the focusing mark on the final slash. That sweet damage that
guaranteed.
He had, it's always guaranteed. And him going for the focusing mark would mean that Seiji would have a lot of free damage combined with Jay as well. So much magic damage coming through. And as you said, the itemization, they were not prepared for the amount of burst magic damage coming through. Sagitnu, of course, still a factor, but he was playing keep away for so long. He was just trying to peel away from the team fight. He was always in a 1vx situation, and it was so well done by him.
And now let's take a look a bit at Seiji here. 829 gold per minute. Now, I had my doubts when they were saying that he's a pretty good player and he's going to be really strong and all that. But Seiji has changed my perspective for sure. He's someone that we definitely need to take a look out for on the side of Bleed.
And look at that gear, as we mentioned earlier, with a 90% kill participation.
8 assists. Oh my God.
8 assists. He was all over the place, and no one was there to stop him. I mean, Arlott unchecked is probably one of the scariest things, as that final slash can just move your whole team from one point to another.
And one stat that I really want to talk about right here is Salem's teamfight participation compared to Nick Stain. Because in terms of when you have a Kufra should not be the main initiator. It should always be the secondary initiator. After the first frontliner jumps in, it should have been on the Fredrin to be on the front line, and he was only at 50% teamfight participation. As I was looking throughout the entire game, I did not feel the impact from the Fredrin at all. He did not have a very good game to begin with.
The combination is pretty hard to pull off because they needed someone to open the doors for them, right? It could be vice versa. It could be Nick jumping in. It could be Salem jumping in as well. But it was always destroyed by Gear. So I'm just going to remind everyone that Gear said that they lost because Gear wasn't there. And I fully agree with you, Gear. It's really because you were not there. So it's time for Nick to pull up his socks and bring a good second game into what could be potentially match point for Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, stick to your role. What's that? What's that? I can play every single role, no problem, right? Yeah, and look at Gear swapping into the roaming. It's just really, really good.
Yep, exactly. Now, we're going to be taking our next steps into the rest of the game as well. So we're going to have a very short message coming up on the screen really, really soon.
Yeah, alright, so we know that gaming can get intense sometimes. However, Awesome has got your back. The Uthrone V gaming massage chair is built to energize and reinvigorate your mind and body. Level up your performance with its patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. Game in comfort and style with the Uthrone V Transformers Edition designs. And remember that Awesome is here to provide support for your well-being, even though no one else supports your character in-game. Sounds a bit like the rank games that I have.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Awesome just got our rank gaming adventures. Exactly.
Yeah, dude.
Exactly
I feel targeted, man.
Yeah, it's like no one supports me in game. Yeah, most of the time.
Well, I guess you can tell that we are pretty much solo queue players here. We don't really form up teams when we play. But of course, with that being said, it is support that you need and it's support that you will get. Awesome chairs. Now, for those of you that love the Transformers series, please go and get that. But now we have the new black ones. I really like the color of this. Darker, sleeker, and much more functional because black releases heat and captures heat a little bit faster as well.
Yeah, it's very good for lumbar support as well. You were showing off the pillow, right? Yeah, that pillow is really nice. I've been sitting on it all day, and I've been casting well rested.
Yeah, well, but this is the highlight of our day, the chair. This time, it's time to see the highlights of the game.
Well, we do have the early game pick onto Gear. Not too important, as they did take out Super MJ on the first blood. And Jay, with this kill onto Nick Stain here, would solo them into Salem going down as well. And in this next clip, we see Gear does go down, but Sagitnu with the counter engage, getting a double kill as well. And look at this lockdown onto Ken with the Eternal Guard as well. And finally, a triple kill from the side of Seiji as he has enough farm to just go ham.
Yep, exactly. It really is a combination, right? If you take a look at the team fights itself, Nick Stain is always separated from Salem. They couldn't pull off the combination to get that, insta lockdown and continue lockdown onto the members on the side of Bleed, and they crumble because Seiji was just so far ahead.
Yeah, I really like the idea, but I didn't quite like the execution.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, this is the professional league, so you can theorize things, but practice is kind of different.
For sure.
Gear was just playing keep away, right? The final slash, it just caught everybody off guard.
But yeah, so anyways, moving on, we're going to have our analysts break down key parts of the game.
Yes.
And we're looking forward to what Churros has to say.
What's going on, guys? It's Professor Churros here instead, not Churros anymore. Bring you another breakdown off the desk. So I know a lot of you guys, I've been doing my analysis, I've been watching the game up here, but a lot of you have been raving about the Paquito and how Sagitnu was able to overturn that one matchup, that overturned the momentum of the game toward Bleed's favor. So we'll be able to look at Paquito and how he moves around the map, trying to find that flank, because there was two ways he was about to play this. The first was he was somewhere around this map area, but he was able to jump straight in to the fray and try to get that fight onto Paquito. So let's just roll this and see how this plays out. Whoop, there are some technical difficulties with the screen, so we'll just have to see how this moves in.
Okay, so I think there's a little bit of technical difficulties on that. So we will skip the analyst portion for a little bit while we fix up what we wanted to say for that first game itself. But now, second game of the day. Match point for Bleed and potential tie for the side of Vanguard. What are we feeling about the match so far?
Vanguard, they do have a very big uphill battle. Now that they've seen Gear's skill potential, Gear's mechanics when it comes down to roaming, they know that they will have a very big battle to fight, especially if Nick Stain cannot go up against Gear. That means they've lost all advantages that they probably could have had.
Kennedy.
I want to make a comment saying that, you know, I wonder if the strategy that Vanguard is going to employ is to just focus out Gear, right? If they remove Gear's options, I wonder if Gear can be unlocked, so to say.
But the thing is, like, I feel that Gear, even though he had a lot of very nice final slashes, there was a lot of fallback. The way that Jay played to get the EXP lane advantage for Sagitnu, and Sagitnu, how he took the mechanic of having that advantage and rolled with it. And behind all that, they have Seiji, who came in after he got his farm and just rolled into a triple kill. They have so many layers to this.
Yep, man was quietly farming, man. He was just like farming. He's like, you know, playing, I think it's Farming Simulator or something like that.
Full focus, and of course the trickle-down effect from just one small action from the likes of Jay really changed the whole fight. Now, Jay is someone that we haven't really talked about today, but Jay is someone you cannot ignore as well. Jay came from the reigning champions as well. He came from Team Flash. So it looks like the championship aura has kind of rubbed off his experience and translated it into the gameplay for the side of Bleed. So are we, I mean, it may be a little bit too far to call it, but maybe Bleed as potential champions? I don't know.
Wow, you really think so, huh? Bleed, you think Bleed is going to take it all?
Well, I was called a traitor by Bleed's VP for voting against them. But you know what? It is just a prediction here. It is up for Vanguard to prove my prediction right. So I have huge expectations for Vanguard for sure. I think they should still be able to do it to tie this series up. At this point, yes, Bleed is pretty strong, but they're not perfect yet.
So here's a question for you. What does Vanguard have to do in order to secure the second game?
Well, I think, like we mentioned before, that everything starts with the draft, and we need to make sure that maybe they can position themselves a little bit better for the start of next game to get the proper initiations as well. He kind of disappeared in Game 1 simply because of the draft. So I think this second portion of the draft is going to be extremely important for the start of Vanguard.
I feel that for the drafting patterns that they are going for these picks, they will have to go. I mean, we do see the Arla ban. It's a very nice respect ban from the side of Vanguard. But let's just talk about what they have to do again. So Vanguard, they didn't have any fallback option if they did not get the early game advantage. They played a CC, they played a Fredrin, they played a Kufra. All these heroes require some form of advantage for them to work. They cannot go into a turtle line up at all. And Nathan, just being the only backup that they had.
They also need a bit of catch as well, right?
Yeah.
The catch potential isn't that strong from the side of Vanguard's first draft. So I'm hoping they are able to get a little bit more catch It could be with Franco, although I don't think a Franco is going to pick at this point. But yeah, Franco, you know, anyone. Alet would be good, but Alet's banned now. So
Ruby.
anyone with, Ruby, with a good catch, it could help to synergize the entire lineup of Vanguard.
And look, right off the bat, we have the bans all focused on the Roam. Roam is being targeted, you know, with the Matilda banned out, with the Arlot being banned out, and the Minotaur being banned out as well. The following two bans, of course, we have Nolan being banned out as one of the premier junglers right now, and we have an Xborg. That's
I feel
also
that
banged out.
Xborg not being seen in the last game was blasphemy, because Xborg is extremely strong on the EXP lane. It's extremely strong on the jungle lane. It's good on a flex pick, sustainable, does so much damage. It should be a ban. It should be a pick, and I feel that just. We didn't see it the last game at all, and I'm curious why.
Yeah, I mean, there's decent control as well from the Fire Sticks as well. But let's take a look at this. Barat's going to be the first pick for the side of Vanguard, so we're going to expect a couple of nice Daytona welcomes. But it also requires a setup. It's not that easy to land your ultimate as a Barat.
So I'm wondering if Vanguard is going to go for something similar to like the Kaja maybe, you know, for the good Divine Judgment, drag straight into Barat's, Daytona's open mouth for this great Daytona's welcome as well, to, you know, continue picking off people like that. But on Bleed side of things, they go straight for the Harith pick once again. Harith is not banned out, and we can see Bleed valuing the Harith so much.
Harith being available would be one of the top few picks that you see from either team, and giving it to Seiji once again might just prove to be Vanguard's undoing and just may not even tie things up anymore. I mean, Harith is just dominant.
You know what this is telling me? This is telling me that Vanguard is so confident in giving Seiji his Harith that they prioritize Barretts for Salem over picking up a Harith for you know, for
Seiji.
No, literally saying.
And at this point, I mean, I still have to put trust in Rizden. Rizden is a great coach so far. So I think he's a really smart player and a coach as well. So I'm really curious to see what is his counter strategy going up against a Bleed Harith. Specifically, Seiji, who has performed so well in Game 1. So the Lilia, you know, with Black Shoes, yes, you can kind of mitigate and take away a lot of the damage being offered by Bleed, but now you have the Valentina being picked up as well.
Yeah, Valentina, I mean, not really a lot of ultimates to steal away from Vanguard as of yet, but it's still a very strong mid laner.
Yep. You know, one of the things that's going to be very scary is if Jay steals up the Daytona's welcome or the Black Shoes as well, because that is a limiting tool for the side of Bleed. You either eat someone up so it becomes a 4v5, or you waste someone's resources to the point where it essentially becomes another 4v5 as well. So Jay once again playing a very pivotal role with the Valentina, not only with the IMU, but the Shadow Strike Arcane Shade combo with the Terrify as well.
Not to mention, Valentina has a lot of mobility as well. We can't discount the fact that Jay was moving around the map on a low mobility hero like Vexana just now. So it's terrifying to think what he can do with the Valentina.
Disgusting!
Disgusting indeed. But we do see the Kaja still being in the pool, and now eventually
Kaja got banned out.
Yeah, eventually being banned out. So Fanny will be the ban of choice from the Vanguard side. But we did see that Bleed, they were not going for this assassin jungle meta as of yet. And with the Barats being picked up, do you feel that they would still go for an assassin, or would they rather have a tagged jungle?
I think they are a little bit too squishy at this point, so the Barats probably needs to stay in this lineup as a jungler, because if not, they don't really have a point of entry as well. So once again, it's the same problem from the side of Vanguard, right? Where is the catch? Where is the person that sets up the entire team?
And that's exactly what Bleed has identified. Bleed was like, yo, I think I'm missing some catch, but let's remove the Ministar, let's remove the Kaja. So what are you guys gonna pick?
There's still Ruby in the pool that I feel that would be very good for the catch side of Vanguard.
Yeah, but that could also be into the plans of the side of Bleed, because Harith will essentially melt down this Ruby in the late game. Sure, she has a lot of sustain, but Harith is a monster in the late game. I mean, even in the early game, once he hits level 2, he is essentially a early game monster already.
Yeah, and the thing is that Ruby's just gonna explode, right? Ruby can only have good sustain if she can survive. If she can't survive the initial damage, then what's Ruby gonna do? She's just a body bag, right? But it's really interesting as well. I think we mentioned that. I think we need to mention that Bleed has kind of forced Vanguard into picking something like a potentially Franco. You know, you mentioned Franco being a pick that Vanguard may need to consider, and it seems like they've shoehorned Vanguard into picking something similar to that.
It's looking a bit tough, in my opinion, here for the side of Vanguard here. Bleed gonna go with the Alpha for Yawn as well. Alpha, like you said, really strong jungler. We've already seen him being played in the first few series of the day as well. He offers true damage once his stacks land. And if you talk about Vanguard's lineup, like whether they have the lifeline to play with true damage, I don't think so, because Natan is pretty much gonna be melted like a hot knife through butter. The Spear of Alpha is absolutely gonna destroy this Natan.
Yeah, but the thing is, I want to talk a bit about Vanguard's lineup, like the key pros of their lineup right now. Even though they don't have a lot of catch, they do now have a fallback plan. If anything goes wrong, if they fall on the back foot, they have a Lilia for wave clear and Nathan to farm up and deal damage later on. And they go for Yizong and Kufra once again. But this time, with a Yizong, would things be much different? Because Yizong is different from CC. Yuzong does want to go into the team fight as much as possible.
It's going to be quite dependent on where they take the fights at this point, because Vanguard's lineup works the best if they're fighting in the jungle areas of the map because of Kufra's Tyrant's Revenge, right? But at this point, I don't think it's going to be that simple because Bleed can fight anywhere.
And Gear picking the most mechanically heavy roam.
That's his speciality, the Cho. Gear Cho, my god.
Gear Cho.
I am so excited to see where this is gonna be. I just want to quickly touch on a point on Vanguard's side of things. I think Vanguard is really looking at counter-engaging. Actually, I think they're inviting Bleed into the welcome arms. They're like, hey, look, we don't want to take a fight, but you want to, so we're gonna let you come in, and then we're gonna do everything we can to stop you from winning this team fight.
Well, first out of the game here, Super MJ probably gonna want to take a page out of Jay's book. If he can get that first rotation right, he could potentially put Vanguard early into the lead as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the second game of the best of 3 series. Bleed looking to close this series out. Vanguard looking to tie things up. Let's go in the Land of Dawn.
All right, so it seems like both teams are kind of just once again playing a little bit safely. Oh no, we do see a slight invade coming in from Nick Stain side of things, but he's not being supported by anyone else. So Nick Stain needs to be a little bit more careful to prevent getting, kind of pincer attacked by the side of Bleed.
Yeah. So this first rotation, actually, with the information, they know that it's going to be a little bit safer for the gold lane, so Luxian can play a little bit more greedy at this point.
Yeah, and Cho just not going for this early invade. I mean, I would expect Cho to go for an early invade as well, but you're just prioritizing the mid lane. What do you feel about this?
I think it's actually pretty smart, right? So look, I think here is playing safely. He identifies the win conditions coming out from Bleed side of things, and he decides to play it a little bit more safely. I agree with you. I think Cho is supposed to invade the jungle, supposed to be the annoying thorn at the side of the enemy jungler, but as you can see right now, actually, that's exactly what he's doing.
And the knock-up onto Gear at this moment, but both teams will be disengaging. Cho will manage to get the creep for Yarn, getting him to the level 4 early on into the game, but Sagitnu in a bit of trouble here as Ken does eventually get his passive off.
Yeah, that's a silver lining for this side of Vanguard, right? But I'm struggling to kind of understand why.
And Seiji already in a lot of trouble, but he does have the counter instinct. And Luxian Stain will be going down on the first blood. I mean, it wasn't going their way at all.
Yeah, but Bleed, what a good start for them at this point. Not only did they get the first blood, mid lane essentially has been crushed. And Jay looks to be the better of the two mid laners. Ken getting caught once again.
Yeah, look, I mean, Jay's roaming. I mean, Jay is a mid laner, but he's roaming so well. He's moving around the map as if he's being a second roam. And that can be super annoying for someone like Yuzong, He has some...
Oh, big fight here!
And big fight coming in through indeed, as we do have the knock-up onto the barrage. Daytona's work on being used, but Salem does get the better of Gear, but he eventually gets taken out as Ken will be brought down really low, but Sagitnu and Jay really low as well. Yuzong will be finishing off Sagitnu as Jay will be the only one left to tell the tale.
Ken breaks the ranks on the side of Bleed there. What a huge jump with the Furious Dive as well. He helped to secure that fight, and for the first time, we see Vanguard getting a little lead for themselves, not in terms of goal, but in terms of winning the team fights as well.
Yeah, that's Seiji, very nice jump coming through, but Liechtenstein does have the zero clone. Will he be able to survive this jump from Seiji as he has Gear coming in from the side? Very nice knockup from him as Liechtenstein will go down for the count. Gear surviving with his life as well. Now we do see a turtle fight going Yon's favor. Tyrant's Fury being used onto Saginu, but Saginu not long for life as Salem will be going down as well. Yon eventually falls, but Salem will be going down as well.
Yeah, but that was a huge team fight for the side of Vanguard. It's still going to be an advantage for the side of Bleed, but that was a beautiful setup. Yon actually got a perfect 3-man Spear of Alpha, and I thought that would have changed the fight for Vanguard itself, where they would have been decimated. But Bleed somehow still loses that fight, and they are hanging on. But at this point, Vanguard needs to do a little bit more because they really are just hanging on.
Yeah, so now we're going to take a look at the emblems on the side for both teams to see what, if there's any kind of interesting picks or any spicy emblem choices for this time. But no, it looks like it's gone pretty standard. So on Vanguard's side, they've opted for the concussive blasts and both the Kufra as well as the Barats, looking just to clear the lane so they're able to have more map mobility.
And Gear is ramping things up as the Cho, just getting increasingly more irritating as the game goes on. Just providing so much pressure for Team Bleed at the moment.
Yeah, they need a little bit more protection here because, you know, Liechtenstein is really kind of struggling. 0-2-0 at this point, 4-minute mark. They can't really find that entry point yet. And this is the problem that we were talking about earlier in the draft, right? Now they're really dependent on Nick to try and get the catch. But Nick isn't able to get that catch so far.
Yeah, look, I think Vanguard, on the side of Vanguard, I need to play a little bit safer.
The catch! The catch, but the Purify being used by Super MJ at this moment. He will have the black shoes available, but not committed at this point.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think Vanguard needs to actually bleed into the jungle, right? As mentioned before, I think the composition is a lot more suited to be like a counter-engaged style lineup. So they really need to be baiting or forcing Bleed into objective fights. As we saw actually earlier in the turtle fight, right? Vanguard actually had a slight advantage, but they weren't able to capitalize and close out the advantages that were given to them.
Well, they do have all of their ultimates up on the side of Vanguard, so it will be interesting to see if Bleed chooses to take this fight.
And the turtle fight will be ensuing at this point. Daytona's Welcome being charged up from Salem, not committing at this point. Black Dragon form. Just playing keep away so the Team Bleed does not get his turtle. Turtle will go the way of Vanguard, but extended team fight here. Jay will be trying to catch her. Saginu going for a very nice penalty zone, but he's the one in danger. And Nick Stain will be coming through, but Seiji with the Zayman's Force at the back, providing damage onto Nick Stain. But still, Gear wants to go for more, and Daytona's Welcome onto Salem at this point. Gear might go down for the count. Does get away though. Very nice play from Gear.
Yep, just Bleed playing with fire at this point. Every single time it feels like Vanguard has the advantage. Bleed make it into a different situation altogether. Right now, Seiji is also doing a very good job. 1-on-1, can he do this against Ken?
And Seiji, one-on-one against Ken, just laying down the law with the Zayman's Force. I mean, 1v1 versus the EXP laner as the goal laner, just doing so well.
There's just so much disrespect going on the side of Seiji and Bleed, but look, I mean, they're getting away with it. Gear with a sliver of his health just now, and Seiji just literally forcing Ken behind the turret. That is absolutely ridiculous for a 6-minute game, guys. Remember, we're only 6 minutes into the game, and you know, even though it's pretty even in gold, it feels like Bleed's mental state is just a lot better.
Yeah, but, you know, Bleed, hang on. Zayman's Force being used as Nick Stain will eventually go down on the top lane. Ken in a lot of trouble as well. Will get out with his life. Gear not committing to the jump. But Jay in a bit of trouble, just looking for something to steal.
Yep, I think we were about to say this just now, but Bleed definitely have a huge advantage in the form of Seiji here. I don't think they're going to be able to catch Gear.
Gear might be the one catching them instead, but the Daytona's Welcome being used onto Gear, and he will not be long for this world.
He will give his life because Seiji is going to be taking that tier 1 on the top as well. It's just trades over trades for the side of Bleed, and everything working in their favor. Now, let me tell you what the response is. Seiji now has Fed of Heaven. He has the Stadium Scythe as well. He is a painful boy.
They will have to fight with Saginu here as the Black Dragon form is already committed, as well as the Daytona's Missile, but not finding anyone. Tyrant's Fury not catching anyone important as Yon will eventually go down. Saginu in the middle of things does find Ken, but he's low as well as Seiji will take out Luxenstein at the background. Saginu still going at it. Salem falling really low. Seiji just putting on a show.
Yep, he overstays his welcome here. Jay with the stolen black shoes runs away with a slip of his health. Now back to full, and Nick Stain probably going to take a fall as well. It is all over here. Bleed take the lead. 2,000, 3,000 gold ahead with 9 kills altogether.
You know, we're talking about mental states, right? And I think at this point in time, Vanguard must be wondering what are they doing wrong. Everything that they were doing up until the 6-minute mark was pretty okay, it was pretty decent, but now it's just falling apart.
They were neck and neck in terms of gold, but Seiji had all the farm. He was 5k gold when Nathan was only at 3k. And that just brought in so much damage into these team fights because Seiji, he has so much mobility.
Kind of bring to the point as well, you know what Gear was doing earlier, right? Gear was kind of like taunting them, he was kind of playing around with his food a little bit. But you know what that does actually not only to the game state, it affects the mental state, right? If Gear can escape multiple times with a sliver's HP, Vanguard is like, well, that's a lot of gold that's missing now.
Well, Bleed are kind of on a timer as well, right? Because if Vanguard gets the farm up, Luxenstein will be a problem, and they will be painted with the stains of their blood across the map if they allow Vanguard to do so. So you can see the pressure being built up by Bleed here. Gear, of course, he's going to be constantly in their faces. What he's doing is buying time for the team to take a look at the rest of the map here. Everyone is on the bot side for the side of Bleed.
And just Seiji playing keep away on the top lane 1v2, somehow managing to get the better Luxenstein and the eason.
Look, just now Seiji was at, he finished the game with I think 3 kills, but he had like 2 kills at the end of the game. Now we are in the middle game and he has 4 kills. I am super excited to see what Seiji can do with this kind of a lead.
Yep, he also has the Holy Crystal, so I think this Lord is more or less guaranteed unless Nick can pull something out of his bag. Jay's waiting though.
Salem just might be slightly out of position if he gets caught by Jay here.
Oh, look at Gear and Jay. That's a very dangerous positioning for the side of Vanguard.
Yeah, but as we were saying earlier, you know, I think Vanguard wanted to invite Bleed to take team fights, but it seems like something else is happening here.
Daytona's welcome being used by Salem, but Seiji just chrono dashes away. Nick Stay going for the initiation, but Sagino with a flicker away, but Jay on the back line, not finding anything but just securing the Lord as Alpha. Will get it down, but the extended team fight will be coming through. Saban's Force being used right now as Seiji will be taking out Nick Stain. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed will secure both the Lord and a kill for themselves.
An extremely difficult fight for Vanguard to take. Yes, Super MJ actually going to be responsible for most of the damage alongside his counterpart Ken, but the way they're fighting into Bleed is extremely difficult because they're always getting pincered.
Yeah, look, I think Vanguard really needs to be there first, right? Be at the Lord first. They need to be at these objectives first. But the thing is, they're playing from behind. So it's extremely hard for them to get into the right positions of the map in order to successfully get a good team fight off Bleed. And Bleed recognizing this is not letting them take the advantage.
And with the Lord marching down the mid lane, we might see a potential skirmish from both teams.
Yeah, they're looking for an entry point here. I'm waiting on Gear to get the Jikundo in and hopefully get a catch as well. But right now, I think Bleed doing a very good job of just controlling the map so far. It is just suffocation. They have a chokehold on Vanguard and they're not letting go.
And Seiji already has the blood wings.
Is he done? Is he full 6 slotted already?
One more item, I believe.
Yeah, I believe he's got one more item. Speaking of which, you know, the rest on the side of Bleed are doing extremely well. We can see them funneling the gold into Seiji, but we can see Gino at 1-2 as well. He's getting really tanky.
And the thing is, Yon, even though he's the 0-3 at this point, he's been the key initiator for the side of Bleed. He's always first in and first to die. But with his death, Seiji, Jay, and Sagitnu can't go ham in the backlines.
Yep, there's so many options for the side of Bleed to end the fights that as Vanguard, like, what do you do, right? Who do you take care of? Because every single person is a problem.
Yeah, and we can see on the side of Bleed, Bleed is actually playing this game very smartly, right? They are like literally lining up, you know, trying to catch people out, and they're ready to pounce once they're able to get catches. You're just being really annoying, literally in Vanguard's jungle, in their face, and showing, hey, look, you can't touch me.
And Sagitnu, he has been landing key penalty zones on these team fights so far. Jay, stealing the black shoes during that team fight was just the chef's kiss over there, wasting so much resources, as you said.
Yep, exactly. And now we're hitting close to the 13-minute mark, which means that this next Lord is going to be an enhanced Lord. Now, we've seen Vanguard survive a couple of pushes from Bleed. The question is, how long can you hold this? Like, you still need so much more time to farm.
Yep, so as you can see here, it's just contesting for the purple right now. Bleed is taking all the opportunities that he can take.
On to 2, Yon in the front line, but Salem will be falling first, most likely, as Seiji on the back line. Yon will be getting the better of Salem at this point. Still a 1 kill as Ken trying to do what he can in the back line, but falling extremely low as Seiji will eventually pick him off. There's just too much sustain from the side of Bleed at this moment. Nick Stain going for a counter initiation, but does not have the follow up at this point.
Yeah, there is no damage coming out from Vanguard, and I mean, it hurts to see for the Vanguard fans, but Bleed is just absolutely wrecking them apart. And this is going to be a free Lord, like I said. This is an enhanced Lord, so how long more can Vanguard hold in this 14-minute game so far?
And all we can see is the goal gap increasing and increasing and increasing on the side of Bleed. Vanguard needs to do something quick, but unfortunately with this kind of team composition, as mentioned before, they do not have any pick potential. They can only wait for Bleed to, come into their arms, but they're not even able to establish the right positions on the map right now, as mentioned before, to take those team fights.
And the immortality already out from Cho. He can play so unhinged right now.
Yep, exactly, and there's no way, Vanguard can kind of stop anyone on the side of Bleed, simply because if you take a look at the Radiant Armor coming in, there's 2 Radiant Armors being built, which is going to be on the hands of Alpha as well as the Terizla. So even if Luxian Stain gets the perfect position, he can't melt them down.
And this is the fallback that I was talking about. Luxian Stain does have this wave clear, and we do see the team fight. Dragon Form already being used from the side of Vanguard at this moment, just to keep away the creep. But Gear looking for something, looking for someone out of position, but not able to find it.
Well, they do have decent wave clear on the side of Vanguard, but at this point they need entry points.
Did you see Ken? He used his ultimate just for wave clear and trying to push everyone else away outside.
Oh, huge catch by Ken!
Yes, Ken really good, and Gear falling down for the count, but Ken will go down for the count as well. Zayman's Force being used on the backline. Seiji just having a free damage game as he can go around, walking unhinged, just jumping with his Chrono Dash here and there. Gear giving up his life, but for Luxian Stains, it to follow. And we do see Bleed just hunkering down and keeping their 2-0 advantage as they will take the series 2-0. Congratulations to Bleed.
Right, words of prophecy spoken by Bleed. They have made that a reality as well. What a game. It felt like Bleed had 10 players on the map.
They all duplicated themselves, and Jay, huge props to both Jay as well as Gear for literally being everywhere, right? They were in the enemy's face, they were in the enemy's jungle.
Yes,
they could not. Sagitnu, on the camera right now, and Team Bleed, as you can see, smiles from everyone, smiles from the team, smiles from the management as well. Congratulations once again, Bleed. That was a really, really good game to see.
And now we were talking about how Gear was doing so well on Game 1. Gear did not have that much of a showing on Game 2, but we are a team, we just don't, it's not just a Gear show. It's not just a Gear show. We had Seiji in the backline all along farming, and you gave him Harif? Still you give him Harif? Why?
Unbelievable confidence here by Vanguard, but they just could not follow through on what they thought was going to be the winning formula, right? But of course, now we have new expectations of the teams that have come into Season 7. Bleed. I've always held them in high regard, and yes, Mr. Hades, I'm talking about the VP of Bleed. I fully believe that your team is pretty strong at this point, right?
Yeah, I have to say, they look cohesive.
Exactly. The synergy is perfect.
They look so good as a team. Today I think you've seen 3 matches, 3 series so far, right? And I have to say, Bleed's team looks the most cohesive. They look kind of really stuck together. And we were wondering if they were able to look and play as a team because they have so many new blood literally, on the roster.
Exactly, and Seiji, I think one of the players that I'm going to have my eyes on for the rest of the league.
Yeah, Seiji, really strong performance. Gitnu, of course, always really good as well. And Gear is the MVP. I mean, all expectations thrown aside, I thought it was Harif, but Gear once again, he performed so well on the first game, second game.
Look at that face. That is a face that tells you that revenge is a dish best served cold, and boy would it cold today on the side of Bleed.
Stick to your role, they say.
Can I say that Gear was playing phenomenally in the show? Yes, he may not have been a part of so much of the kills that happened in the game, but like I said, he was playing Cho the way Cho was meant to be played. He was going to be consistently irritating, consistently annoying, and just be in Vanguard's face.
Exactly, and one of the things that I noticed was that he didn't really throw around the Way of the Dragon too much. It really was a lot of the Chikundos and Shumbos around, more of a positional threat to the side of Vanguard.
Yes.
So they were always hesitant to get the catch, right? If you make one step, one wrong movement, that is it. They had so many catches. They had the penalty zone, they had the Spear of Alpha, they had the Valentina combination with the Arcane Shade and Shadow Strike. There's more. There's Seiji, the Zaman Force with the Chrono Dash. Yeah. Everyone was a problem. All you had to do was make one mistake.
And he get kicked in the face, right?
Exactly. And look at the itemization coming out from Bleed here. It was just Seiji who reached that final itemization pretty early on. And it's hard not to do so with an 806 KDA.
806 from Seiji. I mean, this guy, he's been performing so well on Harif on the first game. On the second game, you still give him the Harif. That's what I've been saying. Like, they're just too focused on Gear. Banning out Gear's heroes. Ban out the Arlot. Yes, Arlot might have been the reason why you lost the first game. But if you didn't lose to the Arlot, that was still Seiji waiting behind.
And once again, as mentioned before, Seiji was playing Harif from both behind, but now we got to see him play with a lead. And it's immensely crazy how much of a lead Seiji was able to build from a fat Harif.
I gotta give a shout out though to Ken. Yeah, Ken put up a very good fight for Vanguard during the second half of the game, where he came in on the eason, always finding the key targets, getting the better of Jay and Yon. Specifically, these two were his key targets to take away the team fight. But in the later stage of the game, it was just not enough, right?
I love the fact that Yon actually went for Impure Rage. So, his mana dependency isn't that hard anymore, but at the same time, he gets to burn them when he uses the Spear of Alpha, along with his range of skills, like the Force Swing and the Rotary attack as well. So, it was a pretty convincing win from Bleed here. And if you take a look at the emblems, it isn't much of a difference, but it's a very pseudo passive-aggressive kind of lineup, because even with Sagino, he actually went for the Inspire. So he went for extra penetration as well. And boy, did that do a lot of damage.
And Croissant, you were saying that, Vanguard didn't know what they were doing wrong. It was just Bleed's victory. It didn't feel like Vanguard were doing anything wrong. Bleed were just better than them in every fashion.
Yep, you bow down to an actual power here, and Bleed, established themselves as one of the main powerhouses so far on the first day of the league. Now, whether this will continue, I don't know, but let's just play off of what's happening today. So, Bleed, well done to you guys.
Yeah, really well done from both teams, actually. So, we do see the stats coming through. I mean, look at Luxenstein, 14% teamfight participation. He could not be there at all. And look at the carry, Seiji, 87%, 113k damage on the Harif.
Disgusting. This is a disgusting boy, oh my goodness. And adding on to that is the best wingman of today, not missed out at all, Mr. J in the mid lane. His rotations were off the cuff, my goodness.
Chef's kiss.
Jay, 81% kill participation rate with 11 assists. We mentioned him. We mentioned how his movements across the map from the first game was so immaculate. He did the same thing for the second part of the game, for the second game as well. Beautiful, beautiful gameplay and teamwork. I want to really, talk about the teamwork from Bleed.
But guys, you know who's there on both screens? Salem. He was the sandbag for both games. He was Fredrin and he was Barat, and he was just beat down by Bleed so hard. He just aimed down, not having a semblance of a game at all for him. Just very well done by Bleed, just to shut down any form of advantage that the jungler might have.
Yep. So I mean, this is a learning lesson for Vanguard for sure in this first game of this week itself. So I think there's a lot of things that we're expecting out of them. I would hope they see Salem bring it up and bring it to the next level for tomorrow's games as well.
All right, but let's hear what the players were saying during the mic check segment.
we can drive turtle.
Replica go front 9 minutes.
Yeah, going turtle, guys. Going turtle, guys.
9 minutes.
Yeah.
Nice yawn. Show them, bro. Show them who's the boss, bro.
Yeah, bro.
See how, guys.
I pushing bot, guys.
Don't commit, guys. Don't full commit.
See how. Kai back. Take tower, guys.
Aton. Nice! Nice, bro!
Nice, lagi! Go front, man!
Nice, bro! I take it.
Focus. Tower.
Thank you, bro. Cannon, bro.
Hey, 1 minute,
Hey, back there. Hey.
What are you doing, Joe?
Why you jump, bro? Are you proud, bro?
Hey, focus. Stop. Focus.
I kick the return away.
I stun them. I saw.
Hey, pre-fight. I zoning Nathan.
Nathan low. Yusong, guys.
Hey.
Yapping, man.
GG, bro.
Yapping, man.
Stop yapping, bro. Hey. GG, bro. Hey, get. Bro.
Players from the side of Bleed. I mean, you hear their passionate voices as they go into the team fight. I mean, what you doing? Yeah, this is something that I really missed. Okay, the two of you are new here, but I really love it when Gear screams at the opponent. Like, that is a thrill. And the fact that they have Jay telling them, show them who's boss. Okay, guys, we know you are the boss today. Chill.
Yeah,
calm down there.
You know what I really like as well? I think Bleed's communications, right? When people get too excited, they have someone to bring them back to focus, right? Holy crowd. I mean, hey, focus.
Yeah.
It's good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not making fun of that. It's so important to have someone to have an anchor in your team to bring them back down to reality. If not, people get too excited. They may make more mistakes.
Exactly. And this is the happenings of a young league. This is what we expect out of young players, right? The overexcitement, the tenacity, and it's good that we have an experienced veteran like Jay, and you can see the main difference that he gives to the team. They are not only composed, they're having so much fun as well, and that's what you want to see when teams play.
Yeah, indeed. I think during the game I was talking about mental state, right? And you can just see from the comps from Bleed that they were not only winning the game, but they were also having so much fun.
But now, this is something that we were talking about. It's time to pry into the mind of our Professor Churros here on the analyst desk. So let's take a look at what's going on through his head. Mr. Churros, please take us through.
What's going on, guys? Sorry for the cutoff earlier, but I just wanted to express how interesting this is. So we have a new segment off the desk. We have a new teleprompter over here, which I can draw over every single one of our matches. So I want to go through match 1 and how Bleed were able to so effectively rotate and zone out the likes of Homeboys from any whatsoever, any skirmishes whatsoever. So the first match, we have the first turtle. So I'm going to be playing this just very quickly going through. You will see how far Harith has already pushed back the Natan over to his lane. So he's already proxying the wave. He's starting the rotations down. So this gives Bleed a lot of time to push Vanguard back and get in position for that first turtle, which is the pivotal moment for match number 1. So we can see over here Nick staying, getting in position. He's staying right in the dot bush as we speak. So we're going to get this playing in. We can see how Jay is able to zone out and give information to the rest of the team for Bleed to be able to make that move, knowing who is there, what is there, and where to go in, when to go in. So we'll be able to see how Vanguard is able to react to this situation when they are set in position in a diamond form, because they need to really protect their main damage dealer. And in this case, it will be Super MJ, albeit a little bit tougher because he's way out of position. It takes him a little bit longer to get to that turtle fight when Nick Stain tries to go for a jump. So in this case, Nick Stain could do 2 options over here. He could jump in and get Newt and Jay, and they might have a better shot. But the issue is that Salem was way far ahead. So we'll let this play out and see how this goes. We can see Harith already making his way through because of the lane proxy, the early lane proxy, giving Gear the opportunity to come into position. So right now, Bleed was making it a 4v5. So getting Nick Stain in position. He's just waiting there. Bleed already knows that just because of where Jay is able to direct his attention over to where Vanguard is. So we'll let it play out to see how fast Harith will take, or how Seiji will take to come into that turtle fight, making it a 5v4 situation. So now Jay just clearing that waves, maintaining that lane pressure, and in this side, it is very difficult for Vanguard to try to contest this one because of that lane pressure that they have in that mid side. Valentina is forced to go back from that engage. You have 5 members from the side of Bleed ready to engage for this turtle, creating for a huge momentum boost in this first turtle fight. So Nick Stain trying to go in just because of Sagitnu and pops all of his ultimates as we see fit. Notice how Nathan is still out of position. You had Valentina not in position to contest for anything as of now. You have created this zone where Bleed is able to overtake this kind of composition. So now we'll have this play out. A lot of the ultimates already used up. Jay's already taken out Nick Stain because of the Eternal Guard as well. And then Salem comes down with it. So a very, very nice layering of team fights. And notice how Bleed is able to form a triangle. It's always a nice triangle whenever Jay, Sagitnu, Yon, and Seiji are together. They're always trying to protect Seiji, looking at where the opportune moment for the enemy is coming through. Notice how Nathan, notice how Super MJ is able to come in from that side. So keeping Seiji at that back lock is able to help him give rise to a lot of that team fight opportunities, given the mana that Seiji has at this point. So a very, very good team fight. This was match number 1. We will have another team fight, and this is where we see the nice flank from Sagitnu. He knows his target is Luxian Stain, so we will be coming from that flank on that bottom side, take out Luxian Stain, and watch how he rotates down from that jungle and joins in the team fight when a huge skirmish occurs. You want to make sure when you're playing with Paquito that a lot of the ultimates that your crowd control ultimates that your enemies use are used up. So Super NJ left his post where he was supposed to be protecting Luxian Stain, and notice how he was like, oh no, I gotta get back. Super MJ was a little bit too far, knowing that Nathan was lost in this position. Because you're playing on the offside, you have to be able to check how far or this area for where Paquito is. And because they failed to do that, Paquito was able to have a nice shot onto the main damage dealer for Luxian Stain. But all is not lost though. They were able to overturn that fight. But the video ends right here. We know how Paquito was able to overcome the situation and go into the team fight when Yon and Gear was absorbing a lot of these damages that they have. So this was match number 1. We can see also how Jay was able to redirect a lot of these situations, give a lot of intel for Bleed to make that right call, to make that right plays before any of these main objectives. So these fights that changed the momentum of the game was truly interesting, and I want to hear from the players themselves. I think we're going to be inviting the interview with Cheryl. So Cheryl, take it away.
Thanks, Prof. Now I have Gear beside me right here from Bleed Esports. So that's absolutely wonderful. And congratulations on the win, by the way. Now, to start this interview off, initially when I saw the video where you actually said that the previous season, in season 6, you didn't play, was because you didn't perform. And hence, you weren't playing. And I feel that it's very difficult as a pro player to watch your team on the sidelines and not being able to do anything. How were you feeling at that moment when Bleed told you that, you know, you won't be playing for season 6?
A bit heartbreaking because obviously as a player you want to play, and but I took it as like a lesson to improve myself and understand the game better. So it's like a blessing in disguise.
Right. So, you know, they always say there's an R and R, right? This is an R and R and R, the triple R. Rest, rejuvenate, and then revenge. So it's wonderful, especially when you guys are making a comeback. You guys definitely showed them who is boss, and none other than Vanguard Esports. So I do have other questions as well. Firstly, is Seiji related to you? in any way, shape, or form?
No.
He does
He's a
look
good
like.
friend.
He's a good friend.
Yeah.
Look like photocopy, you know.
Yeah, maybe he a bit darker than me, that's all. Yeah.
But he does look like a mini gear, I must say. And then also, fun fact for this matchup, apparently your girlfriend is involved in MPLSG.
Yeah.
Where is she?
In Vanguard.
So she is one of the sub players of Vanguard.
Yeah.
And when you do see her on the battlefield, what will happen?
No difference, just.
Will you go double down, like go harder, or like
Oh
give
yeah,
chance?
just save my flicker, everything for her. Like,
Save your flicker for her.
Yeah, like she, like for example, like Luxion stay in this position, I save my kick for her.
Wow. Wow, this is special treatment on so many levels. Okay, and now moving forward, you have a brand new revamped roster coming in for Bleed Esports. How are you feeling about this brand new roster?
It's a strong roster, yeah.
Again, sorry?
Strong roster.
Strong roster. How so? Please elaborate.
Because of Jay and Seiji especially, and I think Yon has a lot of potential also. And Tagit also has like, even though I think he didn't perform as well last season, but actually he's a really good player. So hopefully he can prove himself this season.
Definitely. You know, when it comes to proving your worth, it's not about telling people how well you play, but really showing them who is boss on the Land of Dawn and showing, you know, through the games itself. And you guys definitely did here. So moving forward, one of my few final questions before I let you go would be, when it comes to the opponents with this brand new lineup, who are you looking forward to face the most?
Flash.
And why?
Because they are the champions of last season, and on paper, they technically have a way more stronger roster this season. So I'm looking forward to fight them to see how we fare. But I'm confident we can win them.
Fantastic. And right now, for you, I've asked you earlier on just now, off camera, like how many roles have you played so far professionally?
3.
And they are?
XP lane, jungle, then now roam.
Now roam. So the fact that you are now roam, is it a assigned role or is it a role that you want to play? Do you get first pick when it comes to the role?
Initially I didn't want to play this roam, but thanks to like my managers and my coaches, they think I have potential in roam. So I mean, at first I just play it cause no choice. But I think now I come to really like the role.
Right, and definitely you have shined, getting MVPs, initiating really, really good fights, and that's wonderful. So thank you so much, Gear, and we're looking forward to more wonderful performances right here from Bleed Esports. Thank you.
Thank you.
He was going to blend into the screen already. But yes, that was Bleed Esports Captain Gear. All right, he is fresh and definitely ready for some revenge. So yes, we have concluded our third match for the day. Now closing off the show for week 1, day 1, we will see a game where newcomers clash. That's right, we will see 2 qualifying teams duke it out together later on, closing off the show for the Land of Dawn. So stick around and we'll see you then.
Next question will be You're still so you're going to poly this season as well.
Yeah.
You're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, then how are you gonna have you juggled work? Oh well, pro play and school.
Started. Yeah, I've been juggling quite quite well. Yeah, even during my intern, I still playing.
How's
Yeah.
it like?
It's quite tiring cause every day I need to wake up very early, then end late also, then go back home scream. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, we also mentioned that well, Hades mentioned in an interview before that Team Flash has the best gold laner in Singapore in season 6. That was before you even like appeared as a gold laner.
Before season 6.
Around season 6.
Oh.
When they recruited Hades.
Oh.
Do you think you're the best gold laner?
I think I am the best gold laner in Singapore.
Then who do you think is your biggest threat in MPL Singapore? Gold lane.
I think FMM.
Wait, FMM?
Yeah, FMM.
But he's playing gold lane. He's playing Rome.
Yeah, but I think he's still the best gold lane. No one can compete with him.
FMM, please come back to the gold lane. Thank you very much. Diablo, let's ask that question to you. Who is the strongest EXP right now besides you?
I think that shouldn't be a question.
Stop it, give me like so much.
Yeah, that's okay.
Who is the best EXP laner? Right now?
Definitely, I still think it's me, but not trying to be overconfident here, but definitely there are people who can step up to that role. But right now, I feel like I'm not past my prime yet, so I will still hold that title until one day.
What do you think about JPL still coming back as a Roman?
JPL, I would say his brain is in his prime. His hands, yes, sometimes.
Okay, great. Then, who do you think can rival you right now in MPL Singapore as an EXP laner?
I'm not looking for anyone to rival me because I want to rival the best in the world.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. But who do you think is slowly creeping behind you?
Slowly creeping behind. I think Puski.
Puski?
That's why he's my sub. I will teach him to be the best.
Puski came from Alchemy. Why did he leave Alchemy?
That's a question I haven't asked him yet, but
In your
probably he
opinion?
wants to gain experience. That's why coming to Flash.
Okay.
But yeah,
So right now you're also schooling the second best EXP laner in your opinion.
he's the up and coming Diablo in the future. Yeah.
What about Twist?
Twist is strong. I'd say yeah, she's strong.
Twist or Puski?
Twist or Puski. If Twist joins Flash, then Twist.
If you want to win, join Team Flash. That's what Diablo is also doing right now. That's the meta, chat. That's the meta, everybody. Okay, then, question. Vanix, top 3 teams in Singapore right now.
Top 3 teams in
Excluding
Singapore.
you. Everybody put you guys as top 3 immediately.
Okay.
But I don't want you to put yourself.
Homeboys.
Top 3.
Yeah, for me top 3 lah.
Homeboys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then EXCO.
Okay.
And one more team Asteris
Bro, are you sure you're answering my question properly? That's top 3, not bottom 3.
So you saying the bottom 3?
Oh! That is a backfire. That is a backfire. You got backfire. Coming from Vanix.
I wasn't expecting that.
Coming from Vanix.
Okay,
Damn.
bottom 3, let's go.
Bottom 3, let's go.
In your opinion, let's go.
My opinion I think actually I'm not sure about what other team. Wait.
Okay, let me ask you that question once again.
Okay.
Let me switch it around instead of bottom 3 teams. Who do you think this season will get relegated?
Whoa, relegated maybe RG.
Wow. RSG.
Maybe.
Okay. One more?
One more. Maybe Vanguard also.
Vanguard. What? Do you have anything against Vanguard?
Nothing. It's just they don't look strong.
They don't look strong. Yeah, we ignored Vanguard in most of them. Why do you think they don't look strong?
The goal laner Lakshan, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he's good at all. He used to be my teammate, but I don't think he's good.
He's not good.
Yeah, and then their imports, I don't know. I don't know any of them.
Yikes. Okay. Because you guys imported the best in the Philippines
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let me turn that question over to Diablo as well. Top 3 teams. Let's go.
Top 3. I agree with Vanny's list. I mean, they are looking pretty solid this season. You're not supposed to laugh, guys. These are legitimate answer, you know.
Okay.
Homebois SG, EXCO, and Asteris, all champion material teams. You know, we're looking for the dark horses this season, and
Yep.
3 of them are the dark horses.
All right, let me ask that question again. So, Diablo, who do you think will be relegated this season?
As much as I don't want to see this, but probably Bleed and RSG.
Why is it Bleed and RSG?
Because you gotta to rise to the top, you gotta start from the bottom. So I believe that's what they should do.
Okay. Bleed was top 6 last season. RSG is top 2. Do you think Bleed, with this change of roster, is stronger or weaker?
Definitely. Actually, I
You
don't
don't
really
know
put that in my radar. So
Wow. So you just
Yeah.
ignore Bleed like that. Okay.
yeah,
I mean, you technically have been fighting Bleed as RSG as so long. Now you're gonna be fighting RSG as well.
yeah. I'm looking forward to fight RSG.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you want to be known as the win con of RSG.
Actually, no.
Okay.
Truth to be told, I just want to fight Bray. Yeah.
This is your first time going up against Bleed.
Yeah, I've never fought him before,
Okay.
so I'm looking forward to it.
How do you start, Vanix? How do you start being a pro player?
How did I start?
Hmm.
I think it was when Zion first formed. Then, one of the members there asked me if I'm interested to play lah. Then I went for trials, and then Potato was my coach at that time.
Then you were playing as a jungler back in Zion.
Yeah.
You disappeared for one season or 2, I think.
No, I didn't disappear.
Okay, never mind. Then, so what made you change into a gold laner?
I think it was season 4 where I played goalie in the playoff. I think because we were doing very badly, and yeah, then we decided to let Potato come in and let me play the goalie. Then we tried, and it worked decently. And then after that, Flash asked me if I want to become the goalie for the team lah. Then I okay oh. Yeah.
I don't. Now that I remembered that, I don't know why there's a gap in my memory saying that I don't remember you in a gold lane. That was season 4 as a gold lane.
Yeah, in playoff lah, but regular seasons I was still playing jungle.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's why. But why can't I remember you as a gold lane?
Maybe because I was last place during season 4.
Diablo, do you have any comment?
I have no comments.
I remember I literally wrote you off as how did it suddenly, what changed in you to suddenly become, hey, you're the best gold lane? Like, I completely forgot you as a gold lane.
Oh.
What was the difference?
I think it's just cause last time is the marksman jungle meta, and then I always play the marksman. Then I know all the positioning and stuff lah. So I think goalie is suitable for me. Yeah, it's more comfortable and all. Yeah.
Okay. How do you start as a pro player?
I would say it's through scouting by teams before I joined. But before I joined, I was like any other ranked players out there, just playing my own game when I'm free, and then sometimes just feeling like like basically what people are doing right now. Just feeling good when I win ranked games, that's all. But from time to time I join small tournaments to get some experience, and that's where teams scouted me out for the first season of MPLSG, and I was looking forward to it. So I went for the trials, and initially I passed for the teams that I wanted to join. So yeah, here I am. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I start.
Then, if you have do you have something to say to players that would like to be like you?
I would say just don't give up. Just continue striving for it. But end of the day, playing rank and coming to MPL is different. So even if you fail your first season here, just make sure you learn, and just make sure you take back what's important if you do join MPL. Because when you first come in, you understand how it feels like when to fight against teams with better experience that rank cannot give you. Yeah.
Okay, both of you went to the world stage before, albeit a different team. Vanix, your first time debuting in the world stage. What's that feeling like?
It feels great to represent Singapore and playing in a world stage. But then it's my first time also, so I faced a lot of challenge. Like I will get nervous and all, cause it's fighting the best teams among the region. Yeah, so I'll get nervous and yeah, but I still played quite okay.
Who did you find the scariest to face in Gold Lane when you're playing international? Who's the scariest?
You mean the goal laner?
Gold laners, yep.
I think Super Marco. Yeah, he was in my group in M5 and he's their team is the best lah. So I'm fighting the best goal laner in the world. So it's tough.
Okay. So Diablo, when Vanix went to the world stage for the first time, were you watching?
Yeah, I was.
What do you think about his performance?
I think it was great, considering it was his first time, as he said, and he's up against the best team in the world. But during that time, everybody thought Onyx was the best, so I consider AP Brand the second best team. They were facing Brand, but his performance was good, even against one of the best goal laners there.
Okay. All right. Now let's come back to MPL Singapore just a little bit. Name me the top 3 players. Vanix.
Top 3 players. Any role.
Any role. Don't give me that bait and switch.
Top 3 players. Imports also counted, right?
Counted.
Okay. Hades.
Okay.
Kurt. And Diablo. Yeah.
Okay.
Only in Team Flash the best players.
Wow. Okay. That's what we call multiplication. Now, the worst 3 players.
Worst 3 players Lozzy. No, I have a reason for that.
Okay.
Because he already then the mechanics also drop down now.
Is that why he's a coach?
Yeah, he's a coach. Yeah.
Okay. Another 2 more.
Another 2 more. JPL.
Brother, you just put the whole Team Flash in that top 3. Both sides. What the hell?
We got the best and the worst.
Yeah.
It's a balance. Everything is there for balance.
Okay. JPL, Lozzy, and one more.
One more.
No, please. Not him. Not him.
Qualifiers cannot put, right?
Can.
Oh, can. Then Miku.
Miku? What do you have against Miku?
No, I just changed to Roma, then yeah, he became the worst.
Okay. Miku appeared in MPL for quite a few times. He was a mid laner.
Yeah, that's why he changed to Roma and then become the worst.
Now, Diablo, your turn. Top 3 players.
3 players. Agree with Vanix list, but Vanix changed to me. But me changed to Vanix. Yeah.
Okay.
Vanix, Kurt, and Hades. Yeah.
Okay. Bottom 3 players?
Bottom
Is it the same?
3. I can't disagree.
But do you have more?
More. Let me think. Actually, I don't have anyone right now.
Teammates. Current teammates.
Not right now.
Not right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so more or less the same.
Yeah.
So both of you just said that you guys have the best players and the worst players in
Yeah.
Singapore. And people said that you're the best team.
The best team will always have a balance.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then let me also ask, right? I don't think I've asked this. Are your parents supportive of your esports journey?
Mine was supportive right now, but before it takes time.
Takes time. When was the season when you decided, okay, you're good?
When was the season? I think it was when I first win.
Season 3.
Yeah, but that one was still like they just saw lah, but never say much. Then season 4 I won again because I was kicked.
OSIM.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gator. Alright, ladies and gents, currently we're joining with Team Flash. This is Diablo and also Vanix. Vanix, the inevitable. Vanix, why don't you do a round of introductions first?
Hello, I'm Vanix from Team Flash and I play goal in here.
Okay, Diablo?
I'm Diablo from Team Flash.
You need to look down the jersey first.
I'm the EXP laner for the team.
Okay. Question immediately. Why do you leave your RSG?
Well, I feel Flash is stronger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're leaving behind Bray. Do you have anything to say to him?
The way next season I'll show you why IG can't win without me.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. People are saying that. Okay, I was interviewing Bleed earlier just now. They're saying that Bray is the one carrying the team.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say about that?
I agree to a certain extent, but ultimately the win con is still me lah.
So, Vanix, who do you think is the win con for Team Flash this season?
I think the win con for Team Flash is everybody. I think even Puski can be a win con in our team. Even though he came from Alchemy, but he's still good.
He's good.
Yeah,
Is that why you pick him up from Alchemy?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We want to stop the trend.
Wait, then last season no win con, eh?
Last season no win con. Last season have lah, but not everyone.
Who is that? Who's okay?
Who,
wait, who? Why? Like, okay, let me guess. It's the one that's not in Team Flash right now, right?
You mean the win con?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Is that why you dropped him?
I guess so.
Next question will be: you're still so you're going to Poly this season as well.
Yeah.
You're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, then how are you gonna have you juggled work pro play and school before?
Yeah, since the day I started, yeah, I've been juggling quite okay lah, quite well. Yeah, even during my intern, I still playing.
How's
Yeah.
it like?
It's quite tiring lah, cause every day I need to wake up very early, then end late also, then go back home scream. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, we also mentioned that Hades mentioned in an interview before that Team Flash has the best gold laner in Singapore in season 6. That was before you even like appeared as a gold laner.
Before season 6.
Around season 6.
Oh.
When they recruited Hades.
Oh.
Do you think you're the best gold laner?
I think I am the best goal laner in Singapore.
Then who do you think is your biggest threat in MPL Singapore? Gold lane.
I think FMM.
Wait, FMM?
Yeah, FMM.
But he's playing gold lane. He's playing Rome.
Yeah, but I think he's still the best goal lane. No one can compete with him.
FMM, please come back to the gold lane. Thank you very much. Diablo, let's ask that question to you. Who is the strongest EXP right now besides you?
I think that shouldn't be a question.
Stop it, give me
Yeah, that's good.
Who is the best EXP laner right now?
Definitely, I still think it's me, but not trying to be overconfident here, but definitely there are people who can step up to that role, but right now I feel like I'm not past my prime yet, so I will still hold that title until one day.
What do you think about JPL still coming back as a Roman?
JPL, I would say his brain is in his prime. His hands yes, sometimes.
Okay, great. Then who do you think can rival you right now in MPL Singapore as an EXP laner?
I'm not looking for anyone to rival me because I want to rival the best in the world.
Okay, okay. But who do you think is slowly creeping behind you?
Slowly creeping behind. I think Puski.
Puski?
That's why he's my sub. I will teach him to be the best.
Puski came from Alchemy. Why did he leave Alchemy?
That's a question I haven't asked him yet, but
in your
probably
opinion?
he wants to gain experience, that's why coming to Flash.
Okay.
But yeah.
So right now you're also schooling the second best EXP laner in your opinion.
He's the up and coming Diablo in the future. Yeah.
What about Twist?
Twist is strong, I'd say. Yeah, she's strong.
Twist or Puski?
Twist or Puski. If Twist joins Flash, then Twist.
If you want to win, join Team Flash. That's what Diablo is also doing right now. That's the meta, chat. That's the meta, everybody. Okay, then, question. Vanix, top 3 teams in Singapore right now.
Top 3 teams in
Excluding
Singapore.
you. Everybody put you guys as top 3 immediately.
Okay.
But I don't want you to put yourself.
Homeboys.
Top 3.
Yeah, for me top 3 lah.
Homeboys.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Then EXCO.
Okay.
And one more team Asteris
Bro, are you sure you're answering my question properly? That's top 3, not bottom 3.
So you think they bottom 3?
Oh! That is a backfire. That is a backfire. You got backfire. Coming from Vanix.
I wasn't expecting that.
Coming from Vanix, damn.
Bottom 3, let's go.
Bottom 3, let's go.
In your opinion, let's go.
My opinion I think actually I'm not sure about what other team. Wait.
Okay, let me ask you that question once again.
Okay.
Let me switch it around instead of bottom 3 teams. Who do you think this season will get relegated?
Whoa, relegated maybe RSG.
Wow. RSG.
Maybe.
Okay. One more?
One more. Maybe Vanguard also.
Vanguard. What? Do you have anything against Vanguard?
Nothing. It's just they don't look strong.
They don't look strong. Yeah, we ignored Vanguard in most of them. Why do you think they don't look strong?
The goal laner Lakshan, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he's good at all. He used to be my teammate, but I don't think he's good.
He's not good.
Yeah, and then their imports, I don't know. I don't know any of them.
Yikes. Okay. Because you guys imported the best in the Philippines right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let me turn that question over to Diablo as well. Top 3 teams. Let's go.
Top 3. I agree with Vanix list. I mean, they are looking pretty solid this season. He's not supposed to laugh, guys. This is a legitimate answer, you know.
Okay.
Homebois SG, EXCO, and Asteris, all champion material teams, you know. We're looking for the dark horses this season, and 3 of them are the dark horses.
Alright, let me ask that question again. So, Diablo, who do you think will be relegated this season?
As much as I don't want to see this, but probably Bleed and RSG.
Why is it Bleed and RSG?
Because you gotta to rise to the top, you gotta start from the bottom. So I believe that's what they should do.
Okay. Bleed was top 6 last season. RSG is top 2. Do you think Bleed with this change of roster is stronger or weaker?
Definitely. Actually, I
You
don't
don't know
really
who-
put that in my radar. So
Wow. So you just
Yeah.
ignore Bleed like that. Okay.
yeah,
I mean, you technically have been fighting Bleed as RSG as so long. Now you're going to be fighting RSG as well.
yeah. I'm looking forward to fight RSG.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you want to be known as the WinCon of RSG.
Actually, no.
Okay.
Truth to be told, I just want to fight Bray. Yeah.
This is your first time going up against Bray.
Yeah, I've never fought him before,
Okay.
so I'm looking forward to it.
How do you start, Vanix? How do you start being a pro player?
How did I start?
Hmm.
I think it was when Zion first formed. Then, one of the members there asked me if I'm interested to play lah. Then I went for trials, and then Potato was my coach that time.
Then you were playing as a jungler back in Zion.
Yeah.
You disappeared for one season or two, I think.
No, I didn't disappear.
Okay, never mind. Then, so what made you change into a gold laner?
I think it was season 4 where I played goalie in the playoff. I think because we were doing very badly, and yeah, then we decided to let Potato come in and let me play the goal in. Then we tried, and it worked decently. And then after that, Flash asked me if I want to become the goal in for the team lah. Then I okay oh. Yeah.
I don't. Now that I remembered that, I don't know why there's a gap in my memory saying that I don't remember you in a gold lane. That was season 4 as a gold lane.
Yeah, in playoff lah, but regular seasons I was still playing jungle.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's why. But why can't I remember you as a gold lane?
Maybe because I was last place during season 4.
Diablo, do you have any comment?
I have no comments.
I remember I literally wrote you off as how did it suddenly, what changed in you to suddenly become, hey, you're the best gold lane? Like, I completely forgot you as a gold lane.
Oh.
What was the difference?
I think it's just cause last time is the marksman jungle meta, and then I always play the marksman. Then I know all the positioning and stuff lah. So I think goalie is suitable for me. Yeah, it's more comfortable and all. Yeah.
Okay. How do you start as a pro player?
I would say it's through scouting by teams before I joined. But before I joined, I was like any other ranked players out there, just playing my own game when I'm free, and then sometimes just feeling like like basically what people are doing right now. Just feeling good when I win ranked games, that's all. But from time to time I join small tournaments to get some experience, and that's where teams scouted me out for the first season of MPLSG, and I was looking forward to it. So I went for the trials, and initially I passed for the teams that I wanted to join. So yeah, here I am. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I start.
Then, if you have do you have something to say to players that would like to be like you?
I would say just don't give up. Just continue striving for it. But end of the day, playing rank and coming to MPL is different. So even if you fail your first season here, just make sure you learn, and just make sure you take back what's important if you do join MPL. Because when you first come in, you understand how it feels like when to fight against teams with better experience that rank cannot give you. Yeah.
Okay, both of you went to the world stage before, albeit a different team. Vanix, your first time debuting in the world stage. What's that feeling like?
It feels great to represent Singapore and playing in a world stage. But then it's my first time also, so I faced a lot of challenge. Like I will get nervous and all, cause it's fighting the best teams among the region. Yeah, so I'll get nervous, and yeah, but I still played quite okay.
Who did you find the scariest to face in a gold lane when you're playing international? Who's the scariest?
You mean the goal laner?
Gold laners, yep.
I think Super Marco. Yeah, he was in my group in M5 and he's their team is the best lah, so I'm fighting the best goal laner in the world. So it's tough.
Okay. So Diablo, when Vanix went to the world stage for the first time, were you watching?
Yeah, I was.
What do you think about his performance?
I think it was great, considering it was his first time, as he said, and he's up against the best team in the world. But during that time, everybody thought Onyx was the best, so I would consider AP Brand the second best team they were facing Brand. But his performance was good, even against one of the best goal laners there.
Okay. All right. Now let's come back to MPL Singapore just a little bit. Name me the top 3 players. Vanix.
Top 3 players. Any role.
Any role. Don't give me that bait and switch.
Top 3 players. Imports also counted, right?
Counted.
Okay. Hades.
Okay.
Kurt. And Diablo. Yeah.
Okay.
Only in Team Flash the best players.
Wow. Okay. That's what we call monopolization. Now, the worst 3 players.
Worst 3 players Lozzy. No, I have a reason for that.
Okay.
Because he already then the mechanics also drop down now.
Is that why he's a coach?
Yeah, he's a coach. Yeah.
Okay. Another 2 more.
Another 2 more. JPL.
Brother, you just put the whole Team Flash in that top 3. Both sides. What the hell?
We got the best and the worst.
Yeah.
It's a balance. Everything is there for balance.
Okay. JPL, Lozzy, and one more.
One more.
No, please. Not him. Not him.
Qualifiers cannot put, right?
Can.
Oh, can. Then Miku.
Miku? What do you have against Miku?
No, he just changed to Roma, then yeah, he became the worst.
Okay. Miku appeared in MPL for quite a few times. He was a mid laner.
Yeah, that's why he changed to Roma and then become the worst.
Now, Diablo, your turn. Top 3 players.
3 players. Agree with Vanix list, but Vanix changed to me. Me changed to Vanix. Yeah.
Okay.
Vanix, Kurt, and Hades. Yeah.
Okay. Bottom 3 players?
Bottom
Is it the same?
3. I can't disagree.
But do you have more?
More. Let me think. Actually, I don't have anyone right now.
Teammates, current teammates.
Not right now.
Not right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so more or less the same.
Yeah.
So both of you just said that you guys have the best players and the worst players in
Yeah.
Singapore. And people said that you're the best team.
The best team will always have a balance.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then let me also ask, right? I don't think I've asked this. Are your parents supportive of your esports journey?
Mine was supportive right now, but before it takes time.
Takes time. When was the season when you decided, okay, you're good?
When was the season? I think it was when I first win.
Season 3.
Yeah, but that one was still like they just saw lah, but never say much. Then season 4 I won again because I was keep.
musim.
I've never seen the face before. 应该是 Vanguard 的人。My God， 你猜啦，你猜。
Huh? No way. Unless I get wrong also lah. No way. You don't know that. I really don't know.
Oh, I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this, bro. I know this guy.
Huh?
That's so familiar, bro. What's his name?
You know or not?
Okay.
You think from which team first? Oh. Okay. Oh.
Nick Dog.
You can do each other also. Bro, what? Bro, that's Nick. He looks like Nick, bro. Yeah, he actually does. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Right. 3, 2, 1. Next day. What you write?
Okay, I forgot the name. I don't know the name, okay, but I know the person.
Okay. Why so long? Next day. Oh, Nick the Great. 2, 1.
这肯定以后这个。
Who look like him? Who is this guy?
What's that? I think it's this guy.
I think this one.
CG, Sagi.
I think this is Sagi.
You know Kyo?
Okay, this. I don't know. Hey, baby photo, you never know.
Yes.
As a main player.
In MPL before.
Wait. Oh, what team? What will I put if I don't know the?
The team that Nick always talk about.
Okay, correct answer is Gil. Huh? 3, 2, 1. Answer is Gil. Huh? I was thinking Gil, but they don't look like Gil.
Try let's go.
Huh?
What? Is it?
I got cannot like Gil already.
Bro!
Oh, because get indoor show.
This one I really don't know. Cannot tell.
Oh, cannot tell
2, 1. This is Gil. 2, 1.
Okay lah, it looks like
He got slight resemblance.
Yeah.
2, 1.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Alright, ladies and gents, currently we're joining with Team Flash. This is Diablo and also Vanix. Vanix, the inevitable. Vanix, why don't you do a round of introductions first?
Hello, I'm Vanix from Team Flash and I play Golin here.
Okay, Diablo?
I'm Diablo from Team Flash.
You need to look down the jersey first.
I'm the EXP laner for the team.
Okay. Question immediately. Why do you leave your RSG?
Well, I feel Flash is stronger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're leaving behind Bray. Do you have anything to say to him?
To Bray, next season I'll show you why RSG can't win without me.
Wow. Okay. People are saying that. Okay, I was interviewing Bleed earlier just now. They're saying that Bray is the one carrying the team.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say about that?
I agree to a certain extent, but ultimately the win con is still me.
So, Vanix, who do you think is the win con for Team Flash this season?
I think the win con for Team Flash is everybody. I think even Puski can be a win con in our team. Even though he came from Alchemy, but he's still good.
He's good.
Yeah,
Is
he's
that
a.
why you pick him up from
Mm,
Alchemy?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We want to stop the trend.
Wait, then last season no win con, eh?
Last season no win con. Last season have lah, but not everyone. Oh.
Who is that? Who's okay?
Who,
wait,
ah?
who? Why? Like, okay, let me guess. It's the one that's not in Team Flash right now, right?
You mean the win con?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Is that why you dropped him?
I guess so.
Next question will be: you're still so you're going to Poly this season as well.
Yeah.
You're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, then how are you gonna have you juggled work pro play and school before?
Yeah, since the day I started, yeah, I've been juggling quite okay lah, quite well. Yeah, even during my intern, I still playing.
How's
Yeah.
it like?
It's quite tiring lah, cause every day I need to wake up very early, then end late also, then go back home scream. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, we also mentioned that well, Hades mentioned in an interview before that Team Flash has the best gold laner in Singapore in season 6. That was before you even like appeared as a gold laner.
Before season 6.
Around season 6.
Oh.
When they recruited Hades.
Oh.
Do you think you're the best gold laner?
I think I am the best gold laner in Singapore.
Then who do you think is your biggest threat in MPL Singapore? Gold lane.
I think FMM.
Wait, FMM?
Yeah, FMM.
But he's playing gold lane. He's playing Rome.
Yeah, but I think he's still the best gold lane. No one can compete with him.
FMM, please come back to the gold lane. Thank you very much. Diablo, let's ask that question to you. Who is the strongest EXP right now besides you?
I think that shouldn't be a question.
Stop it, give me I saw my...
Yeah, that's okay.
Who is the best EXP laner right now?
Definitely, I still think it's me, but not trying to be overconfident here, but definitely there are people who can step up to that role, but right now I feel like I'm not past my prime yet, so I will still hold that title until one day.
What do you think about JPL still coming back as a Roma?
JPL, I would say his brain is in his prime. His hands yes, sometimes.
Okay, great. Then who do you think can rival you right now in MPL Singapore as an EXP laner?
I'm not looking for anyone to rival me because I want to rival the best in the world.
Okay, okay. But who do you think is slowly creeping behind you?
Slowly creeping behind. I think Puski.
Puski?
That's why he's my sub. I will teach him to be the best.
Puski came from Alchemy. Why did he leave Alchemy?
That's a question I haven't asked him yet, but
in your
probably
opinion?
he wants to gain experience. That's why coming to Flash.
Okay.
But yeah.
So right now you're also schooling the second best EXP laner in your opinion.
He's the up and coming Diablo in the future. Yeah.
What about Twist?
Twist is strong. I say yeah, she's strong.
Twist or Puski?
Twist or Puski. If Twist joins Flash, then Twist.
If you want to win, join Team Flash. That's what Diablo is also doing right now. That's the meta, chat. That's the meta, everybody. Okay, then, question. Vanix, top 3 themes in Singapore right now.
Top 3 teams in
Excluding
Singapore.
you. Everybody put you guys as top 3 immediately.
Okay.
But I don't want you to put yourself.
Homeboys.
Top 3.
Yeah, for me top 3 lah.
Homeboys.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Then EXCO.
Okay.
And one more team Asteris
Bro, are you sure you're answering my question properly? That's top 3, not bottom 3.
So you're saying the bottom 3?
Oh! That is a backfire. That is a backfire. You got backfire. Coming from Vanix.
I wasn't expecting that.
Coming from Vanix. Damn.
Bottom 3, let's go.
Bottom 3, let's go.
In your opinion, let's go.
My opinion I think I'm not sure about what other team. Wait.
Okay, let me ask you that question once again.
Okay.
Let me switch it around instead of bottom 3 teams. Who do you think this season will get relegated?
Whoa, relegated Maybe RG.
Wow. RSG.
Maybe.
Okay. One more?
One more. Maybe Vanguard also.
Vanguard. What? Do you have anything against Vanguard?
Nothing. It's just they don't look strong.
They don't look strong. Oh, yeah, we ignored Vanguard in most of them. Why do you think they don't look strong?
The goal inner Lakshan, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he's good at all. He used to be my teammate, but I don't think he's good.
He's not good.
Yeah, and then their imports, I don't know. I don't know any of them.
Yikes. Okay. Because you guys imported the best in the Philippines
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me turn that question over to Diablo as well. Top 3 teams, let's go.
Top 3. I agree with Vanny's list. I mean, they are looking pretty solid this season. He's not supposed to laugh, guys. This is a legitimate answer, you know.
Okay.
Homebois SG, EXCO, and Asteris, all champion material teams, you know. We're looking for the dark horses this season, and
Yep.
3 of them are the dark horses.
All right, let me ask that question again. So, Diablo, who do you think will be relegated this season?
As much as I don't want to see this, but probably Bleed and RSG.
Why is it Bleed and RSG?
Because you gotta to rise to the top, you gotta start from the bottom. So I believe that's what they should do.
Okay. Bleed was top 6 last season. RSG is top.
friends, thank you so much for sticking around with us right here for 3 matches. And right now we are at the final match of the day for week 1, day 1. And closing off day 1 itself, we will be seeing the clash of the newcomers. Yes, 2 of our newly qualified teams will go head to head right here in the final match of the day, where we see EXCO going up against the likes of Asteris. Now, very interesting because they will have to prove they have what it takes to be right here at the MPLSG scene. Now, of course, some of them are familiar faces, which has been in the pro scene itself. So without further ado, let's take a look at their beautiful faces. First up, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, EXCO. It's very interesting to see EXCO right here getting ready to head on over to the land of Dawn. Definitely all of our young blood here are brimming, and we have Super Ryan here looking like he's done this a million times. But of course, still, it is very exciting to see. Without further ado, going up against EXCO Esports, presenting to you, Asteris. Definitely some of the familiar faces that you have seen as well. Apparently there's a 6-member. Bear bought another bear along with him. But definitely very refreshing to see new faces along with some familiar ones join us right here for the last day itself. Asteris has definitely made their marks over at the qualifiers, stomping many of their rivals to make it here through the MPLSG Season 7. So who will emerge victorious right here in this newcomers clash? Let's hand our time over to our casters to analyze. Take it away, boys.
Oh, welcome back. It is time for the final game of the day. It is going to be the qualifying teams. We have Asteris going up against EXCO Esports. This is a spicy one to talk about because I think both teams, we always have the expectation when new teams come in, they're going to fall flat on their face. And for the first time, Asteris, the mainstay, I don't think they are a team that you are going to ignore for sure.
Yeah, dude, I'm super excited to see what Asteris can do. I mean, we've seen this matchup once before already if you guys are watching the qualifiers, but I am super excited to see what FMM can do on the main stage as well.
Yeah, and we talk about EXCO Esports, right? We talk about slowly, we talk about Super Ryan. That's all going to be coming in together. Whether they can even stand up to the main players, the MPL players, the community scene versus the standard pro scene that we have been seeing. This is one big narrative that we talk about. The community scene, the qualifying scene, they're up and rising, all this new generation players coming through. And as we were saying, FMM, I mean, I want to see much more out of him this season.
Yep. Okay, let's address the elephant in the room. I think on paper, it's pretty clear that Asteris are the crowd favorites here, right? So we'll be talking a little bit more about EXCO first. But Asteris, EXCO, who do you have?
It's definitely Asteris, man. I mean, there's no doubt about that, right?
All right.
I mean, Asteris.
Okay, well, I'm on the other side. Let's take a look at the first team of the day, EXCO Esports. They are going to be fielding Super Ryan, Yuta, Jet, Bertizi, and Agira. Slowly is not available, so Yuta will be standing in, and he will be substituted by Super Ryan in the EXP lane as well.
Yeah, look, I'm excited to see what Super Ryan has as well in store for us. We know Super Ryan is not new to MPLSG, and we have seen what he's done in the past, so I'm excited to see what he can bring to support EXCO Esports as well.
Yeah, performing really well all the time as well. Mechanically, very gifted. So I want to see much more on the mid lane, especially if Yuta is filling in as the jungler. How will it go for the team synergy? It's going to be very interesting with Slowly not in this starting lineup.
Right, now we look at their counterparts on the other side of the field. It's going to be Asteris here.
And with Asteris, we've got Bear filling the EXP lane, JAHH filling up jungle, Kiwi in mid, FMM in Rome, and Chu playing the gold lane.
All experienced players. They've been known in the scene as well. Just very dominant in the qualifiers. I mean, FMM, of course, he is a monster. We called him the mini JPL, the roamer, the up-and-coming of the next generation. And now we will see him on the live stage, on the main scene, whether he can move it, make it big, or crumble under the pressure.
Yep, he's someone that we have to keep our eyes on because he used to play with the likes of Bleed, right? He used to feud alongside Gear, used to feud alongside JPL. Definitely has their experience rubbed off on him. At the same time, we have people like Chu as well as Bear, who are not new to the scene as well. They used to be feuded in Stellac. And I think they have taken that experience and they will bring it to the main stage here for the match. But more importantly, let's take a look at the head-to-head between these two teams.
I think regarding Asteris, right now we are still in the midst of discovering where my team is, like where EXCO Esports is. So for regular season, when we meet Asteris, it will definitely be a good encounter for us, sort of like a revenge for what they did to us in the first day of qualifiers, and it'll be good if we win.
I hope I'll be able to get my revenge because I didn't win them before. Especially JH, a very, very good player. Then Chuhan also my friend, so I hope I can beat them in the regular season.
During then, they only formed their team 1 week before the qualifiers, so I would say it was quite easy against them, because they had no chemistry or anything, I feel. I don't know yet. But moving into the MPL regular season, we'll see how it goes. So maybe it will be easy as qualifiers, maybe it will be harder, I don't know.
I would hope so. I think we are well prepared for them, so I'm quite confident that we can win them. I mean, I would like to believe that all the odds are against them. So they definitely have to prove themselves because all the odds are against them. But we of course will still respect them and we won't doubt them because during Powerful's first season also nobody knew who he was and he managed to bring his team together, so we might see the same for them, so we just prepare accordingly.
Wow, very insightful indeed. I want to give a quick shout out to R19. For those of you that don't know, he is pretty regular in the community tournaments as well. He's a very, very smart guy. And I like the respect that he has for the opponent so far. I would expect, more of Lolzy's performance for most of the coaches, but seems like, there's plenty of respect between the two teams, especially coming out from R19.
Not from Bear though. Bear's like, yeah, we did well in the qualifiers, so maybe it would be the same today, and that's what I think we predicted as well, right?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's so many storylines here, right? I mean, the fact is the EXCO only was formed 1 week before qualifiers.
Yeah.
So I'm personally interested to see how much they're going to grow. So moving forward, we're going to see what you guys at home think who's going to win. And it's pretty even.
Wow,
it's
okay.
It's 58 to 42% in favor of EXCO.
Not what I expected, to be honest, right? I think across the desk, and even behind the scenes, I think there was a lot of expectation of Asteris to really just floor EXCO as well. But, of course, we have to give a little bit benefit of doubt for the side of EXCO. They have been training really hard for this period since the qualifiers. So I think this is a pretty fair prediction from the audience.
I mean, both sides, they do have fans supporting them. EXCO, well known in the community as well. Asteris as well in the community. So these both two teams, community teams going against each other. I mean, what's more interesting is moving forward, whether they find the chemistry as a team. And here we have our own predictions, which is, well, I mean, Kin, you got it again. It's 2-1 for EXCO.
Okay, I'm not trying to pull off a Vertigo here, right? But I personally feel that EXCO have what it takes to level up. So today, my expectation for them is to see if they can really fulfill what they have presented themselves to be, which is a growing team. And like RR19 said, from their counterparts as well, you know, when Powerful first came on, they didn't know who he was, and now Evo is a mainstay in MPL. There's no way you would think MPLSG without Team Evo.
Yeah, look, this is actually the first time that I'm seeing different predictions from all three of us at the desk. You know, so far I think we've been pretty unified. At least two casters had the exact same predictions. But honestly, I feel that we're going to be able to go to a game 3. I think this is definitely one of the matches that we all have to pay attention to, right? These two are the teams that came from the qualifiers. That is so, so important. And I'm really excited to see what how these two have actually evolved from the qualifiers as well.
Yeah, very different ball game. You know, previous seasons when qualifier teams come on, we don't really put too much expectations on them. You know, with this particular season itself, I think we have kind of shed off the concept that, hey, these are qualifying teams. These are now MPL level teams. So we have a high bar of standard that they're supposed to reach, and I hope they're going to be surprising us, right? A pleasant surprise as to how the game will run today.
You know, during the qualifiers, I realized that actually a lot of the community players have been saying that these are one of the best qualifiers that we've seen so far in MPLSG history. So, you know, these two teams coming out from that, super exciting to watch.
And the thing is, they will have to keep bringing it forward, because there are 2 teams that will be relegated out. Only the top 6 teams will make it to playoffs. Out of these 8 teams, no longer will all 8 teams will be going through. It's changing format, so they will not be able to have any breathing room when it comes to fighting with these big name teams as well.
Yeah, so interestingly, I think the next thing we can take a look at is actually the draft itself. Now let's talk about the matchups here. Super Ryan already on the screen. He is someone that I'm hoping to put up a stellar performance today. First few bans coming out going to be the Matilda and the Angela. No heroes coming in, at least from these 2 heroes so far.
Yeah, and we still have the very strong Nolan on the board. We will have a lot of Fredrin, we will have a lot of tanky heroes, and Masha will be the ban for today. I mean, we were predicting that Masha would be a top ban or top pick.
I have one important question, which is anyone going to ban the Harif out in this match?
Look, Harif has managed to sneak past almost every single game. You know, I think Harif has only banned once so far today. So I'm not surprised to see Harif slip through. I am very interested though in seeing why Team EXCO has banned out the Masha so early. Is it something that FMM is maybe really good at, or fair?
It's a rush down composition. In fact, the one hero that I'm more afraid of that's going to come out from Asteris is the Arlet. So they actually went off to show off their Arlet from FMM, and that was a killer. So I would be curious to see if that is worth a ban from the side of EXCO, or will they take it for themselves?
I mean, definitely, right? Arlet is a generally great pick to pick up. So I think if EXCO does not ban Arlet this time around, we will see it as possibly a first pick for EXCO, right? Someone like EXCO could easily flex that in the EXP or the roam lanes on that side. And if they don't ban it out, definitely Asteris is going to pick it up.
Yeah, for sure. And another player we need to focus on is actually Gira. So Gira's comfort picks come in the form of the Claw. Now, before we head on to that, Fredrin Brand, what do you guys think about that?
Fredrin Brand, I think, is so targeted on JH, right? I think JH I played Fredrin during all 3 of their matches during the qualifiers, and I think this is definitely EXCO challenging Asteris, being like, hey, so JH, what else are you going to play? What else are you going to show us?
Exactly, like no more tank jungler in the form of Fredrin. Will you change it up and go for the assassin jungler instead?
Yeah, and before the assassin jungler meta, I mean, Fredrin, Baxia, Barat, they were still so key in Asteris lineup. All these tanky junglers that they wanted, and we do see the Arlot being banned out. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right? We know in the correct hands, it is going to be a monster to deal with, and right off the bat, Gira this time going to have his hands snapping up the Harif on the side of EXCO.
And that's really quick pickups on the side of Team Asteris. They picked up the Loi as well as the Brats, 2 heroes that we've seen constantly throughout the day.
Yep, it's a pincer move here from the side of Asteris. With the diversion, this Loi is definitely going to be a huge problem. Now, the counter picks coming out from EXCO itself, Baxia and Faramis, very good survivability, and with the Baxia mark, reduced healing as well.
And also extremely good synergy with Harif coming through, because Harif can run free with Faramis and Baxia having his back. But we do see the Kaja picked up from the side of Asteris. Very good reply. Both teams are drafting to a T at this point.
Yeah, look, I think the Kaja pick was excellent, right? Team Asteris has identified what Team EXCO is trying to do, and the Kaja is just going to rip that apart. If the Kaja is able to pull away the Faramis of his Divine Judgment, you know, that's Netherrealm gone, you know, if they're able to eliminate him fast enough.
Yep, exactly. And the synergy between the Kaja and the Loi is actually quite dangerous because of the cooldowns itself. Faramis does have the Netherrealm, but it just comes up every, 50, 60 seconds. Kaja can jump in, get the Divine Judgment as and when they need, and Diversion's cooldown is extremely low, which means they can outplay EXCO's cooldown timers.
And something that we haven't seen throughout the entire day is the Tigreal, because the Tigreal, being an extremely strong crowd control, has a very good ultimate as well, but not being picked up by a lot of heavy teamfight teams. So now not being banned, is it a potential pick for EXCO here?
It could be. It would be something nice, but at this point, the Faramis looking like a flex pick, right? If they do get that perfect diversion, the read on diversion, EXCO definitely can use the implosion from the Tigreal to catch them out. But I want to say something. There is a very clear ban onto Super Ryan here, not giving him the Yuzong, one of his star-studded heroes that he plays.
Yeah, I think Yuzong is also a really wise ban overall as well. You know, if you're targeting out Super Ryan's pool, I'm pretty confident in Super Ryan, though, to be able to pick up something else, as he is known to be that supporting role in Team EXCO.
Yep. Really like the Roger pick, but this time it's flexed into the jungle, which means his farm is going to be much faster. And we've seen across the region, right? Harif going up against Roger is a cancel out combination itself. This time, I think it's a little bit edged out towards the side of Asteris because Roger will have a level advantage.
I feel that Barats will still go jungle though, right?
I don't know. It's a flexible choice of options that Asteris has provided for themselves. So I probably think that they will decide based off the final picks from EXCO.
Yeah, but we have to keep in mind as well, right? We've seen the team earlier today where they picked too many flex picks and they were not able to find themselves a solid idea of what the game plan is. So it's really up to Asteris right now if they're able to see the last two picks being Edith and Khalid and how they're going to be adapting into this.
That's quite a lot of damage coming out from EXCO. Very good early game. Faramis and Khalid, very strong early game presence as well. They will be able to survive and get quite a bit of stacks as well as itemizations. So this first early game actually going to be extremely important for the side of EXCO.
Yeah, that's for sure. So Team Asteris is taking the time. They've got 18 seconds left on the clock to decide who they're going to lock in for their gold laner potentially. I'll be very excited to see if Roger finally gets to play in the jungle. And the last pick is the Terizla. So it is going to be a
Gold Lane Roger.
Gold Lane Roger.
Yeah, Gold Lane Roger versus the Harif. I mean, there's not much option to fight at Harif. So I believe Roger might have the best chance of fighting the Harif in this current meta. If you see a Harif on the opposing team, all you can do is hope for the early game and hope that you just don't get destroyed and just keep up the farm in the late game. You can't really go head-to-head 1v1 in his gold lane at all.
Yep, actually one of the things that I'm really curious about is the rotational speed for the side of Asteris, right? They will be able to make the first few rotations much quicker than the side of EXCO simply because they have the Loi. So the moment Loi gets her 4, the diversion is going to play in a big part of how Asteris will be able to control this game. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is game 1 of our final game of the day. EXCO looking to prove their point against Asteris. Let's go in the land of Dawn.
It's a revenge matchup between EXCO and Asteris. So FMM's revenge arc starts now.
That's a really good point to bring up, Mo. I think Asteris is here trying to prevent EXCO from taking back the win. But already at the bottom, we've seen first blood straight onto Gira from Asteris True.
True, just finding the first blood onto Gira. I mean, we talked about Harif just having such a good lane and very nice pull coming through from Jet, but not able to find any pickoffs, not having the damage this early in the game.
Yeah, perfect start from the side of Asteris here, and it looks like a potential snowball game right off the bat. So EXCO, they have their backs against the wall, work cut out for themselves. How do they recover from this?
is looking extremely scrappy. You see fights breaking out across the map. EXP laners are slamming it out against each other, and once again, you know, the fighting does not stop.
And you talk about the EXP lane matchup, right? Khalid versus Charizla. I usually favor the Khalid, but look at this. Khalid is just getting wrecked down, and FMM already getting chunked down as well. Yuta falling very low, falling as well. Just not finding any space. He's not level 4 yet, not having the sustainability, not having the tankiness.
Yep, as we like to say, when it rains, it pours. Let's take a look at the emblems here. You know, with the Brave Smite on the Edith itself, Bear TZ is meant to be one of the main tanks across the lineup for EXCO. Right now, he's actually trailing in terms of EXP, so I don't think Bear TZ is going to have a good game at all.
Now, Bear TZ looks as if he's going to be suffering a little bit as the rotationals. If you notice the rotations, right? We already see the Loi already at the top lane trying to shove the lane in so they have easier access to the turtle. But we do notice that Yuta is sneaking around the corners, hopefully, you know, trying to pick up a good position for the fight.
Yeah, right off the bat, you can see everyone's itemizations trying to deal with the Loi here. We might have the first engagement here.
Turtle Jet going in as a very nice slam coming through, but NetherRealm being used at the moment. Turtle's not going any one way yet, but both teams falling very low. Bear Cheesy does eventually fall as Khalid will get out with one sliver of HP, and JH will go down for the count. Very nice trade from both teams. FMM, Kiwi falling extremely low.
That was a beautiful team fight from the side of EXCO. Not only did they get the turtle, they got the kill onto JH as well. That's a huge win for the side of EXCO.
Yeah, definitely, and you know both teams I think losing 1-1 right now, but the advantage is going slightly over to EXCO's side. Right now, Kiwi, all eyes on Kiwi as to see how he's going to be rotating around the map. So right now we look at the replay of the turtle fight. We see that the Ferris was able to pop on the NetherRealm, but it wasn't too little, too late. Asteris was able to come up top from that fight.
Yeah, the big thing was Super Ryan actually stayed alive, so he's actually going to have the EXP lead. And as a Khalid, having an EXP lead against a Charizla is a huge win because you will be able to control the pacing of the lane, which means earlier rotations for the side of EXCO as well.
Raging Sandstorm just coming out at the correct timing.
Exactly.
Getting the key kill onto JH though. JH was getting a bit of an early game lead, and that might have just stopped the momentum right there as they keep things even, 9k to 9k.
Yeah, but that's just a small snippet of what Asteris has to offer. The big deal they have to deal with is actually Kiwi, because nobody has done anything significant to slow down the farm of this Loi, and that might cause a huge problem later in the game.
Yeah, we see right now the Loi has just cleared her lane and is trying to push down to find a favorable position for her ultimate, and they do. They're currently in the bush, and I'm not sure if EXCO has seen this.
Well, first major objective of the game coming out here, the turtle. Stadium Scythe already being completed by Gira at the 4-minute mark. Let's see if this is going to make a huge difference in the team fights.
Yeah, Bacha already starting the turtle. Does not use... Very nice flicker from FMM. On a Divine Judgment, Bear GZ falling extremely low, but nice penalty zone follow-up from Bear at this moment. NetherRealm being used at this point. FMM will go down for the count. Bear falling extremely low. Kiwi will get the better of Kira, and then double kill onto Jet as Utah will get the turtle eventually. But Super Ryan on the cusp of a triple kill. Will he be able to survive here? He is trying to stall it out, but dies eventually.
Yuta took the turtle amongst all the chaos. The turtle still went to EXCO. So even though Astralis went for had leaded in terms of kills, they managed to take the advantage, or rather even it out slightly from Team EXCO.
Right, this is really worrying on the side of Asteris, right? Kiwi was actually having the time of his life getting the duality procs, but for some reason, EXCO still won that fight itself, and Gira was able to lay down so much pain. Jet here maybe catches 1 or 2 with his Shadow Stampede, not going to work out for them, but it's 4 members on the side of Asteris marching down the mid, which means side lanes are pretty much open for EXCO to farm.
That was so much damage coming out from Kiwi though, as we see Bear Cheesy getting a catch onto FMM. Chu in a slight bit of trouble as Bear Cheesy has gone into his marksman form, but not finding anything, but very nice. Loi might be coming in. No.
Fake diversion here. I mean, Tortoise Poison, so you can see how EXCO is actually using it to traverse the map, get a little bit of information as well. So this is a very different EXCO from what we've seen in the qualifiers.
Yeah, look, EXCO is being extremely scrappy in the best possible way. They're picking fights which they're comfortable with picking, and they're choosing to disengage at the right times as well. Right now, we see Team EXCO gathering up as 4 in the top, expecting a small little skirmish here, and we do see FMM flashing straight in.
Jet in trouble. NetherRealm being used at this point. Daytona's welcome will not find anything at this point, but Jet eventually falls to Kiwi, doing too much damage at this point. FMM will take out Gira as well as a 2-man advantage for the side of Asteris as Utah is being chased down.
Alright, but it's all about you with that Lycan Pounce dealing so much damage to the lineup of EXCO. And Asteris, you can see at this point already having a 2,000 goal lead. So the next objective with the turtle, this is the final turtle of the game. If Asteris gets this, it will put EXCO in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, we can already see the gold lead extending little by little, right? At first, it was like a couple hundred. Now we're at 2.2k at Asteris advantage. Right, so what we want to see actually from Team EXCO is to stop taking these fights. You know, they were extremely scrappy early on, and I think it worked out for them. But right now, they need to slow things down a little. Perhaps play defensive with the turtle fight and pick their fights more wisely.
And the turtle fight will be ensuing shortly, but Yuta in a position to kind of steal it with a retribution. Always spreading the turtle, but Bertizzi will not have much HP to begin with. Oh! We do see the Raging Sandstorm, very nice penalty zone coming through, but Chu will get Bertizzi, and FMM will be going down as well as Jet falls, and Kiwi just dealing so much damage in this team fight. It's already 4-0, and the turtle eventually falls onto Asteris' side.
Well, people say Kiwi is good for your health, but Kiwi is absolutely potent to the side of EXCO. It was the diversions, the duality procs that really killed off EXCO there. Nobody has been able to touch this mid lane, and I can't blame them because EXCO, they are not equipped to deal with Kiwi just yet.
Look, this is exactly what I meant just now. Play safe, give the turtle up, and farm gold. You're so far behind, and now, you know, by fighting for a turtle, which you shouldn't have never fought for, you lost because Harif wasn't even there with them.
Yep, exactly. So, you know, the name of the game will only change after they get the Radiant Armors to deal with the duality procs on the side of Asteris, and they need to farm up fast. But right now, Asteris has full control of the map. EXCO now reduced their farming in their own jungle on the right-hand side.
NetherRealm not being able to save anyone, despite that it was all fully procced.
I mean, when NetherRealm gets procced, you know, if you don't have the tank, the survivability to survive, you know, what's the point of NetherRealm? They're just gonna die twice extremely quickly.
Yep, exactly. And you know, they still haven't figured out how do we catch Kiwi here. And until they solve that problem, it is just structural damage galore for the side of EXCO because Asteris will not be able to be punished from their lineup.
Yeah, that's for sure. So right now, EXCO is just trying to farm whatever minions they can on the map. And they're being starved out from resources right now. We see the gold league extending to almost a 6k gold lead in Asteris' favor, sorry. And right now, the map is just completely taken over by Asteris.
There has been landing these amazing penalty zones, though.
Exactly. And, you know, one of the worst things to deal with when you get hit with a penalty zone is when the Loi is right there in front of you.
Yeah, just duality procs left, right, and center, and just so much damage gets dealt so efficiently as well, may I add.
The first Lord of the game will be spawning in soon.
It should be a clean Lord for the side of Asteris. So the big question is, how does EXCO deal with the impending damage, right? Because they're already reduced to just one tier 2 left in the mid, and you can be rest assured that Asteris will not make a mistake. First rotation coming in.
JH, though, falling behind, but they did find Gira at the back line. Bertizzi will not be long for life. Easy double kill coming through from the side of Asteris.
Oh my god, the communication coming out from Asteris is so clean. It is a clinic at this point, and EXCO, they haven't found the remedies just yet.
Yeah, you know what, EXCO, they just wanted to take the farm, you know, they just wanted to get whatever they could, whatever minions they could off the board. But Asteris is like, nope, we're not going to let you, we're going to starve you out of resources completely, and the gold lead has exceeded to 8k.
Well, Dragon Spear on Chu, he's going to have a flurry of damage once he activates his wolf form, or, you know, his physical form as well. It's going to be a pretty hard thing to deal with on the side of EXCO.
If they want to keep their inhibitor turrets, they will have to choose to go for the fight here. But Chu already taking out the outer turrets, the last outer turret for EXCO, as the Lord marches down the top lane.
This is literally what you need to do with an advantage, right? You push out all your lanes with the Lord to ensure that EXCO can't even leave the base. Right now, EXCO is playing the game called Tower Defense. I don't think they're playing MLBB anymore.
Yeah, right now we have to keep our eyes on to Super Ryan because that will probably be the only entry point. Here we go. Conceal.
Just looking for a flicker from FMM, but he does not have it. A Divine Judgment. Bear, Gira in a lot of trouble. Yuta into the Daytona's welcome. Will be caught out. Delron being used, but not able to survive. Jet will be falling down. Secondary as well. Bear Teasy will be doing something, and he cannot. Super Ryan will eventually go down. Gira the only one, 1v5. Can he do anything as Asteris clean them up? It's a complete wipeout. 19-3. Very nice finish from Team Asteris.
Absolute smash of a performance there by Asteris. Of course, there were no doubts from my counterparts on the desk here. Let's see, what do you have? Why is the Asteris so strong?
All right, so look, Asteris, once they had the lead, they did not let go. And the problem with the EXCO is that they did not see that they were falling behind, and they decided to pick up fights, which they didn't. As mentioned earlier, the Turtle, they should have just given it up and opted to take the advantages in other parts of the map, and unfortunately, because of doing something like that, EXCO just was not able to come back.
Asteris just kept them in a chokehold. Did you see how FMM was playing on the Kaja? The Flicker, Divine Judgment, there was no space to breathe for EXCO. There's no space to farm. If you're Harif, we're gonna catch you. Loi just bringing his entire team across the map just to kill the Harif that was farming, that was split pushing away with Bear Teasy's help over there. We're gonna kill both of you.
Yep, exactly, and there's a lot of setup coming out from the side of Asteris, right? Primarily, it is the missile expert coming out from the Barats. They don't allow you to stay close, right? That's where Gira wants to be. When he uses the Zaman Force with the Chrono Dash, he wants to be in your face. But the moment you are in his face, welcome to the missiles, welcome to Barats, Daytona's welcome. And that's not the only problem. You have to deal with Chu, who was going crazy with the Roger, and last but not least, the duality procs. I cannot overstate how painful that combination was.
So, who do you guys think is going to be the MVP for this match?
I have to say the Loi. Kiwi did it for me this game.
Definitely.
Yeah, Kiwi was so much damage. FMM, very close second, I feel. But it's a huge fight between these two.
And
it has to be.
As expected, it was Kiwi. Kiwi had complete map dominance this game. He had a 5-0-12 scoreline with an 89% kill participation.
Yep, you can't catch him. He has insane amount of penetration from the Inspire, from his emblems as well. Much more painful because of the lethal ignition. And look at the itemization. First core item actually going into the Bloodwings, which is extremely painful already. Right, and pair it up with the Necklace of Durance. Hey, not only do you get hurt, you don't get the heal.
Yeah, you don't get the heal, you get nothing coming through. And we need to talk about how you said Chu was performing so well.
Yes.
Chu got the first blood.
Oh, yes.
Solo kill.
Solo kill onto Gira, right?
Yeah, big mistake there. I mean, Gira kind of overestimated his strength in the early game. Yes, you have the Chrono Dash. I think he actually took the Fissure as the first skill. So wasn't much to do against a Roger one-on-one.
Yeah, look, you definitely do not want to be taking fights as a level 1 Harif. I mean, you don't even have your dash. Most people are going to pick your skill 1, right? And they're just going to be focused on poking out your opponent marksman. But definitely props to Kiwi this match. Definitely worth the MVP.
Yep, let's take a look at the other stats as well. The itemization, right? None of the members on the side of EXCO managed to build up that Radiant Armor, which would have changed the game a little bit more because they will then be able to deal with Kiwi a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm interested. And Jet actually opted for the anti-cuirass before before anything else. Why do you guys think that's so?
I mean, Chu having this lead, it's extremely worrying. Like, when he first got the kill onto Gira, you were expecting Chu to make moves. It's a Roger after all. You expect the Roger before the Loi E. You always expect the Roger before the Loi E. And then, as a boxer, you want to peel away the Roger as much as possible so that you can fight the Loi, because Roger has iframes.
Yep, exactly. I mean, anti-Cuirass is also to deal with Bear. More importantly, to deal with JH, right? They want to get that damage reduction onto them. Didn't really work out that well, and you can see, a little bit greedy, high expectations of themselves when they took the concussive blast, right? They were expecting to be able to tank through the fights, deal the damage with the concussive blast as well, especially with Yuta being in their faces. But that's the problem when you go up against a Luoi, right? Especially when you're trying to run away, you have Bear who comes in with the penalty zone. He as well went for a little bit more greed here. Didn't go with the Brave Smite, instead went for the Impure Rage, so burning them slowly. And he has quite a lot of Pierce as well with the Inspire. So Bear definitely, you know, the synergy between the lineup for Asteris definitely showing through better understanding of how this game goes.
Yeah, I was gonna say as well, actually, if you notice how both teams picked their combinations, both of them were confident in what they needed to do, right? But in terms of execution, Asteris definitely was leading the charge in this area. We can just see, look, we have Chu getting 928 gold per minute. That's one of the highest gold per minute counts we've seen all day today.
Yeah, and one more thing. I mean, okay, I didn't really see a lot of FMM throughout the game, but he has 14 assists. The number of catches he did with his Divine Judgment, pretty sick, pretty insane as well. And now, he, in my opinion, is one of the players we have to look out for in the league. He's young, he is very energetic, and he's very, very bloodthirsty as well. Not only that, it is dangerous when a person who is bloodthirsty is extremely smart and composed.
He's got really, really good map control, and I really hope to see this from the second game that we're going to go straight into very, very, very soon.
So we'll take a look at the highlights of the game. I will walk you through what went down, right, for this game itself. It all started at the start of the game, that early lead. This was a pretty good fight from Asteris. 2 kills in quick successions, allowing them to get a hold of the game. But this was a perfect fight coming out from EXCO. It didn't really work out from there because, you know, they've racked up all of the different kills on the side of Asteris. Kiwi was the MVP of the game. He did so much damage with the duality as well. So what if you have the Netherrealm? So what if you have sustain? There is no way you can sustain through 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 worth of damage coming out from the entire lineup on the side of Asteris.
It's over 9,000.
They just couldn't stop Kiwi's damage at the backline. Yuta, very tanky on these early stages, but no Radiant Armor, as we mentioned before. Just more scared of the Roger. With the Netherrealm, not able to help at all.
Yeah, and you can see just the team getting punished completely. But anyways, enough from us at the desk. I'm very interested to hear we see what Professor Churro has to say.
Education, over to you, Mr. Professor Churro. Time to.
What's going on, guys? Professor Churro's off the desk segment yet again. I would like to start off with a quote. Know your enemy, know yourself. That's from Sun Tzu. I have a lot of things to talk about. The first is the fights. We see Super Ryan coming out of the Raging Sandstorm all willy-nilly. We thought that, you know, EXCO might have stood a chance. I'm here to break down why it didn't and what they should have done to have a better team fight, especially through the third turtle. So we see over here that the teams are already psyched up for the first turtle. We see Bear trying to push Super Ryan away, trying to get that level advantage, but what is Harith doing over on that gold side and just stopping, clearing that waves because of the wave pressure, and that is something that they needed to contact with them. But moving forward, we see how Bear was able to zone out the rest of the members over here, and that was where FMM, giving vision of where Bear, TZ, and Jet were. Yuta is Bear trying to stop Khalid from coming in on this route. On the other hand, though, if we let the video play out just a little bit more, we're able to see where Super Ryan actually converged into the fight. So it was supposed to be right at that front in this area, but he would have been able to move towards that backside because Kiwi was still left wide open. So I'm gonna be doing a little bit more of the changes in terms of the timings over here, because as I play this video, we will see how Super Ryan was able to get through into that fight, but wasn't able to go through to that back line. So in this case, Super Ryan wasn't able to get that fight in. In the other sense of this, once Super Ryan was able to get that fight going on, Bear was able to zone the rest of the members out. So even if Super Ryan had a nice fight, we were able to go into the match, securing Asteris that first turtle. So with that all said and done, boys, back to you.
Right, very simple story there. It is about the map control. They knew exactly the entry points that EXCO were looking for, but they made sure that these entry points didn't exist. Kiwi was always well protected from all the different angles. They only left one door open, and if you chose to walk through that door, you would be dead. Now, Moman, I think we have something special for our audiences as well. Why don't you talk to them a little bit more about what we have in game?
Well, before this, during the break, what were we doing? We were just playing a bit of ML. And of course, MLBB, right? Yeah, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, they do have the MLBB XKOF 97 Bingo Draw event. And this is from the 24th of April to the end of May, the 31st of May. And of course, you can take a shot at winning the 3 brand new KOF collab skins and unlock the exclusive ID tags. So you have the gold and you have the silver as well. So if you grab the skins and unlock the exclusive gold ID tag, you will get the number printed right beside your name. Number what? Which timing did you get it at? And after this period, you can still snag the exclusive silver ID tag when acquiring the skins. So during the event, you will get a sweet 50% discount on the first 10x draw and daily first draw 1x. So every day you can draw at half price. So just don't miss out on this awesome opportunity. KOF skins, guys. Masha.
Yeah, which is your favorite skin, lads?
I like the Terry Bogard one.
Masha.
Yeah.
Masha?
Mai Shiranui.
Mai Shiranui? Yeah. Mai is definitely my favorite skin of amongst the 3. Actually, I got lucky, you know.
Really? What do you get?
I got the Masha.
Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, the sweet 50% discount is definitely something that you need to take advantage of. It is pretty dangerous because I have been spending quite a bit every day because of the 50% discount as well. I haven't been as lucky as you, but it's okay. I have my fingers crossed. I will get one of the skins very soon.
I'm pretty sure you got lucky in the last event, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I had the Vexana skin right off the first 10x roll.
No way.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
for me.
so if you get another skin on the 10x roll, I'm calling
Rig. we may not see Kin on stream again after this.
Professional player. I'm just gonna show off my skins and die.
Well, okay, so guys, I want to bring it back to the game, right? So we've seen what Asteris can do. What can Team EXCO do to get it back to a 1-1 situation?
I think they need a little bit more map awareness, and I think really just micro plays. Like that first play by Gira, I think definitely was a big mistake for them, and that costed them the game because they couldn't really recover. Mainly because they couldn't acquire enough gold to get the defensive item, and that, you know, the trickle-down effect, it really affects the rest of the game as well. So maybe if they can have a more solid early game playstyle where they're more defensive and more reactive in the sense where, hey, if Asteris makes a mistake, let's pounce on it. They didn't really punish Asteris too much, which I think was a little bit unfortunate.
I mean, on top of that, there was a lot of catch that FMM had with the Divine Judgment. EXCO was just choked out. They couldn't do anything. Mechanically, yes, they could do better, but I feel that draft-wise, they can do a lot better as well. I mean, picking the Edith, picking the Khalid into this lineup, you expect them to fully jump in and commit for the Loi E, but the Loi E was left totally unchecked. He was just dealing free damage at the back. Let's go, let's go.
Yep, exactly.
So do we think that a ban for Loi E or a ban perhaps for even FMM's Kaja is going to be worth it in this upcoming pick and ban?
I don't think it's worth a ban. I think it's worth to rethink how they want to approach team fights particularly, but it's a tough call to make because bear in mind they have a 6 member on the side of Asteris, which is going to be RR19, and we have seen the benefits of having a coach because he or she takes away the stress of the mentality you have to go through during the drafting phase. So we'll see how EXCO is going to try and recover from this, but Asteris, it looks like they pretty much have this in the bag. If it goes their way, it's going to be a clean 2-0.
Definitely, and you know, I think this is something that we saw very similarly to the qualifiers. You know, the qualifiers, we saw EXCO fighting back, but they just missed their punch by a little bit off the mark, right? But I think right now, for me, in my opinion, for EXCO, I feel like EXCO needs to pick their fights more wisely, right? We talked a little bit about the micro plays.
Yep.
I think they need to focus on more on macro as well.
Yeah, macro. You talk about the macro, right? I mean, when you talk about FMM's rotations, it's not being matched by the opponent roamer. That's the micro, macro gameplay that comes true. But macro-wise, you're not there. Micro-wise, he's picking you off. So if you're not there and he's picking your core off, you are out of position at that point.
But it's pretty hard, right? You're dealing with a Loi with diversion as well. So it's hard to match the speed. So I think one of the things, if they allow the Loi to come through again, is to kind of make sure that they have information around the map to know when that TP is going to come in and maybe try and make a play around it. I know it's tough, right? We have the luxury of sitting here, hindsight bias. You know what? They could have done this, they could have done that. But, you know, when it comes down to the heat of the moment, I think EXCO just needs to maybe work a little bit more on their composure. Right?
Yes, so that's actually a really good point which I wanted to highlight, right? We saw in terms of their selections of their runes, right? They knew what they wanted to do, they knew what they had to do. They just faltered a little bit in terms of execution. And to be honest, in the earlier fights, it was really close.
Yes,
literally,
it was.
Asteris was having slivers of HP after each fight, and they were heavily wounded. You know, it wasn't even a one-sided fight, right? It was a very close fight. So I personally think EXCO has the opportunity to go back to a 1-1. They just need to keep calm and carry on.
All right, we will see how it's going to work out for the teams here. We still have about a minute and minute plus, right, before they actually have to be in the hot seat and, you know, resign their fates to their fingers and their brains as well. Now, this is something that I want to touch more upon, which is how young our league is, right? Because both teams, they field very young players. These players range from the age of 16 all the way, I think, early 20s? They are extremely young. They're babies.
You don't make me feel old, man. What the heck?
We are old, right? We have to deal with the fact that we are old. But right now, right, the question that everyone was asking before the start of MPL was, how do the young guns fare against experienced players? But right now, we are looking at how well the youngsters are doing amongst themselves.
Yeah, it's definitely really interesting to point out. You know, once again, I always like to refer back to the qualifiers because I think that was the first match I got to see both EXCO and Asteris, and that was actually a really good match to watch. So I'm happy to see a rematch happening right here, right now, in MPLSG Season 7. And you know, definitely, I think these young ones, they are showcasing their micro skills quite a bit, right? But I think it's the macro that ends up winning the game. Right, so I wonder how these teams are going to face amongst the more experienced teams. We've seen them face against each other. Then this is the second time around. But I'm interested to see how they face against Team Flash, how they face against Lead. You know, these guys, powerhouses.
It sounds like such a tall mountain to climb, right? You know, putting them against Team Flash. But you know, one of the things that I'm really curious about for this game is actually about Yuta, right? So yes, Yuta has been kind of forced into the jungle role. But I know he does play a couple of assassins as well. I'm just curious whether they will try and make a assassin jungler play for this second game. Yes, there's a lot on the line. It is potentially match point for the side of Asteris, but you know, you miss all the shots that you don't take.
Yuta on the boss here just now did not do a bad job. He was peeling very well for Gira to come in. But the thing is, Super Ryan was always just a tad bit too short on the timing. I mean, it worked out in the first few team fights where he managed to get away on a sliver of HP. But in the later stages where he was 1v3 when all three of them were extremely low, that was just not enough damage coming through.
Yeah, can I also mention actually Yuta? He had really good retribution timings.
Oh yes, that was a surprising factor to me. I mean, no shade to the jungler on the side of Asteris, but it should have been his. It should have been his retry that won every single situation. But somehow Yuta pulls all these sick retributions out of his bag, out of his pocket. I don't know what kind of pockets he have, but
dude, I mean, Yuta, you have to tell me, man, are you a thief in real life because you just stole all the freaking turtles from them? It was disgusting.
Fast fingers, extremely fast fingers.
That's how you tell when someone's really young, right? They have super fast fingers. For the experienced players, we're looking at a better execution in terms of, I know what's going to happen, so let me time this better. Right, now, enough of the theories. Let's go into the actual practical. Asteris against EXCO, second round, round 2. RL19 once again helping out with the draft.
Oh man, look at that. Harris finally banned. Get that guy out of here. He's been played or banned every single game, and he's finally been banned by Team EXCO.
Another thing that we saw in the early stages of the ban of the first game was the Masha being banned out. So will the Masha be in the pool this time?
Honestly speaking, I feel Masha is probably worth to let Masha go. I mean, you don't know what she's potentially going to be able to do in the previous match. I mean, she was banned, right? But I think that there needs to be a bit less respect for Masha at this point. And we can see already that from Asteris side, they're banning away the Ferramis. They don't want to give any kind of comeback mechanism from Team EXCO, and EXCO responds with banning Matilda.
Yeah, and then we will be moving towards the third ban. Do we see the meta tank junglers being banned now, the Fredrin, the Boxia, the Barats, or let's say we talk about Yuta having this insane assassin gameplay as well, you know. So he might come on the assassin, and the jungler bans might be leaning towards the tanks.
Yep, you could also consider they might take away the Khalid or the Terizla, which are the comfort picks for the side of Super Ryan, right? I think Super Ryan did really well in game 1, and that's because he had a comfort pick, right? So right now it looks like they will take away the Minotaur, and that might be a challenge for Beth Easy.
Yeah, look, this is so many premier roamers that have been pulled away and banned out in this game. You know, I think this is definitely the right choice. Rome, as you can see from the previous games, has played such a pivotal role in determining the match's outcome. From EXCO side, I am not actually. What do you guys think that they're going to be banning out?
The Kaja is still there. The thorn in their side in the first game, the Kaja. Will it be banned out, or will they still give it out to Asteris and hoping that they can turn the team fight? Now, without the Faramis.
I was thinking more of a Lilia ban, right? Because a lot of these bans are more about survivability. So we see, okay, so Masha will not get the pass this time, which means we're open up for a FMM Arlet on the scoreboard right here. Let's see if that's gonna be true. No, it's Chip! It's Chip! We're going to have that insane rotation. If you thought Loi was a hard rotation to deal against, Chip is even worse.
Chip is one of the premier roamers right now in a 5-stack, and in MPLSG, this is the first time we are seeing Chip being played. I am so excited to see what FMM can do on this Chip.
Not only can he teleport his entire team, he can go into these little portals and he can just pop out in an unexpected position right behind you. So he can get the positioning advantage for himself. But now we do see the Fredrin picked up from the side of Team EXCO.
I like the synergy coming out. So with Chip, we know with his ultimate Y walk, sure, everyone TPs in, but at the same time, they will be TPing into the middle of the fight, which makes the Fredrin pick so smart because you will then have an ease of access for your energy eruption. And if it doesn't work out, no worries, Betizi is going to be on hand here with the final slash going in with the Vengeance as well. Probably going to be a Petri Arlet. I mean, it could still be a Flicker Arlet as well to catch the backlines, but let's see what they're thinking on the side of Asteris.
Absolutely disgusting picks on Asteris side. They're playing Loi and Chip as well. They're able to just carry the team all over the map. Look, if you teleport to one side of the map and it's not enough, you want to go to the other side, sure, Chip will bring you there.
Guys, I think I'm about to give up because I don't know how to cast this game. They're going to be all over the map.
This might be the fastest game of the league so far. I'm going to call it. We might see a 7.5-minute game here if the cards are played right from the side of Asteris, because it means there are going to be multiple takes on the side of the turrets for EXCO. If you can't defend one, you die. That's lesser manpower. Okay, never mind. Let's TP Y walk to the top. Oh, let's use diversion to the top lane. Get another turret, and all of a sudden, you're out of turrets to run behind.
And now that with the response from EXCO, all they can go for is a Novaria. Try to play the vision game. Try to see ahead of what's coming.
Yep, the long range poke, right? But that's Loi's specialty, to get people in your face, along with Chip as well.
It's gonna be so hard coming through, and they do go up for the Paquito ban. They don't want to add the mobility on top of the roaming Asteris death ball that will be coming. Roaming, teleporting. I don't know what to call this. Diverting.
I wish the camera was on my face because my mouth has been open for the past minute. It's absolutely insane. I mean, we talked about macro plays coming up from Asteris earlier on, and they're able to just be a roaming death ball?
Exactly, and you know what? One of the heroes that kind of speaks out to me at this point, not someone we have seen in many seasons. I'm looking at a Yin. A Yin will be disastrous for the side of EXCO here if it's picked up by Asteris in the EXP lane. Because with the diversion, he potentially can stun up so many different members on the side of EXCO. And I mean, RN19, I don't know what's going on in your brain. I know I said you're a smart guy, but dude, you are a goddamn genius.
Dude, this guy is like Einstein level genius. If a Yin slips through, look, Yin, I don't think EXCO even realizes that. EXCO does not ban the Yin. They opt to ban the Claw, they opt to ban the Paquito. And I think Asteris has literally got just one draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty early to call it, but based on what we see here, what does EXCO have to deal with this?
Let him cook, man. Let him cook.
Well, the smell's coming out of the kitchen, and, you know, it's getting a little bit hot, so I'm not sure here. Final ban, Asteris, what else can they mess up for the side of EXCO here with the final ban? It's going to be the Lapu Lapu. No more diving. You have to meet us face to face. Honest. Fair and square fights, which in this case, Asteris is not really playing a fair game here.
Definitely not a fair game at all. I mean, where are they going to be appearing? Gold lane, EXP lane, mid lane? I mean, why not all three at one time?
Exactly. You know, that could be a big play. They could pull you on to the side lanes for defense and TP into the mid lane to just get what they want.
Yeah, so EXCO is picking up the Natan. I mean, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to reach the late game. I'm questioning this pick a little bit, but if they do pull through the late game, Natan is definitely a great pick as he's able to shred everyone coming through Chip's portal.
Holy! Benedetta as well as Roger. The synergy on the side of Asteris is extremely disgusting at this point. Benny, with the eye for the eye, will be able to jump through so many different layers of defense on the side of EXCO. That is instant backline access for the Benedetta. And with the Lycan Pounce as well, Roger has free access. I mean, I feel like calling this game a bit too early, but how do you deal with this Asteris lineup?
Hey, you're the one that gets 2-1.
I want to pause for a moment and take a look at Super Ryan's face. He's like, oh, shoot. What am I going to pick? I mean, look, honestly speaking, right? I think objectively speaking, Super Ryan just needs to pick up someone tanky to soak up the damage going in, right? I mean, look, you're going to get team fights all over the map. Mobility, I think, should be out the window right now. You shouldn't be thinking about how mobile you're going to be. And he goes up to pick the Khalid once again. I think this is probably the safest pick he could have gone for, right? And perhaps be able to soak up the damage early on and survive his lane. I think that's all EXCO needs to do. Survive.
EXCO, if they want to win, they have to play a perfect early game. They have to win all their lanes. They have to get a gold advantage and stop this pressure from Asteris. Totally.
They have so many things to do. They can't allow the first blood to happen. They can't allow for the first turtle to be taken by Asteris. So EXCO, they have a lot of things to... a lot of risks in their draft as well. So, I mean, Asteris, this is a completely sick draft. But we have to consider that, you know, theory is theory, practical is another thing. Execution might not be as perfect from the side of Asteris. But here we go, potential game ender for the side of Asteris here as they look to close this series out 2-0. Asteris against EXCO, welcome into the land of Dawn.
Game 2 of the last series of the match. Well, going into the game, what do you guys think are the win conditions from Team Asteris?
TP. Get as many TPs as
teleport.
possible.
Just teleport around the map, kill as many people as possible, and win the game.
All right, and right off the bat, we see fights happening on multiple fronts. Oh my god, Chu almost getting the first blood on Gira once again, but this time Gira learning his lesson.
Oh no, he's making a mistake. He shouldn't be staying here. Gira, if Chu uses another Lycan Pounce, he's done for.
Exactly, and Super Ryan already finding the pressure of FMM on his lane, and Bear will be having a better time than him for now.
Yep, I mean, they don't give up the first blood, but they give up one wave of creeps from the side of Chu, and that is an EXP advantage. Look at that, he is going straight penetrations, extra 7% for Lone Rangers in the map itself. This Roger is ready to look for a kill.
This Roger is out for blood and he's licking his lips, and we see first blood off the bat. EXCO not getting the memo of not giving first blood to Asteris.
What I want to say about Chu on the Roger is that he understands the hero's limits at level 1 very perfectly, and he knows what team fights he can take, what 1v1s he can take, and always takes advantage of it. always at a HP advantage.
Yeah, I was gonna say as well. Actually, I'm surprised that Team EXCO did not punish.
Oh, first rotation, and then we see FMM going through, not finding anything as of yet, as both teams will be able to disengage. But JH in the bushes here. If he finds a Daytona's welcome, but Chu already beating down Gira. Gira will not have a good day at all at this lane.
I mean, this is a painful experience to watch for the side of Gira here. Jet and Super Riot, they can only stand back because this turtle is an easy one to start for the side of Asteris. How are they going to be able to deal with it?
It's going to be extremely hard.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be extremely hard for EXCO to deal with it, but it seems as if they managed to push Astralis off.
Yeah, and the turtle will be going towards EXCO for now. Raging Sandstorm being used on the JH, does get picking off Utah, very good pick, but Bear does find the answer onto Super Ryan, and Utah will be going down as well. Asteris with a double kill for their one jungle trade. Bear Teasy will go down as well. That's a 3-4-1, and Asteris will be putting things at 4-1.
There's no way.
It's super, super difficult. I mean, EXCO looked as if they had an opportunity to secure the turtle, but we just saw FMM coming in from the top of one of his portals to just interrupt and disrupt the entire team fight.
Yep, once again, it's many entry points coming in from the side of Asteris, and EXCO have absolutely no clue how to deal with this. This next gank will be extremely painful, especially for someone like Super Ryan, who has just committed his quick sand guard. He's not going to be able to heal out of this one.
Yeah, he still has the Raging Sandstorm to disengage if possible. But they were trying to look for something onto Chu, but I feel that he's too far gone at this point.
Oh my gosh, guys, I just realized Bertizzi's not... Okay, he just hit level 4, I was gonna say. He was the only one amongst all 10 players to not have his ultimate yet, and that is definitely going to hurt.
This has to work. They have to get the kill on Chu. If they don't, it is going to be a horrendous mid-game. I mean, we're only 4 minutes in, and it looks like we're already reaching the mid-game status for the side of Asteris.
And not to mention, it's almost 4 minutes in, that's 2k gold lead. This is the biggest gold lead we've seen in the shortest amount of time so far today. EXCO definitely needs to do something. They need to wake up the idea. If not, we just gonna be
here we go. Shortcut onto the bottom lane as Bertizzi will be going in. But does he manage to find a very nice final slash? Electo final slash being used on the side. FMM with the crash course, not able to find anything. Raging Sandstorm will be able to use on him. FMM goes down for the count. Asteris is being put at a stop for now.
I mean, Chu's positioning, he was waiting like a hunter, ready to pounce onto the overextension here. They didn't overextend, so that's a huge one for EXCO, but can they get the kill on Chu? Oh, that's a nice final slash.
Very nice final slash, but Gira will be going down for the count. Chu does have enough damage, and I mean, that final slash helped him.
Oh, crash course onto Jet. The range is pretty long. FMM should be able to get it. That is a nice flicker. Saved his life. Jet was guaranteed to be dead if the crash course hit its mark there. Asteris, they don't mind. They wasted a flicker for the next 120 seconds on the side of Jet.
And Bertizzi with a nice, very final slash onto FMM. Gira committing the reverse clone, not getting the finish onto FMM though.
I was gonna say FMM BM and got punished, but he didn't even get punished.
He
That's
did
insane. And Chu managed to survive through all that as well. And meanwhile, through all the chaos, Turtle did get taken, I think, from the side of Astralis.
Yep, and with all of the confusion, this opens up a lot of avenues for Bear to jump in. And mind you, Bear at the 5.5 minute mark already has completed the Blade of Heptases. He's gonna have a huge burst when he comes in. And this is not a good sign at all. Yes, granted, it's still at a 2,000 gold lead, but Bear is a one whole level ahead of Super Ryan.
And shortcut on the bottom lane, already being used. Very nice final slash coming through. Bertizzi falling low, eventually goes down, and Chu will be finding the double kill onto Utah.
Clean games around from Astralis. I mean, look, they're literally they're doing what the competition is built for by moving around the map, picking up important picks, and then moving on to take another objective. Endless Battle just picked up from Chu.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all. Endless Battle at 6 minutes. That's not his first core item, by the way. Chu is already very painful. 1v1 against Gira is a no-brainer. He's gonna wreck him apart here.
I mean, the wolf is licking his lips right now, is wondering what else is served for freaking breakfast.
Super Ryan trying what he can on the top lane. Bear will be able to survive Raging Sandstorm combo from Super Ryan. Reverse clone using onto Gira. FMM will not be long for this world as he does go down, but Bear gets away from this 4-man collapse.
But what can they do? Yeah, they get the roll, but look at what Roger's doing. Chu is having the time of his life, farming up the bottom tier turret. Too many rotations. It's a full-on map control from the side of Asteris.
And with that diversion, he's just using it to just get the top lane creeps.
Yeah, Benny here, Bear might be getting a free kill on Jet. Oh, forced the flicker out. That's going to be a flickerless Jet for the next 120 seconds. It is absolute map control. Once again, 7-3 doesn't really reflect the lead that Asteris has now.
And the turtle being spawned up. Daytona's welcome on to Bear Cheesy. He will be gone from this game for now, as a turtle might fall towards Asteris. EXCO, will they be in a position to even fight here? FMM scouting the bushes, Raging Sandstorm used on the Q, but not able to find the pickoff. FMM falling extremely low, does get picked off, but Bear still in the backline, gets the better of Gira, and Final Slash being used on to Jet as well. I mean, Electo.
Yeah, as we can see here, I think the fight they managed, FMM
Yuta
dies as well. Bear also managed to get picked off, but the turtle still goes in Asteris' favor. So overall, I think the fights are still very much dominated by Asteris.
Yep, it's Asteris at this point just dropping little bones for the side of EXCO, because if you take a look at how that fight went, they only had 2 members getting ready for the fight, right? And Bear was pushing all the way, and even when he split pushing, look at the damage that Bear is doing. 26,000 in the span of 8 minutes. My goodness.
I gotta say, Bear's target prioritization there. It was just, yeah, I know Gira is dealing damage here, so I will go for him.
Dude, Gira is not even able to play the game at this point. Is absolutely disgusting. And this is, I think, what...
Oh my god, Bear! Nice! Petrify on the top lane, but he will eventually go down. Gira does go down as well. Shortcut will bring the entire team in, and Chul will get the better of Bear Cheesy, and Yuta running away with his tail tucked in between his legs.
There is no way. Another crash cause imminent for the side of Asteris. Yuta forced away from his orange buff, and it's not a good sign to see here. At this point, Asteris, they have hit the 9-minute mark. Didn't close the game as fast as I thought they would, but boy, are they having fun. Lightning Truncheon onto Kiwi. We haven't even talked about the Loi damage that's coming through.
Loi's damage is negligent at this point. It's Bears and Chu's show for this game. And FFM will get found in this bush, but does not even care.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Loi at this point is just a TP bot, right? And I mean, that's completely fine, because she's playing the supporting role. And I think that's what I want to highlight, right? Kiwi here played 2 roles right now. He played the carry just now in the first game, but now he's taken more of a support role, and he's let Chu and Bear take the lead.
Yep, and the fact that FMM can, very confidently stand in the front of 3 members on the side of EXCO, that shows you how far ahead Asteris are at. And what's worse is FMM can actually use the crash course to dive in and get the Y-Walk into the backlines of EXCO. Free entry once again.
Yeah, it's so easy as Chip just to run through your backlines with Bruce and Seed buff. And as you can see here, Roger with almost 9k in his pockets has 3 completed items already so early on.
Very well into the 4th as well. It could be a Malefic Roar. It could be, I don't know, Blade of Despair as well. The items, the options are limitless for the side of Chu, and I don't know. Guys, I'm not trying to make this look like a big massacre, but I can't sugarcoat too much.
Yeah, look, the first Lord of the game has been taken by Asteris. And
First Lord!
First Lord
We're only on the First Lord!
Yeah, we're only on the First Lord, man. This is a 10-minute game.
And with the missiles, JH does find Bear Cheesy, but Daytona's welcome, not exactly catching anyone. Might be not a very good team fight for Asteris to take. They do disengage though.
Oh, I'm just having my eyes on Bear at this point. If Gira or Jet makes the mistake of walking a little bit too close, it is it is Bear's time to shine here.
Yeah, Bear. He has been going
God,
crazy with the
double
Electo. Gets double the gold. Yes. And Final Slash on to JH, but he's too tanky at this point. And reverse clone being used just to clear out the creep waves. But FMM just in the back line, just taunting these players, trying to peel away as much damage away from his jungler.
Yeah, they are just watching them writhe in pain at this point. And with the Lord, yes, it's the First Lord, not going to have super potency here, but the true potency comes from JH and FMM just staring them down.
They are literally soaking up all the damage that EXCO is dishing out and healing it right back up. We talk about BM, this is the definition of BM. You stand in front of your enemy, take all the damage, and just, you know what, shrug it off.
Yeah, what can you do against the lineup of Asteris? What can you do here? EXCO, they're 8,000 gold behind essentially at this point, and Utah has not had any form of entry into the fights at all. There were a couple of nice final slashes, but they don't amount to nothing.
Yeah, and if you look at the map, right, there's not a single altar turret, not a single turret has been taken on the side of Asteris.
Okay, I'm spitballing here, theory crafting, you know. If for EXCO to win, what does Gira have to build? He has to build a Wind of Nature as the 6th item, probably, after he gets enough damage to negate bears and choose damage. That's the only way that they can win if he gets 6 items.
I mean, I have to ask the producer to show us the items right now. Right? What does Gira have in his kit? Is there any form of a comeback possible? Okay, Stadium Cypher and the Fed of Heaven, and that's about it. He needs the Genius Wand as well to make himself extremely potent. He's only at 6,500 gold. Our dear counterpart Chu is already at 10,000 gold.
Building towards the Rose Gold Meteor.
And the Wind of Nature as well. Oh my goodness.
He's going to be completely unkillable at this point. And he already is unkillable at this point. I really have no idea what EXCO needs to do. I'm guessing they probably have to turtle up a little bit, try to farm up, but how long can they withhold the damage from Asteris?
It feels like Asteris has the option of when they want to end the game, right? At this point, if they really full on go for a 5-on-5, I don't think EXCO can actually stop them.
I mean, the Lord is coming up in 8 seconds, and I feel that if EXCO contest them here, they are just trying to lose the game.
Yeah, look, this is an enhanced Lord as well, so the pushing power from it is going to be immense. We can see EXCO trying to group up together and see what they can do to answer, but as they're grouping up, we can see the Benny at the top just pushing, shoving the minions into the wave. This is going to be a free enhanced Lord for the side of Asteris.
Yep, I mean, for EXCO to win and have a turnaround, they need so many miracles. They need miracle steals, they need miracle kills, they need miracle items, they need miracle gold to show up in their pockets at this point. Yeah, Asteris is already hitting the late game gold accumulation, 45,000 in their bank, and it's not going to slow down anytime soon.
But I have to add on there, as the game goes, drags on later and later into the game, right? Gold does not make, everyone's going to farm up, right? So gold,
exactly.
The gold difference doesn't make that big of a difference anymore. So what I think Asteris really needs to do is to push together with this enhanced Lord right now. They need to close up the game within the next 2 to 3 minutes. If not, the longer the game goes, the more of an opportunity EXCO has to come back in.
Yeah, but we'll see. The first actual challenge here that EXCO has to deal with is that Luminous Lord marching down the mid lane. Gira finally gets that Holy Crystal, but will it make a difference?
Bear does have the Blade of Despair though. Top lane, Luminous Lord already in the mid lane. Inhibitor turret will not be long for a life, but the team members are still alive to clear away the creep waves. Gira does have the reverse clone and still doing damage, clearing away the creep waves at the front line. They just lose 1 tower for now.
That's a bit of a healthy damage coming out from Novaria, so Jet is doing a good job, but they need much more than that. Look at the heals that are coming out from JH.
What damage? What damage are you talking about? Because the guy is full HP at this point.
And look at that, FMM all the way in with the crash course reverse clone being used, shortcut as well. Nobody finding anything yet, but Gira goes down in the back line. Very nice kill by Bear. Double kill onto Jet, triple kill onto Bear. Cheesy as JH finishes off Utah. Super Ryan, the only one left, and will go down for the count of 4K Maniac from the side of Bear as Asteris
almost
are just waiting for creeps to come in to just clear out the game.
Yep. Asteris here giving EXCO a wonderful welcome into MPLSG. This is the standard you need to hit. This is the standard that we are at, and you are nowhere close. Asteris takes the game by storm, clean 2-0 to be the champions of the game today.
Congratulations, Asteris. This was a very, very, very big masterclass on how you play a roaming composition. I mean, look, you wiped it out. You picked your Loi. You picked your
chip.
Yes, you picked your chip. And it allows you to just move around the map and just manipulate map control on your side.
And this new generation, right? This is new generation, new ideas coming out from all over. I mean, you never thought about it. I mean, you pick a lawyer, you think, oh, that's enough. But wait a minute, we have a chip.
We have more.
We have more. So
Add some
yes,
spice on top of that, eh?
double it and give it to the next person.
Paid forward here. All right, so I mean, Asteris definitely impressed not just us. I'm sure impressed everyone here on the desk, behind the screens. If you're at home, across the other regions as well. I mean, this is definitely something that I think was a drafting masterclass, but an executional masterclass coming out from Asteris as well. The icing on the cake is that it came from Asteris. They are a qualifier team. This is their first season in MPL as a group, and my goodness, have they shown up. The bar they have raised.
Who do you think was the best, though? Let's just find out who's the best, right? Out of Asteris,
I don't
out
know.
of this game.
I mean, Bear. Okay, Bear is the one. 6-2 and 7. Look at the damage he's offering. At 8.5 minutes, he was at 26,000 damage across the board, the highest in the entire match itself.
In team fights, Bear was playing like a surgeon. You know, he was slicing up the back line, making sure that Gira does not have a game. The Electo Final Slash was just there, and nobody could go through at all.
It's so apt because she really, acted like an incision into the backlines of the side of EXCO, and EXCO got executed right off the bat.
Yeah, look, I want to see Bear more, man. I want to see more of his Benedetta. And look at the gold per minute, man. But,
777. Lucky wins here. But this was not luck at all for the side of Asteris. I mean, the way that Bear played this game, not only was he split pushing, because of the draft, he got the ability to come in with the Y walk. And that is the name of the game here. Y walk. Let's TP around. Let's make the map ours.
Y walk. Yeah, that's the name of his passive, right?
Ultimate.
Ultimate.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
I think
that was
ultimate is
the
Y
portal.
walk or shortcut. Oh, shortcut is
Shortcut's
the
a passive.
The passive,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the Y
yeah.
walk is the ultimate. Wow, that's Y walk. Yeah, just come to me. And I gotta highlight once again, Chu on this Roger for these 2 games. He knows to a T his item builds, his hero limits.
Yep.
Yeah, he knows what his hero can do at level 1. He knows what's his maximum damage output at level 2. He has it down to a T, and he takes these trades all so well.
I'm really proud of them because Chu, as well as Bear, where, the fact that they came from another MPL team, they weren't at this level for sure, right? Now they have leveled up, come into the new season itself. They are looking completely different. Double the net worth on the side of Chu for majority of the game against Gira. That is insane.
Yeah, Team EXCO just not having a good game. Super Ryan did have moments of fire. Yuta with the Appraisal's Wrath and Energy Disruption does find the correct taunts, but not finding enough damage to come through. Bear Cheesy, final slashes were on point. We did say they were on point, but one final slash, the farm was too far gone. You push Chu towards Gira, and Gira just died.
That is so true, right? I mean, look, we can check out the emblems right now, and I think the emblem choices on Chu, you can see that he was already planning to go for such an aggressive start, right? We saw him doing that in game 1. We see him doing that in game 2, and he opts, to just go for the 1v1 assassinations, right?
He ticks all the boxes of the emblems, right? Oh, okay, killing spree, you get the refresh, you get the extra heals, extra movement speed, you have this extra 7%, you get the heals from the quantum charge as well, and I mean, come on, Chu, what are you doing, man? You're killing everyone for fun.
You're killing the guys' hopes and dreams, and I want to talk a little bit more about the team. I think more about what EXCO needs to do to come back from this, right? So we've seen how they played off against such almost an equal adversary, right? But I'm a bit concerned about Team EXCO's mentality, right? This was a shutdown of a game. I mean, look at that. 334 turret damage. They were not able to touch the turrets at all. That was all from minions.
Yep. It was a hard one to take for the side of EXCO here because of the mobility offered on the side of Asteris. Gold per minute. I'm surprised it is so low at 844. It felt like 1,000 gold a minute for Chu. Double the net worth at least half of the game. Come on, 844 doesn't do it justice.
I felt that it wasn't as much as Chu getting the farm. I felt that it was just Gira getting shut down. Because you see how Bear plays. Bear is a surgical master. He will find we will find where your carry is. He will find out where the Nathan is, and he will shut you down.
So look, I want to highlight something pretty funny, right? So far in all the matches that we've seen today, we've seen, you know, the damage taken guy, the sandbag, right, always coming from the opponent's side. Now we know why JAH was standing in the front of the enemy this whole time, because he wanted the sandbag trophy as well.
Oh, okay. They want to make sure the whole team is represented in the final stat screen here. I mean, what a game from Asteris. I'm really curious what we have from Professor Churros later on in the analysis, because there's so many things to look at, like the way they itemized, the way they rotated. I mean, the rotations itself are going to be a mouthful because they were everywhere on the map. It felt like the map just spelled out the letters of Asteris.
Speaking of spelling out kind of like roads to success, I'm wondering how the other teams are going to look at this and adapt from there. But enough from us. I'm interested to hear what the players have to say during the game.
Hey, go. Hey, Yuta, oi, ngapain Yuta?
Nice one.
Hey, watch me, I got two. Number five. They stick together. Five. Call you. I can back. I'm resorted. Hey, come fight. Don't scare. Nice. Go. We. Nice one lah. I taking top. You want take me can or not?
I take care.
Nice one.
TP out to base.
Nice one. Nice.
Want go or not?
Okay, I got nothing. Hey, watch me. Aye. Go. Hey, the Fedrin. Nice. Alan no flicker. Alan first. 1 second. Alan no flicker. Let's go. Push. Nice.
Nice one.
Nice one.
Nice one lah.
Nice one. Go. Nice one. Hey, no minion.
Nice one.
Definitely too much for them to bear here. I mean, the incisions created by Bear was so painful, and you know the crash cost. I cannot help but to take a look at the damage that FMM was offering. As a chip, when a chip attacks you, he's not supposed to hurt so much. But the crash cost coming in felt like he would create a fissure on the health bars on the side of EXCO.
Yeah, man, it felt like it's just literally getting crashed by like a freaking truck, right? But anyways, as you mentioned earlier, I'm really interested to see what Churros has to say. So over to you, my man. Go ahead.
Thank you, boys. What's going on, guys? Professor Churros yet again with another off-the-desk analysis. Now, this game was I would say a very, very interesting game because there wasn't much skirmishes, but when there was, it was the entirety of Asteris going up against EXCO wherever they are. They could pretty much do whatever they want. I have 3 clips here that I want to show you and break it down on how Asteris was able to successfully rotate around with the use of chip as well as that Luoyi. So taking a look over here, we're going to let that game run just a little bit. You can see that the top lane, this was the first turtle. You want to get that level 4 onto Kiwi, onto Bear, and onto JH. So this was the priority in order to get that turtle up. FMM alone was in that mid side trying to get his level 4 as well. The interesting thing was you don't need Roger to rotate into that mid side. What Roger needs to do is maintain that pressure onto that gold lane. The reason being, he doesn't really need to be there unless there's a team fight, unless Chip calls for it. You will see minimal movement all around the map. Everyone can just maintain their actions, doing what they do best. Now, in the midst of the fight, you see Chip just low in health, going into the portal and then walking over to the top side. This creates a lot of opportunity and space for a backline flank. You'll see in just a little bit when Jet is a little bit open on that first turtle fight. So we're coming in through Chips, just slowly using his passive, healing that health and creating buying time for that space that they need to enter through that back line. So FMM coming up, they could very well go for Jet. The thing is, Yuta and Bertizzi are able to just negate and reflect that damage onto JH, which is the main target priority. As long as JH is down, Asteris does not have that retribution to be able to take down that turtle. So ditching the turtle fight, going for the core was the main target for EXCO. So let this play it through. Super Ryan is pretty much free to go straight for JH and Kiwi. We see this a lot in game number 1. If Super Ryan is able to take down Kiwi, Kiwi should be the main target to be taken out. The main target to disengage a lot of these team fights, a lot of these clashes that they will have throughout these fights. Jet would be safe, but you see the vision play enables Jet to see where FMM is at that time because he popped out the bush. So we'll let this play just a little bit more, and FMM just waiting for that right time. Raging Sandstorm over JH. Once they take that down, Kiwi just pops that duality and just goes ham with that damage. The second Lord fight was also really interesting. So this fight goes all the way through, FMM really focusing on that back line, disabling them from coming into the fight. So this was the second turtle that we have where Bertizzi was taken out with the Detonus Welcome from JH. So we see how the players of Asteris actually stay in their lane and rotate. They don't need to join in that turtle fight. We see the Benedetta at the top side continuing that lane pressure onto that top side, forcing the rest of the members to go back. So Jet does not know what to do. We have Benedetta pushing up on the top side. You have the mid lane already pushing in. Does Jet go up to the top lane or help out in that fight? We now know that with these three players, Super Ryan, Jira, and Utah, they will want to engage on this turtle. But the breakdown comes when target prioritization and communication was not that optimal. Range Sandstorm onto Chu. Chu forces that flicker out of the way, but FMM onto that back line, focusing fire onto Jira. And that is where everything goes ham because Benedetta is able to just pop into that portal and hit into that back line. So this was a beautiful, beautiful play. Not much movement needed, not much explanation to be done right here. Bear played a wonderful job. R19 drafted beautifully. This was a no movement or minimal movement kind of draft going into game number 3. The last game is the last clip I want to show you is the movement again in that Lord fight. We'll always see Benedetta on that top side. Chip waiting by that portal to make sure that he supports any one of the members because if Benedetta's pushing up top, the enemies or Team EXCO does not know where to go. Either go out the top lane, mid lane, or bottom lane. If they decide to go for the bottom lane, Chip could very well go down into the portal down at that bottom side, enabling the rest of the team to come in for that backup. So there's always a backline defense over any of the fights that come through into the game. So this was really interesting that I pointed out. There's not a lot of movement. Everyone just plays as it is. They just stay in their lane, farm up, get fat, and then just get their items. It's all about that win conditions, all about staying in their lane, farming up, getting their power spikes, waiting for the right time to get that power spikes, FMM making that right call. So that's it for the off-the-desk analysis portion. Very, very interested to see what the players actually think. Back to you, Cheryl.
Thanks, Prof, on the breakdown. Definitely, this is a match that's very, very interesting. So now I have FMM here with me. Come closer. Yeah. So, yes, FMM, you are here, back again, but this time with a different uniform. Can you tell us a little bit more about how Asteris is formed?
Basically, I wanted to coach this season, then I just went to find 5 players. Then, yeah, TLDR is wanted to coach this season, a new team, and we found 4 players, but missing a roam, so I'm back here as a roamer. Yeah.
So you wanted to be the coach,
Yeah.
and then you end up playing as a roamer because you -1 roam.
Yeah.
Ah, that's very interesting. Yeah, because it's very curious to know you are known as such a solid goal laner, and then you became mid lane previous season, and then now you're in Rome. So that happened because you're -1.
Yeah.
And then how did RL19 come about?
Basically, I fought him in the qualifiers. Then against him, I felt his draft was not bad. Then I asked the team if we wanted to pick him up, and the team said okay. Then we became a coach.
Oh, that was interesting. Then you never asked RL19 to be that -1 roam?
I don't know. I think he still wants to play XP.
All right, so I guess you feeling the roam definitely has made some waves, especially with that unexpected leak of the chip. Did you expect to get that chip in the final game?
Yeah, I think so. Cause I think other team will think that we don't know how to play a chip. So I think we plan for that.
Right. So coming on to the Pro League, which you are very, very familiar with, tell us a little bit more about your new players. Of course, we have seen Bear as well as the others, but what about the two new ones such as Kiwi and JH? Tell us a bit more about them.
JH he played community tournaments for like 1 year already, then tried qualifiers 2 times. Yeah, so he really wanted to play in MPL, and he was also very solid. So yeah, then for Kiwi, I didn't know this, but apparently he tried qualifiers 3 times, but it was kind of for fun. Then I saw him, then we just picked him up.
Wow, third time's the charm, really, really. So that's amazing. And so now moving forward, when you're playing on a community level, that's kind of like, the kiddie pool, the small pond. But now you're in the big ocean with the big fishes and the big boys, but you're used to that. How is your team going to adapt to this very vastly different landscape now that you're here at MPLSG?
I think the difference between community level and MPLSG is really the macro and the teamwork. So usually in community tournaments you see just teams brawling over nothing, but MPLSG they will macro and have good teamwork, understand when to go in, when to do what and stuff. Yeah, I think that's the main big difference.
And is your team ready for that big difference?
Hopefully, I think so.
Okay, so coming on, you guys know that there's a lot of major reshuffle in the overall roster. So who do you look forward to? Your team, by extension. Who does Asteris look forward to face off? Whether it's the most challenging or whether it's most of your friends there, which is the team that you guys are looking forward to most?
I haven't asked this to my team, but if I would say personally myself, I think maybe Flash, because I didn't know EPL was gonna play. Yeah, then I think it'll be quite fun to fight against him, and maybe I can learn some tricks from him.
Oh wow! But you learned already. You understudy so long. You in bleed leh. Previously.
But I never fought against him before. That's the difference.
Okay, makes sense. Somehow Bleed is like a factory that churns out roamers. Now you roam, and then Gear also roam. Everybody also roam. So, but yes, very interesting to see you making a mark once more right here in the pro scene in a different role. So thank you so much, FMM. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing. And guys, that was FMM, and this wraps up our 4 matches right here for week 1, day 1, and that was Asteris. Now, they definitely did show us why they're deserving to be here in the MPLSG Season 7 scene. But of course, this is just a warm-up because they got lucky as the first day itself. They're going head-to-head against their fellow qualifying leader. Without further ado, let's take a look at the overall standings. As you see here on your screens, ladies and gents, this is the overall standings from week 1, day 1 alone, where we see Asteris right now in first position with 3 points to their name, Bleed Esports, as well as Team Flash tied neck to neck with clean sweeps of 2-0 today, securing them 3 points each. And thereafter, just right behind them, we see RSG SG, and at 1 point to their name, we see Evil and EXCO Esports, Homebois SG, and Vanguard Esports with no points to their name. Now, once more, this time round right here, MPLSG, our format has changed. Now, to update you guys who have missed out on our earlier segment, this time round, the format is the final 2 teams in the overall standings will not make it to the playoff season to have that chance at the championship. So stakes are ever as high right here at MPLSG regular season. So our teams definitely has to buck up tomorrow all the way to the 25th of May. And with that being said, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. So yes, friends, on your screens, you see tomorrow's game of Week 1, Day 2. Now, opening up the show, we see our defending champions, Team Flash, going up against our community heroes, Evil, opening up the show at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Now, this is an important match that you don't want to miss because we will see Evil fighting tooth and nail to secure this win to prove that they can get themselves out of the 3rd and 4th position rut. And then we see match 2 where we see Bleed Esports going up against EXCO. Now this is also a very exciting lineup because Bleed Esports has a brand new revamped roster while EXCO has fresh blood in them. So what will unfurl? Head on over and join us for match 2 at 12:30. Then, happening at match 3 at 3 p.m., we see our 3-time champion of RSG SG versus Asteris. Now, what's interesting about this match is they are all brand new, young-blooded folks. So come on over and check out who will emerge victorious in this young blood feud. And closing up the show for match 4, we see Vanguard and Homebois SG closing up the show at 5:30 p.m. This is also a match that you don't want to miss because we see 2 teams which debuted in MPLSG Season 6, which will duke it out tomorrow. So let's see, within a short span of 1 season, how will they fare going up against each other. So once more, ladies and gents, this is the rundown that we have in just 1 day. So many things have shifted and we're expecting even more tomorrow on Week 1, Day 2. Remember to stick around and join us at mpl.sg.official to keep tabs on all of the latest updates so that you don't miss out on any of the action. MPLSG Season 7, of course, wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPLSG Season 7 is powered by Moontan and Zenray Productions, our presenting partner, McDonald's, and our youth partner, Skate, and our partners in esports, OSIM. Once more, it is a pleasure being your host today. My name is Cheryl, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp.